Ladies and gentlemen, you know what time it is. It's time to qualify a player into the tournament. That's right. HitEmUp and Mystery Meat are dueling in a best-of-5 right here, right now, to see if they can make it into the Battlements phase. Who the hell is with me?
Try to Mason bomb him, but he gets eviscerated immediately, courtesy of the Blackjacks, and HitEmUp takes it all. The clean sweep to qualify in. But that doesn't feel like it's going to be good enough. And oh my god, the Cyclops are still going. That is it. TopRamen hits qualified. Trying its best to channel these bounces. Eventually it will be brought down by those Quasilisks, and that will be game called. JarrellStorm qualifying. Final standoff as Aoud guns forward. He still has so many Eidolons and no detection here for Mystery Meat. His units are starting to collapse, but Aoud qualifies. Okay, well there you go. It's time for a marathon of qualification series. We've got 5 in a row for you to get us into the Battlement stage. And I've got Neblime here. What's up, dude?
I am back. I've returned.
The reigning Acropolis champion is here to cast Judgment. Makes a beeline for it. They're gonna die. No cancel. Primed for greatness. TheNightFox.
Wow, a convincing series for sure.
He's been all in for so long. Shopkeeper Dog. I think he might have just rallied enough units out. He has qualified into Acropolis number 2 Battlement stage and dive forward with some more claws, but the Bactalisks are out, and it's just too much for Kenoli. Art of Turtle qualifies to the Battlement stage. Now he's very far committed with the Dwarves. They are going to go for a complete surround. Nice cheese, he says. And that will actually be it. Damn, this guy's got a lot of units. And Kenoli has qualified into the Battlement stage. I really am surprised to see him here, but I will not say no to yet another Zerg. It's the age of the Zerg, apparently. The moment of silence for the players who have not qualified. Arbuz Budesh, a Protoss player I thought for sure was a lock to make it through. Mystery Meat, the most accomplished man to play this game. He has bowed out, almost feels a little bit wrong. Shout out to Hapseya. He will not be joining us for this tournament as he has indeed been defeated by first jakulangski and then Kenoli. Zerg Cabal activated, a difficult adaptation for many Protosses to deal with. Where's that ensnare, Hamster? He's too busy. He's too busy using the Avigilus, trying to focus down the individual targets, and the Apostles are going to be overwhelmed. GG is called, and look at this. Shambler can come on his way out and start heckling the worker count over here. This is absolutely brutal. Another storm drop. This is where things can get really bad here. Neblime trying to make magic happen. Another drop. More workers going down, especially with spread damage from the phalanxes causing friendly fire in the natural. Yeah, this is a clean sweep for Neblime, dude. He just posted his dubs the whole way through. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Pronogo, and joining me is Neblime. We are about to kick things off with Acropolis number 2 Battlement stage. How the hell are you, sir?
I am excellent. I am so excited to get this started. The rubber meets the road today. The tournament is starting. Well, I guess you could say Gauntlet started, but come on, this is the real start.
I know. I was kind of torn about how to describe that to the average person because, you know, the people in my life who aren't super clued in on the specifics, I tell them, yeah, I've been running this tournament for a while. And they're like, oh, yeah, so what are you going to do this weekend? I'm like, the tournament's starting, but it already started. But really, I think this is where, like you said, the rubber is going to meet the road. Who is going to be making it into the top 8? We've got many names, 12 names of them, in fact. So 4 of them have to go home. And some of the groups, like the first group that we might be talking a little bit about here, Tyrant's Trial, of course, a reference to the fact that HitEmUp is the reigning champion from Tyrant's Tale. He still had to qualify in here, as did JarrellStorm and Kenoli. This group, a group full of first-time qualifiers, you know, first-time people who have ever qualified to one of these tournaments through that kind of fashion. And it's cool to see them all. It's definitely a Zerg-favored tournament overall, but a Zerg-heavy group overall. And obviously, HitEmUp Rockin' Random means he's 1/3 Zerg. That being said, this group, I feel like it might be the more straightforward of them. Maybe we're kind of getting our start off nice and easy because, you know, I was telling you a little bit about this before, Neblime, but the idea is that you've got the top seed is the most formidable player in the group, and then the second seed is the challenger in the group, and the third seed is maybe just happy to be there, or maybe they've got a lot to prove. And that's where we find ourselves now, taking a look, zeroing in on Group A. What do you think, Neblime?
Well, I mean, you saw me call it in the Gauntlet bracket. You gotta give it to HitEmUp, just straight up. He's getting out. If you roll Zerg every time, I don't know, maybe, but I still don't think so. I think it's just hit him up out. So then the question is JarrellStorm or Kenoli. Now, I haven't live casted Kenoli. I haven't seen that many of his games. JarrellStorm seems strong. I'm sorry, I got to give it to JarrellStorm too. He seems like a stronger player. I think based on results, that seems to be true as well.
Okay, yeah.
Because Kenoli only came in the last chance qualifier.
That's right. I was impressed to see him take Art of Turtle to 5 games, and of course he did do some damage to TheNightFox in a couple of matches that they played in Gauntlet Stage A and Gauntlet Stage B. He was fairly formidable there, so it feels to me like looking at the past sort of pedigree, I mean, he 2-0'd Hapsea, like he has to have some credit for that, but a lot of people are kind of thinking to everybody, the sort of public idea is that the Zerg versus Protoss is very formidable for Zerg in the early stages of the game. Even HitEmUp has said you got to play a very particular way as Protoss in order to navigate the early stages of that matchup, and then it starts to swing back into the Protoss's favor, but they do kind of have to solve the puzzle beforehand, and that's at least the way the meta has shaken up right now. Now, as our sole Protoss representative, Neblime, I'm not sure that you have too much to say on this, because obviously you were on a bit of a vacation. We did get that extra week in before the tournament started at this stage, so what are your thoughts on that matchup? Because HitEmUp could roll Protoss.
Well, you know me, I don't really have much balance analysis for you, but I do want to analyze about the particular players. And I will say, it seems to me, HitEmUp is just much more confident with Protoss, where the way he talks about Zerg, and sometimes the way he plays it, I think too, he is not. So even despite what the balance may be, I think he's worse off as Zerg. Now, that said, I don't know in a mirror matchup. I think that might just be better for him in general being in a mirror, just because he has the better mechanics and stuff like that. So maybe it kind of cancels out. But in general, anytime I go up against him, I'd be kind of like praying he got Zerg, I would think.
Okay, I see. Yeah, well, also it's worth pointing out, Kenoli has played a lot of ZVZ. JarrellStorm has not. If you look at the past sort of number of hours grinded, number of hours played, even earlier today, Kenoli was warming up a lot. I don't think Jarrell was as much, or if he was, it was private. It wasn't, in the public eye. And HitEmUp did get a little bit of warm up in him as well, I believe. But for the most part, it's been the Kenoli show. He's been grinding a ridiculous amount. And I think he's got a prepared set of strategies, right? And he also has a lot of experience just grinding out the early stages of the game. It stands to reason that even if he does have less powerful mechanics than HitEmUp, than JarrellStorm, he could still pose a threat there. So I don't want to undersell him too much, especially if he ends up making us continue to look foolish by consistently predicting against him. But I think it's probably a safe call to say HitEmUp makes it through 4-0 undefeated. Once he hits that 4th win, that is when he will proceed in first place, and I don't think it'll take too long to get him there. That being said, we are going to be looking at JarrellStorm then. Will he be able to put up a good showing versus HitEmUp? Will he be able to play well versus Kenoli? If you're watching this as Kenoli, your dream situation is HitEmUp roll Zerg, says that he is Zerg in the early stages of the game, which he has vowed to say. He's vowed to say his race, such as his confidence level. And then JarrellStorm plays it out like a ZVZ, and Kenoli gets some data on him, because Jarrell actually hasn't played too many mirror matchups, and so that could be a benefit to him because Kenoli hasn't downloaded him. Could also be a penalty to him because Kenoli has more experience. So that's sort of my rough shot of an explanation on what this group is all about. I still think that it's HitEmUp 4-0. I think it'll be JarrellStorm. Maybe it'll be down to the wire where they end up playing a pseudo best of 3 between Jarrell and Kenoli, and that ends up being, a 2-1 in favor of Jarrell. I don't think Kenoli will go winless, but I think it will be very difficult for him to make it out. So I'm going to bet against him for now. We don't have actual betting, but we could. It could be a thing in the future. You never know. That being said, I think it's probably a good idea to take a look at our map pool real quick before we pull in our players for an interview. We are going to talk a little bit about the format for how you select maps now in the new Battlements stage format for Acropolis number 2. As you can see, we have many maps on our pool. We have 11 maps, one of which is an FFA decider, and then we have 10 maps that are actually going to be played in the 1v1 portion. The FFA decider, you only need to worry about that if after 6 games, everybody has 2 wins, 2 losses. Then we play an FFA to decide that. It will be on X size for this tournament. Should be interesting to see if we end up getting that. We have only got it once before, and it was in an undercard for one of the previous tournaments. So very rare situation to be. I wouldn't necessarily predict it. That being said, I do have some information for you. So when you are starting off, whoever has the preferential seed, Neblime, this is you and your group tomorrow, you'll be able to veto a map. That means that no player who is challenging you is going to be able to pick that map into you. So, for example, if HitEmUp beats JarrellStorm, he has vetoed Blackwater Bastion. That means that Kenoli cannot pick Blackwater Bastion against HitEmUp specifically. Kenoli vetoed Decapitation, JarrellStorm vetoed Check Stealer. That's a little bit puzzling to me because I would have expected HitEmUp to veto that, since Check Stealer is the Zerg map of choice, it feels like, and Jarrell vetoing it is almost a bit goofy. Maybe he just doesn't like to play on that kind of non-standard level. Either way, those are our vetoes. That means that HitEmUp will not be playing Blackwater Bastion, JarrellStorm will not be playing Check Stealer, and Kenoli will not be playing Decapitation. And then HitEmUp picks Rage Slave to go into JarrellStorm. HitEmUp does have pick preference because he is, of course, the highest seed. And that is where we find ourselves. So what do you make, knowing that we're going to Rage Slave, knowing that now we know that each individual player's vetoes, and knowing this new format? Do you have any thoughts or analysis on the map side? I know you like to get stuck into the map analysis.
Oh yeah, man, I'm all about those maps. Look, if you're a random player, how do you even decide? It's not based on like the actual balance of the maps, it's just purely based on you as a player. So I'm sort of intrigued to hit him up and pick Blackwater Bastion, although that said, even though he clearly has the superior macro and mechanics, he doesn't seem to like long macro games that much either, interestingly. And, you know, we've seen hit him up play, he doesn't favor many like cheeses or anything like that either. That said, he does pull them out occasionally, but I wouldn't say that's his playstyle. So it's interesting to me that he would sort of veto the macro map. Now, Blackwater Bastion obviously is a bit different to Paradise because it has that high ground at the 12 and 6, which is pivotal in most games. Whereas Paradise, I feel like all locations are sort of similar. You still just move around the map. So I don't know. I don't really know what he's thinking there, if it's just a particular enmity for that map. But there's like really like sort of... I don't want to say gimmicky, more like, you know, feature-specific maps in this pool. For example, we've got Check Stealer, you know, with really weird layout, and also, what do you call it, Spinal Tap, both of them being flat maps, so to speak, where you've got no defense for your main. So those are very specific features I would have thought you might want to worry about. We've also got Muspelheim, which just has like a really weird sort of setup as far as the maps go, because you've got your sort of 3 bases back in there, and the rest of the map is very open. So again, there's these considerations where I would have thought, well, there's got to be one map you're thinking like, nah, fuck that. I know which one I'm going to pick, but I'm not going to tell people now.
No, I think you might have hinted at it, but yeah, absolutely the case that there's a lot of individual considerations about vetoes, and you don't really have the richness of being able to veto multiple maps or do a pick ban and all that stuff the way that it was happening in series play, which again, all 3 of these players will be familiar with given the fact that they came up through the qualifier. That's not true in the other groups. In each of the other groups, we had 1 player who accepted an invitation from the previous Battlements, so only 2 of the 3 players actually qualified in. This is the rarity in that respect. I say it's probably a good time to maybe pick HitEmUp's brain about his veto and his choice of pick, because obviously it makes sense for Zerg to not necessarily want to play on Rage Slave, but HitEmUp is not necessarily planning on rolling Zerg. Let's bring him in here. The Tyrant himself, it is HitEmUp, and he is currently here to talk about, I guess, a couple of things. Not just his veto, not just his pick, but also how he's feeling ahead of the tournament. How the hell are you, sir?
I mean, I'm alive, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right. I did see that you had some adventures in the evening or in the wee hours of the previous of this morning, I guess, and then here you are waking up nice and early to get the first group out of the way.
Yeah, this is it's gonna be fun, I guess.
How are you feeling overall? Because before this tournament, I'll say as a general note, in most of the tournaments you've played in, you've been like, you described yourself as a bit of a practice bourgeois, but then you get maybe some nerves going in. Then you started changing your tune very noticeably. You started being like, well, I'm just going to not lose a single map. You obviously did do that in Acropolis number 2 Gauntlet Stage A. You didn't drop a single map in your imperious march into qualification. Now here you are. Do you actually think Zerg is Imba after all? Like, did you get changed your mind changed on that with some practice, or what's the story there?
I don't think it's Imba per se. I just think like they get away with way too much for free now, and I don't like playing against them.
There you go. Okay. Well, with that being said, you are going to be picking Rage Slave here after vetoing Blackwater Bastion. I think you said that mostly you vetoed it because your units end up pathing in strange odds and ends. That being said, Rage Slave, I know it's a map that you specifically requested and bountied. As a result, it makes sense you'd have some attachment to it, but do you actually think it plays well versus Zerg? Because it does feel like a map that maybe Zerg typically does veto or try to steer away from in the series that I've cast so far.
I think it's actually a relatively good Zerg map.
Okay.
It's just, like, I don't know how it actually plays very much right now with the new ramps, but it feels decent. And to be fair, like, I just don't want to play a 4-player map against a goddamn Zerg right now.
There you go, yeah.
Nightmare.
You go for a 3-spawn map instead, and then it's obviously a very, like, depending on the spawns, if somebody's at the 3 o'clock position, you can get some pretty fast-paced games out of that.
Yeah, well, we'll see how that goes. I mean, I'm kind of scared. Let's see.
Well, you are leaving a bit to chance here because you're going into this this round as random, of course, and you're also going into the map overall with a chance to be closer or further away because it's a 3-spawn map. So there's definitely a roll of the dice going on over here. That being said, I will leak to the players. You selected 69. That is also what Shambler will probably select when it's his time to pick his random number. For those who are unaware, when you set up for the first match of the day, it's a pick where you have to select a number between 1 and 100, and then I randomly get a number between 1 and 100 from random.org, and then this time around I rolled 100, and everybody other than you, HitEmUp, selected the number 1. So then I had to use JarrellStorm's seeding privileges to give him the advantage there. There was no hope. As soon as, if he wanted to play second, there was no hope for him because Kenoli voted 1 and Jarrell responded later anyway. So it was no hope for him. He had to do it. But with that all said, now that we're getting into the nitty gritty of this tournament, really the meat and potatoes, so to speak, do you reckon that you'll be able to advance here? Are you worried at all about it? Or is it just a question of, do I get out in first versus second? What are your thoughts on that?
In all honesty, like I think I should get out like pretty easily.
Okay.
There is a chance with like I don't know how Jarrell plays right now. I know he's grinded against Ramen a bunch, so I don't know what his level's currently like.
Gotcha.
I know what Kenoli's gonna do.
Okay.
Like I know that guaranteed.
You've got him downloaded. All right.
Like 7 Larvosk, 2,000 minerals. Is a move.
Yep. Okay. Fair enough. So, okay, well, in that case, I guess this first matchup will be very instructive then, because you'll be able to get maybe a read on what Jarrell's up to, depending on how long the game goes. All right, well, Neblime, do you have any thoughts or questions for our resident tyrant here?
I guess it's not really a question, it's just a hope. Please roll Protoss and show me what to do. That's my request.
I don't even know what to do, so we'll see.
Yeah, he's just
he
gonna
says
hit
that
buttons.
now.
Yeah.
See, like I was saying, he pendulums between like, oh, I have nerves in tournament, I'm doomed, and like, oh, you're all fucked, it's over. So
yeah, there is this other thought going on that he says if he wins this tournament, it's very likely that he'll
he's gonna
decide
quit because he's won everything. It's over.
he's gonna semi-retire so he can coach a pupil, which is very interesting to me. We'll see if that ends up being the truth or not. HitEmUp, thank you for joining us for the interview. Best of luck in your matches today, and I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot more of you as time goes on. Any final words before we close out the interview?
TheNightFox is wrong on everything.
Okay, classic move. All right, man. See you soon. And with that, I think it's probably a good time to bring in JarrellStorm, HitEmUp's opponent. We've got the Storm himself. How the hell are you, Jarrell?
Oh, doing okay.
Welcome, sir. You are indeed the second seed in this particular group. So you wind up in the sort of in the middle, a sandwich, if you will, between HitEmUp and Kenoli. How are you liking your odds in this group? Obviously, I feel like very few people like playing against HitEmUp, like being matched against HitEmUp, because he is a formidable character. But when you're talking about Kenoli being on the lower end of your group, and you're just talking about the way that Zerg seems pretty favored in a lot of people's minds versus Protoss, and maybe a little bit versus Terran in the early stages of the game, how are you liking this current focus? What are you thinking about your projections in this tournament? You think you're going to make it out of groups?
I'd like to feel confident about making it out of groups, but really I was just kind of playing for the experience, for fun, to say that I could, and so I don't know. I had a lot of fun going through the gauntlet, and so running into HitEmUp right on the other side of that is kind of trial by fire now, I guess. It's it's the big bad, the ultimate boss. So we'll see if I do pretty good here and do make it out, then I'd like to think that I can go pretty far. But I don't know. It's going to be a bit of a coin flip, I think.
Could be. I mean, he is random, and it is on Rage Slave, a 3-spawn map. I'll also throw out here as a little stat, I was tallying up people's winnings from the Gauntlet stage, because obviously every match that you win there does give you some money. You actually played 6 series to qualify at a Gauntlet Stage A. I think that's the maximum number of series you could have played, I'm pretty sure, because you won the opener, and then you ended up falling to the lower bracket courtesy of Ayud, who also managed to qualify in through on the other side of the lower bracket. And you just managed to slowly but surely, steadily march your way through, even taking down the favorite in Arbuz. So it seems like your versus Protoss has improved a lot. I do remember that being a sticking point for a lot of Zergs before this tournament, and before the meta really settled down. And so now you're maybe you're feeling, like you said, you obviously there's the fun factor, the experience factor, but it does sound like there's a little bit of confidence there. So in that respect, do you have many thoughts on Kenoli? Because we talked a little bit about HitEmUp, but Kenoli's kind of the wild card in this group. Like, maybe not very many people would have picked him to make it out. I'm happy to have a guy who's new to the project make it in on his first attempt, well, his second attempt technically, because he was in the second gauntlet as well. But that's an interesting spot to find him in, right?
It is. That is. I think that, yeah, he has some interesting ideas, and he really pushes the envelope when it comes to what Zerg can really accomplish in the very early stages of the game. But I haven't really seen a lot of his games get past like the 7 or 8 minute mark. They usually seem to be pretty well decided. Even if they do go longer than that, the game has been kind of over for a while after then. So I guess that might be something that I could try and aim to do, is just drag the game out a little bit. But even then, I don't know. He has some surprisingly strong attacks that just seem to come out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And that's more what I was talking about, a coin flip, is that ZVZ seems like it kind of rides the line pretty closely between, I don't know, just a little tiny miss micro here, or oh, I just queued up a bunch of units and now something's marching across the map that I just don't have time to prepare for anymore, or I don't know, surprise naths that you were thinking about all game long, and you just like figured that it wasn't coming anymore, so I moved out, and then oh no, now I'm dead. It's just it's very knife fighty feeling. That it's very knife's edge.
That's right. On the edge. Neblime, you've seen a few ZVZs with me because you obviously casted some of those qualifying series. You agree with Jarrell here on his analysis?
Yes, I've seen a few ZVZs in my time. Look, man, I am not a NAF fan. I am not a NAF enjoyer. So I'm looking at it and I'm like, what are you doing? Like I keep saying, every Terran and Zerg player out there, and this includes you, JarrellStorm, I see you play and I'm like, you're doing it wrong. Give it to me. Let me play Zerg. So I think there are ways, but I wouldn't know. I have no actual experience since Acropolis 1, so I can't really talk. And they've definitely got a lot of wins out there. So who knows?
Yeah, I agree. I think Naths are good, but they aren't the end all be all unit.
Yeah, there is. Oh, go ahead.
HitEmUp being random, did you do anything to prepare for playing her against him, and how did you do that?
I guess I just sought out the best players from each race that I could and tried to figure out the matchups.
Isn't that HitEmUp for all three though?
It kind of is, but you can't settle for HitEmUp when he's the opponent, right? So
Yes,
I was kind of more looking for like TopRamen and Ayud for all of my Zerg versus Terran matchups, and then I really was not running into Arbuz until the tournament. But I've had a couple of games against you, Neblime, and before the Zerg, or I guess around the changes that Zerg happened, I had a lot of games with Hamster. So I was trying to prepare the best I could, but I don't know. Everything's changing so quickly. It's hard to keep
up. Hey man, Hamster and I played like literally 100+ games for Acropolis 1, and that carried me to victory. So that's encouraging. He's a good practice partner.
He is. He's very good.
He's the cool guy. He always goes for the best way to play the game. Like so there's the best way to play the game when it comes to the actual meta, and then there's the best way to play the game for a spectator sport. And Hamster is after that spectator experience. He will go for the wildest strat, just because he thinks he can, the showboatiest one. Not because he's trying to ego, but just because he wants to get really good games. There were so many times where he had a method that nobody knew what to solve with. Like I remember his Protoss when he did the Legionnaire Kabbalist sort of timing that busted a lot of Zerg players back in the day. This is like Acropolis 1 era. And then there was a bunch of work that he did with like Nath rushes back in Ascension 7 last year, and he would do that for one game, but then he would pivot away from it, not because he was worried about the counter, but just because he knew if I just win with the same strategy in 3 games, it's not entertaining. So shout out to Hamster. We'll be getting to him tomorrow.
Yeah, he's a fun guy.
That's right. All right, Jarrell. Well, I certainly wish you good luck going into Rage Slave and going into the rest of these matches. We're going to take about 5 minutes to talk to Kenoli, since he did just show up for an interview, and then we'll be getting on with your game. So I'll go ahead and check for ready in about, like I said, 3 to 5 minutes for that. Any final words for us before we send you off?
None come to mind. Just praying I do well. So we'll see what happens.
All right. GLHF, man.
Hey.
And we are going to bring in Kenoli. The man, the myth, the start location for an avatar. It is Kenoli. He is here. What's going on, my man?
Hey, how's it going?
Man, it's going pretty well. Neblime was just commenting earlier that this is the first time he's going to be able to live cast some of your gameplay since the other times were over replays. I, of course, have, I think, technically only casted your gameplay through replays as well, so it's a first for both of us. But that being said, we're talking about a Zerg-heavy tournament. We're talking about, in this case, a Zerg-heavy group. 2.3333 to be exact, because, of course, HitEmUp is random. Do you have much of an idea for... Did you prep well? You got a game plan down? Because HitEmUp's a daunting enemy, but so too is Jarrell for some people. What do you think of your chances in this group?
I'm not sure I've played Jarrell, or at least I don't remember. So,
okay.
I have no idea there. I've played HitEmUp a bit. He's not invincible. I've taken some games off of him, but clearly he's favored. So I've just been practicing generally, not really against anything in, any particular strategy or build order or anything like that.
Okay, I got that. Neblime, can you believe this guy? He walks up, he qualifies through the last chance qualifier, makes it in, he goes up against HitEmUp, and his commentary on HitEmUp, he's not invincible. I wish everybody had his confidence. Come on, dude, that's awesome.
Honestly, we need a bit of that.
Yeah.
Someone's got to take him down, man. He said he'd be the villain in chat earlier, so you could be the hero, Kenoli,
Maybe.
Maybe. We are going to be talking about a little bit about your veto here, since it was there. That is a question that escaped me from talking to Jarrell earlier. I should have asked him why he vetoed Check Stealer of all maps. But you ended up picking Decapitation. Do you feel it's particularly ill-favored for Zerg, or is it just more of your personal playstyle kind of thing that you don't like it?
Yeah, I'm just not a fan. It's kind of it's a strange layout.
Mm-hmm.
Hard to read, kind of.
Sure, yeah. It's worth pointing out too.
Mini maps.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean.
Yeah. It's worth pointing out, Kenoli's actually been contributing code behind the scenes to improve minimap rendering in the lobby and in the game. We haven't gotten them in yet, but we will be looking into that for sure, probably after this weekend's events are done, although it's also Thanksgiving week, so who knows about that. But soon enough, we will have that in, I think, before Christmas for sure, and I'm looking forward to that. So maybe after the minimap rendering update, Kenoli will be a fan of Decapitation, but I posit maybe not, because it is indeed a strange layout when it comes to the placements of it. Some people like it. Some people really like it. I remember HitEmUp saying that he really appreciated it, although I think that was before he found out that you could get ramp camped. And now, who knows? Who knows what people like about it, or if they like it at all. I think I saw Art of Turtle being a Decapitation enjoyer in the chat earlier, so there's still some homies out there. That being said, it's going to be an interesting time. This is your first time in an event like this. Do you have much experience playing in events and competitions in general? Like, did you have many expectations, for example, going into the Gauntlet? Was it just like, I'll see what it's like? Because you're a fairly recent convert to playing Cosmonarchy to begin with. So how are you liking your time overall? And what were your thoughts about signing up to the tournament to begin with?
In the beginning, I didn't even know there was a tournament. I think Smarty was like, oh, you should go sign up. So I just kind of did, but I didn't really know like who was playing or what the format was or any of this, or that there was a previous tournament and all that. And the whole format and like tournament structure, whatever, playing in a tournament is fairly new to me. So it's been pretty interesting.
There you go. man after interesting experiences. And I mean, you clearly are having fun with the game overall, since you're still gaming, still playing it. That being said you prepped mostly from the perspective of just playing generally. I saw you were practicing, even, you were playing with the tier 3 stuff as Zerg versus Shadu. Shout out Shadu, a fairly recent player who joined us as well. Didn't end up getting in time to sign up for the tournament. I'm not sure that he would have anyway, but cool guy anyway. That being said, we're going into this sort of thing where now it's supposed to separate the wheat from the chaff, so to speak. And do you give yourself are you even really looking particularly? Are you like Jarrell, where you're just looking for the experience, for the fun, or do you actually think, no, wait a second, I'm going to get out of these groups, I'm going to make it to playoffs? Are you going to shock the world again? Because you kind of did that just by qualifying.
Oh yeah, I can beat all these people.
Nice.
I like that. Now, Neblime, do you have any closing questions for Kenoli here before we kick things off in proper?
Yeah, since it was Smarty Cake who invited you to the tournament, he told you about it. How do you feel about knocking him out?
Oh yeah, I completely steamrolled him twice. I
so
didn't
not
really,
that bad, apparently.
didn't really expect, because we had played a bunch previously, and especially earlier on when I was newer, he was winning a lot, and even later, it was pretty even.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I guess he kind of fell apart in the tournament matches.
That still puzzles me to this day. The fact that Smarty Cakes is not here, not because I thought he would necessarily be super favored versus you. I expected it to be an even matchup, kind of like what you were just saying, where after you got played up in the matchup and in the game, you were starting to be a bit more even. And then he also almost qualified over jakulangski. He played well versus JarrellStorm, versus TheNightFox. He did very well versus other Zergs in the tournament. And I don't know if it's just a mental block, because he's like, I invited this guy and he's stealing my spot. I don't know what was going on there, but it was pretty funny to see his reactions to some of those things. I think, maybe he's definitely not been enjoying the versus Zerg matchup as much as the other matchups. And so pour one out for Smarty Cakes. He's not joining us here. But that being said, it's still a time to be alive. It's still a time to be enjoying the game and the matchups therein. I am very much looking forward to HitEmUp and Neblime showing the way when it comes to Protoss versus Zerg. But in Neblime's case, we're going to have to wait for him to inevitably make it out of the Battlements stage, because otherwise he's not going to face any Zergs. So that'll be really funny if that ends up happening. But there you go. Kenoli, any closing thoughts for us before we kick things off?
Hopefully we'll see all Zerg mirror matchups in this group.
That's right.
As HitEmUp rolls Zerg over and over.
Yes.
Other than that, anything could happen.
Anything could happen. That's right. Even Kenoli qualifying 4-0. All right. We'll see you soon, sir. And GLHF, enjoy the show for the first match, and then we'll be pinging you for your map selection when it's time for you to join up. So, GG's. Thanks for joining us for the interview. Neblime, I think it's about ready. We're about ready. Are you about ready? Because our players might be about ready.
I am about ready. Yeah, man. Let's get these matches started.
Let's get these matches started. We took a good amount of time just chilling, just hanging out, but it looks like we are about to get things rolling. It's going to be Rage Slave as our starter. HitEmUp taking on JarrellStorm. That's the top seed versus the bottom seed. And we immediately got bopped by somebody not updating. Well, actually, hold on. I'll wait for it, because it might have been you.
Excuse me, I'm not in the game.
Oh, it might have not been you. Why didn't you join?
Wow. Well, I didn't have time, I guess. I didn't open the game till just now, but that's fine. It probably would have been laggy, so please just give me a stream.
No, it's okay. I'm going to
recommend...
Yeah.
I recommend you have everyone delete their maps folder. That consistently has fixed this for me.
Yep. Well, I didn't update... I didn't change Rage Slave at all.
I know, but I think it's a bug with people having versions of it in the download folder. I believe that's what's causing it. So if it happens again, just have everyone delete completely their maps, and it should work.
We're gonna see what happens, because it might just work fine. That was a classic false start after all of that movement. Positioning his hand, his key on. What is the pushing V thing? That's what I want to know. Everybody keeps talking about the. Oh yeah, I'm pushing V. I'm doing this. Doing that, doing this, doing that. All right, we are going to be taking a look. It is actually HitEmUp rolling Zerg. He's the Scarlet Zerg, I think, in the bottom or in the mid right. Oh, it's Vermilion, of course. And JarrellStorm is up here in the top left. As what color is this? Any guesses, Neblime?
I mean, I'm just gonna say, well, I'm looking at the stream on one monitor and the player on the other. It's like way brighter on the stream, by the way. Crimson, is that a color we have?
No, for Jarrell, not for him.
Oh, for Jarrell? Oh, I don't know the names of all the colors, dude. I don't even know. I'm gonna call it dark blue. That's a good name.
I'm gonna say it's Cordovan. Oh, I was right. Hell yeah, dude.
No, it's midnight green on my screen. Oh, they actually have different colors for both as well. You know, you should know. I did get the hash, by the way, so I'm probably decent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just got the invalid player flag. But what do you mean it's me? It wasn't me the first time.
It is you.
I'm just gonna,
no, it's you, dude. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just gonna get out of here. You look at the stream, but I'm just saying it was nothing to do with me the first time because I wasn't in the game.
No, it's you. HitEmUp is going for a Hydrith opener here, ladies and gentlemen. This is a ridiculous match already because we have none other than HitEmUp rocking up with his cheese. He is not making any gas. He is just going to be going for straight into like 3 Azira cores off of his Hatcherosk. And it's a standard Larvosk pool for JarrellStorm.
Yeah, well, this is something we haven't seen at all, right? And I assume HitEmUp isn't just winging this, right? He wouldn't be the kind of player to just be like, whatever, I'll just wing it. But like, how? Oh, you know what? I have seen this. I don't think it was from HitEmUp actually. You just kind of run the 3 Izzies in and start hitting Drolevs, and obviously Zevs can't really catch them, and Quads aren't too fast either, so it's kind of just like, oh, how are you going to stop me killing your workers, buddy? And kind of move. Now, that said, he doesn't have a Larvosk, right? And he's actually down on workers already, although another K-Grit just got morphed. So you do have to do damage with this, or you will be behind. And we have seen before that though Hydras are sort of a superior unit, they do not really beat Quaslisks until there's big scaling, and generally you kind of want Quas in front of them anyway. So HitEmUp basically is putting himself at a disadvantage if he doesn't get damage done. Now, will he get damage done? It seems likely. There's only, 4 Quas units right now, and 2 more Quaslisks coming up. So, I don't know, it looks pretty dicey for Jarrell. The best thing against this, I suppose, would probably be like a Surkov, but who's going to make that, right? Or just enough Quas to just, like, block the ramp. Because I don't think Zep's are very good here. Oh, he's pulling back, though. No, this is not what you want to do.
Remember, there's a 4th Azira core heading across the map right now to join the other 3. He will not wait. He will charge directly in. There's more Quas being made. So we're talking about an 8 Quasilisk versus 4 Azira core matchup right now. And that should be enough to at least push HitEmUp away, but he's actually getting caught a little bit there, not actually right-click in the right spot. And looks like right now he is going to go ahead and reset. His Hatcherosk is already coming online for the expansion. He can go into heavy gas play if he wants to. We have an Ovaleth being made for JarrellStorm, so I expect he will try to do a Quas drop.
Yeah, so I'm intrigued that HitEmUp just got completely deflected there and he didn't try and run around and hit workers anyway, because again, I feel like he's just put himself behind now. Yeah, he's getting a Hatcherosk, but Jarrell has 3 Larvosks.
Yeah.
And like I said, the Hydrith units aren't really better than the Quas units until you get to a bigger scale. And if he can survive until then, he's got a good setup with the ramp though. The ramp is huge for these Azira cores, but I mean, that's just a lot of Quasilists. What are you going to do at the end of the day?
Well, he's not making anything behind this. Both players having a decent amount of bank right now. It feels like right about now, this is a point where HitEmUp should have been playing a little bit differently, unless maybe I'm the one who's decent. That could very well be the case.
Yeah, it seems like this is probably a decent game because I would not expect these players to get this many minerals. So we don't know what the hell's going on.
No, we do not. I'll wait for the Quas to stop moving, and that will be the time where I can ask one of them to move through. Yeah, that's a classic move there. It looks to me like with the Quas pushing up the ramp, I don't know, like HitEmUp is still HitEmUp's fine. Like HitEmUp internally right now, like in the actual reality, HitEmUp's fine. That Ovaleth is probably coming in with a drop. So I'm gonna wait for the drop to, in theory, like finish out or whatever. At least the Ovaleth.
Well, we can't tell if it's happening or not.
Yeah,
that's
right.
the problem. We don't know what's actually moving.
Yeah. So say, is it safe to pause? That's what I'll ask. Well, no, the Ovaleth is moving in now. I'm pretty sure this is where the drop is going to come in. Let's see what the reaction is. Well, okay, he's pulled the workers now. So I'm casting a game that's not legit right now. I'm going to go ahead and I'm once again going to blame Neblime for this, even though it's not his fault. And we're going to have to clear the deck here. See, the workers went back after, so I'm guessing he cleared the drop. And now he's actually looking at Jarrell's base with his own unit. So he's got something over here because he's got his camera over here. Yeah, retasking his workers. Seems good. I'm wondering why I'm not seeing Jarrell's camera. Okay, Jarrell's back at his own base as well. Yeah, I think there's a fight going on in Jarrell's main right now. That's my best guess.
Seems like. You know, the best case scenario would be if the game ends right now and we could just zoom through the replay or something. That would be good.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna ask them for a replay at some point because then we can actually take a look at it for real. But pretty funny situation.
These causal things. HitEmUp's still in his base, dude.
Yep.
Unless he just like keeps looking like he really built 3 levels.
Yeah, I know. I'll wait for them to both be like. I think maybe now is a good time. Maybe not. The Ovoleth's coming back in. Drop number 2. Because Jarrell was actually looking over at the Ovoleth. He was loading it up with units. So he's going to come back in looking for maybe a little bit more of a scout. That's really interesting. I'm really surprised the Azira cores didn't do any damage in the early stages of the game because I do feel like he could have stayed and fought, but he didn't want to chance it. Because obviously if he ends up losing those, he's got a hatch coming. He has way less larva production. He needs to keep the Azira cores up and running. So that's
that Overlap just died, or it was empty. It was just
no, it's kind of coming back in.
Alive.
Yeah. I think it might have just been feigning a drop or whatever, looking for a reaction. That's something you can do. I like to do that.
At natural. I think Jarrell's probably attacking the natural right now.
They're both looking at the same area. You can tell by the camera screen. We're casting from the camera on the minimap. That's what we're doing. Kenoli was talking about how he likes the good-looking minimaps. This is like, how right were we? We can guess our reactions based on when we look through the replay later on.
Yeah, true. That'd be fascinating. So, I mean, does it look like Jarrell has the upper hand? I don't know. I think a bunch of Izzy's might have run in and killed some Drollev. I don't know.
Right.
Who can say?
Shadow boxing, shadow casting. That's what's happening right now. That hatch will eventually die.
Can they just go home so we can pause this, please? Maybe they're chill now. I mean, look, they're both at home. What do you think?
Yeah. I'm gonna ask if it's safe to pause. We'll see what they end up saying because I think HitEmUp's moving out through the map right now. Let's see if they. Okay. All right. Let's do it. Bear with us, ladies and gentlemen. We will be back on the feed in just a moment. I'm going to ask one of them to stream their POV. I guess I'll take HitEmUp.
I could watch one and give the insight.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Well, the problem is that we can't be in the same... I wouldn't want them to stream their own POV into the same thing.
True, there are issues there.
Yeah. So I'll say HitEmUp.
I'm intrigued to see what the game state is.
Yeah, I'm going to... Hey, HitEmUp. Can you stream your POV to this channel? Or do you have permissions? Does it let you?
I think it's good.
Yeah, I see it.
Perfect.
Want to deafen there?
Yeah, if you want to just go ahead and deafen for us, thank you very much, sir. Okay, we are back in action, allegedly, in an alternate reality where it actually works properly. And we're going to go ahead and take a look at that. Give me 1 second to set it up on the stream here. Okay. We are going to go ahead and wait for them to R it up. And okay, we are now. I mean, I just have to pan away.
So first thing I noticed, by the way, is there are a lot of Drollev corpses on the ramp. So something happened there. Although that said, HitEmUp's economy is in pretty good shape given what we saw transpire. Yeah, look at that. There's no Drollevs at Kenoli's natural. So actually, I think Kenoli is about to lose. It looks
Kenoli's
like
not even playing yet.
Damage.
You can't do that. It's not desync damage. Well, that was anticlimactic.
Glad we got that stream.
All right. Well, with that said, we did it, boys. We totally did it.
Now,
all right.
As a precaution against these things, I think
we should do exactly what you were saying. We're going to have them go ahead and delete their maps folder before the next round. I'm going to ask HitEmUp if he can... can you post last replay? I want to take a look at that replay, and then you and I will...
Tell them to only delete the root and download folders. Don't delete the replays because you probably want to keep those.
Yeah. That's very funny. we finally, I was like, no, we can just wait for the game to end. And then, I was like, well, maybe, the game's still going on. We should have just done that because then we could have done that there. All right, we're going to go ahead and zoom through this replay in just a moment. Let me
launch up real quick. Yeah.
I'm going to, well, I think I'll just probably stream it to you if you're good with that because we can,
sure,
we can fast forward the first bit there. All right, so that's very funny. I'm a big fan. Classic move. Please delete your... Let's go... What would we say? Go to Starcraft, Cosmonarchy...
Yeah, Starcraft maps, and then delete the root and download folders.
That will protect against that. Okay, so I'm now going to go ahead and launch up the replay, and then we'll get onto it for real. You know, in the YouTube VOD, I can just like cut to this point, and it'll be like nothing ever happened, right? So
Yeah, no one will know.
no one will know. Only you live viewers will know. That's it. All right, I'm going to go ahead and get us back into action, and then I will go ahead and start the stream for you, so you can also see it, my good sir.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I see. The Kenoli also just clued me in on what was happening with the the V key is for Vorv. I thought it was like Vornath for the pool or something, but no. I guess people complain about Vorvs just like they complain about Nats. Okay, so again, going into this, right, we've got HitEmUp. He's going to go ahead. I'm going to speed through a little bit. We're going to get to see his Hydrith follow up here.
Yeah, so I believe it was genuine that the Izzy's got deflected with no Drolef kills, though, which makes me wonder how HitEmUp got himself in such a good position. I guess already having invested in the Hydrith is a good thing.
Really, I think the thing that happened here is that Jarrell should have noticed that the Zets were being cleared, but he actually doesn't pan his camera over there. So that's a critical thing that, like, Jarrell had no idea this was coming, even though HitEmUp thinks Jarrell knows. So that's a really funny little bit there to take a look at. The Azure cores are going to go ahead and charge on in. And of course, the Larvosks are going to be like a pseudo wall. Some of the Azure cores were attacking like eggs and stuff. So that ends up not being too good. I don't know what happened there. It feels like maybe they right-clicked like before the cliff instead of after. That happens a lot in StarCraft 1 when you right-click just a little bit off of where you wanted to go. Then your units will it'll be more than it'll be worse than if you right-clicked further as opposed to that. So at this point, HitEmUp does have only minerals. He is not getting any Vespene, and I'm still wondering if maybe. Does this break in the same way? I think it does. So I still have my reality. My broken reality is still in place.
Well, I guess we'll never know.
We'll never know what happened. We'll never know.
I will save us watching the rest of it, I guess.
Yep. Okay, well, there you go. That's it. We're still dreaming. We're going to wake up now, and it's going to be time to start Battlements. That's how
I sure hope so. Yeah, HitEmUp got a point just because he's that advantage.
He is indeed.
And actually, Kenoli gets to go first, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Kenoli needs to pick a map also.
That's right. So Kenoli will select the first or the second map, the first map, wink, and then I will go ahead and update our scoreboard here. Anything but Rage Slave and BB. Okay. Yeah, the reason why there's like that weird download hashing issue where if they have like the same app in downloads as they do in the same file name, it'll like load the wrong one, which is really dumb. I don't know why it happens.
Yeah, it is unfortunate. I mean, is it possible to implement it so that whenever you launch the game, it deletes your download folder?
Well, we could do that, but I do think that would be pretty bad because some people use the folder for, like, Kenoli makes maps, right? So I had to specifically say, for his sake, don't delete your own maps. Like, if you use that as your maps backup, like, don't delete CMBW root then. Just go into it and delete, for example, the 1v1 folder. And then if you have maps in that, you got to go further back and just delete the event folder or something. But re-downloading it that way will indeed fix the problem. As far as we are aware. So, yeah, it's worth throwing out here that with HitEmUp taking that first game, it was a ZVZ. He had a game plan. It gets thwarted. Jarrell's still not able to mount a successful defense. Now, the biggest problem for all of us at home is that we still don't know how Jarrell was cracked exactly. We don't know how HitEmUp managed to take that first match, and neither does Kenoli. And that means that Kenoli will be in the dark about how to face off against HitEmUp should the ZVZ roll. But I was going to say, it worked out really nicely for Kenoli in that respect because he got to see some ZVZ. It's just he didn't really get to see some ZVZ. We didn't get to see some ZVZ.
This is a big advantage for HitEmUp, right? Yeah. All that we know is it was Hydra, but we don't know how that won. Obviously, we saw the last 3 seconds where he was just like moving the ramp. It did seem like he snuck some Azure cores into the base. I think that's probably what happened.
That's right. So I guess since the whole Aussie lag thing, do you want me to just keep the stream POV going?
I mean, let me try it. It might be all right. We're on Crown Link, baby. It's pretty good.
Yeah. All right. Let me just make
Jesse re-updated, or are we still back on the old one?
No, we had to roll back to the old one. I don't think they've re-updated it since. So.
Well, that's right. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah. All right. It'll be HitEmUp being challenged on near impact by Kenoli. Now waiting for Kenoli to load into the lobby. HitEmUp's already here. As always, he's pretty quick with the mechanics, and so I think that makes a lot of sense.
That lobby joining time, man. It's a real skill.
That's right. So as Kenoli loads in, he has blooped in.
And apparently, yeah, 8i0 cores in a mineral line. We had to get the HitEmUp sort of a recap afterwards. And indeed, the drops apparently even were so effective that they sniped the Hydrith. We did think, Neblime, that there was a lot of drops. There was like counterattacks and stuff. That's pretty good. And a Zeth drop, of all things, ended up working out. So
yeah, man, HitEmUp in lighting us. That was it sounded like a weird game. My God, shame to miss it.
I agree with what people are saying in the chat too, is that if people just end up streaming their POVs always, then that could also work out. But then that we have to make like separate channels for that, which is fine. I can do that real quick.
Hit him up with the pendulum again. He was worried he was going to throw. I mean, seems to me he just came in here and had like a new ZVZ meta, the Hydra opening, and just easily crushed what I saw. I mean, I don't know if he's listening to the cast right now, but I think you know, based on that first game, we're still conforming with our predictions of the HitEmUp 4, and nothing is really questioning that so far.
Yeah, I think so as well. Unfortunately, even though I just tried to make the channel inside the Discord is stupid. I will get it there eventually, don't worry. All right, I'm going to go ahead and move HitEmUp to competitor 1 in the voice channel. And then we are going to go ahead and get him to stream his POV, and that's what we'll do. Okay, perfect. He is he's already figured it out. I didn't even have to say anything, which means he's listening to the stream, which means he's hacking. Yeah. No, I'm just kidding. All right. I think we're ready to go then. We'll just use HitEmUp's POV for now, and then I'll configure the rest of them between the other groups.
All righty.
Okay, let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2. It's going to be Kenoli taking on HitEmUp. It is near impact. This is the most lopsided matchup you could imagine in the tournament right now, based on seed and presumed player strength. And that will indeed. Oh, I didn't.
Well, I hope you didn't. Sorry to interrupt you. Carry on.
I don't know. I kind of don't want to chance yet another thing, but I guess we have the insurance policy in HitEmUp's POV, so it's fine. HitEmUp is the top left. He has rolled Zerg. I'm assuming so.
Anyway, carry on. Yeah, I just hope this one doesn't desync as well.
I mean, we have the POV, so it's not really that big of a deal because we have the insurance policy, so it's all good. But Kenoli is going to go ahead and be the Pumpkin Zerg, as always. And HitEmUp, I already spoiled myself. I was going to guess... I don't know what I would have guessed. I probably wouldn't have guessed blood. I probably would have guessed maroon. It is blood. I'm going to take a point off of myself for the color guessing for that one, you know? So I'm 50% color accuracy right now. But Kenoli is like a cheat because he's always pumpkin.
HitEmUp, it looks like he's going down the same path, by the way, because he's getting a lot of minerals if he wanted a Larvosk. I'm pretty sure he's going to throw down the Hydra and then Hatrosk again. In fact, oh, okay, there you go. Never mind, everything I say is a lie. He gets a pool and a K-Grunt. Why such a late K-Grunt, I wonder? Because you can see he's going to miss the Larvosk timing here. I see you, HitEmUp, criticizing every single thing you do. Whereas Kenoli seems to be running a bit more on time. His Larvosk is well ahead. I mean, yeah, HitEmUp's getting a couple more draw left this way, but you could have... oh no, we got hashes on them as well.
Yeah, that was you.
Oh yeah, that's yeah, goodbye.
You're already
it looks like HitEmUp's going to have a couple draw left advantage, but I don't think you need to delay the Larvosk for that. The classic, can I kill the Larvosk? I don't know, if you do nothing, maybe I will.
No, I don't think you can ever kill the Larvosk beforehand, but I do like the idea of, you know, trying to do that. There's a second K-Grunt being made. It's a little bit further out, but I think that's just to spread that K-Gra. So HitEmUp's going to go ahead and revert back to the mean. Regress to the mean, in fact. Regression, of course, a cornerstone of Zerg. And Kenoli just waiting for his pool to pop so he can go ahead and jump straight into... I'm thinking this is going to be mass quaz.
Yeah, well, that's kind of what you have to make, because they've just died at quaz. They're so bad against Quazless. It's kind of insane. And you sometimes you think like, oh, I've got 20 Zephs, I can take on those like 6 quads. I mean, I guess in that specific numbers you sort of can, but it's so like they just pop so fast, dude.
Yeah. It really depends on the engagement, like where the quads are laid out. So yeah, I'm thinking based on this. Oh, look at that! I think we even had a rare canceled egg. So what happens is if you have enough larvae, if you would have over 3 larvae, then it gets canceled. He actually cancels the quaz entirely and goes into workers. Kenoli playing a little bit on the greedier side. There are some Zeths moving across the map.
Well, literally 2 quads will be enough for those. He's making 6. I think when he's done in time, I mean, look, in theory, HitEmUp could run in here and like kill a Drolef or 2, but is he going to be that aggressive? I mean, you assume quads are on the ramp, so you probably just check for the expo, then you like timidly poke, and you're like, oh my god, are they really not there? And then you run up, and then by then they've hatched, you know? So I like it very much from Kenoli. When I was playing Zerg, I'd do this kind of thing where I'd go 7 pool and see what they're doing. If they're going their own 7 pool, I just make Drolef, right? Same thing. So I like how Kenoli's playing so far. It's very reactive, getting those Lavos.
Okay, so he's actually done a really nice scout here. HitEmUp has scouted gas harvesting, Vornath on the way. So HitEmUp should definitely know that something is up, indeed. He's going to go ahead and capitulate those Zets in the base. Feels like maybe he could have chain burrowed them or something. Remember, you can shift order the first burrow order. Everything after that, no good. But the first one works.
Okay, so I think HitEmUp's going to get an advantage here because he has the 3rd Lavos, whereas Kenoli's invested into this Vornath, and presumably HitEmUp's not going to be blindsided by any Nafs at this point.
He's got so many quads anyway.
Yeah. It looks like Kenoli's going to like make a batch of like 3 or 4 pairs of Nafs and go across right away.
I was actually going to go ahead and use that as the gas that he's harvested is just going to be for a Larvosk. He knows that because it was scouted, it's not going to be nearly as powerful. So most of the quads are going to go ahead and wait out by the natural. We've got Kagrant being gestated here for the hatch. And of course, it's actually double Kagrant. Okay, so this is going to be double Spraith to defend versus a potential Nath push, which might be, you might seem like that's an overcommittal, but you can see that our worker count is actually pretty even right now. Vornath coming for HitEmUp, probably not actually for Naths, probably instead for the Vorvs, so he can try to bust through the enemy quads. They definitely do a lot better than Zets do.
HitEmUp's waiting on his own Vornath. Is he about to make a bunch of Nafs himself? I'm just not sure what he's saving all these lava for. Are we experiencing a decent kick on? Well, I guess this is one I've done. Hang on, a fight's going to go down here. Kenoli clearly outnumbered, has to retreat. Gets a couple of Zefs, I guess, for his trouble, but that's fine. He'll be safe back at home, I think. With a couple more units popping out. But yeah, HitEmUp saving up a lot of lava here. I think we might want to switch to that first-person point of view, honestly.
We'll see, because yeah, I feel like the same thing is happening over here on Kenoli's side. Yeah, nothing in the production yet for HitEmUp, even though he selected all the larvae, so I'm going to go ahead and do that. But we don't need to pause the game for that, because we already have everything that we need. So HitEmUp's already pre-deafened. You can, you should be able to join that, Neblime, and start watching this. Okay. Alrighty.
See what's going on here. Oh man, that's a lot more stuff.
Indeed.
71 military units out for hit. Yeah, I was pretty sure he wouldn't have banked up that many lava, and he has already killed the expansion. It looks like Kenoli is on the way to lose already. I mean, he can hold his ramp. Oh, this might be a throw from HitEmUp, actually. Trying to go up here seems extremely dangerous. There's even a Circuit in the back. If HitEmUp just throws his entire army, I mean, Kenoli can still come back. All right, the Navs come in, but the double spray is going to serve HitEmUp very well. Yeah, and HitEmUp lost his entire ground army pretty much doing that. I'm not really sure about that. But is there really any possible chance for meaningful counter damage from Kenoli? I have my doubts.
I think HitEmUp is attacking his own egg with the Nath. I saw the Nath doing the ground attack animation instead. Yeah, he is indeed doing that. So that is not going to work out for him.
Does pull him off in time.
Yeah, there you go. But, you know, he didn't end up scaring off. He did scare off the Nats anyway because Kenoli ends up pulling back. So, you know, overall, resetting it back to a one base ZVZ is indeed a good match to do. Because as of right now, it's even bases. We don't have a lack of that anywhere else. So.
Yeah, it seems like the triple Lavos here was a considerable advantage that we got for HitEmUp. Oh, hang on, he's going to come in with some Zefs. Well, I guess we'll see what I was saying about Zef's first quads. They're actually going to do some damage, surprisingly. Oh, look at that. A bunch more Nafs from Kenoli here. But I just don't think you're going to make it happen with Nafs with the sprays. Yeah, you can disable a Lavos. Can you even do that?
No, I'm not sure that he can, actually. So a little bit of damage on the other side. Kenoli's main base getting heckled a little bit there. Still no expansion for either player right now. It's just going to be pool frenzy. Man, ZVZs indeed are going to be pretty hectic. And, you know, you're right that HitEmUp did mention earlier how he was feeling a little bit nervous in that first game. I feel like he shouldn't be feeling as nervous now that he's got the first jitters out of the way, but apparently he still is.
Well, and he's easily crushing through in these mirror matchups, it looks like. I mean, I guess this game isn't over, but I just see that Kenoli's natural went down. I knew he was down in production. It just seems like a very, very bad situation. And honestly, the fact that HitEmUp has already got the sprays really takes back a big comeback potential here. And we were talking about it, man. Nafs have been super popular in Zerg vs. Zerg, but like sprays are extremely strong. So I think it's just negated that possibility now. And look at this. He's going to expand himself. He's going to go for the cancel, presumably on Kenoli's base again. I'm not sure what Kenoli has exactly, but there's like 40 quads on the way across the map.
Yeah, that's right. And starting to get to a respectable one-base worker count as well for HitEmUp. He's got a bunch of his Nathra Now, here we go. A big engagement down in the middle. This is favoring HitEmUp as well. There's a lot of Zethra out here, but the Quaz count is still high enough that they can deal with this. There is a little bit of a split, though. Actually, Kenoli had a lot of his army out there earlier, but it looks like he's either lost all of his Zeths or they've been pulled back. Remember, more reinforcements coming in. Now, that extreme distance on the Larvosk is definitely going to favor Kenoli there. He's trying to go ahead and remorph it, but instead he's going to end up losing that natural. Kenoli not going to be able to keep that going. And indeed, the Spraits are going to continue providing some work, making it costly to turn these Larvosks off. That's another Sprait being made. Oh, not even a cancel on that hatch. Well, I'm sure that Kenoli has plenty of minerals in the bank anyway, but this is not looking good for him. He's only got the one circuit to defend. He's got no anti-air besides the Quads that are coming out, and that's where the Zets and other Quads for HitEmUp are going to be able to do some pretty good damage there, scrambling to try to get the defenses back and running, but it's not working out.
Yeah, a lot of Quads like AFK in the mineral. I'm not sure if they're expecting the NAFs to die, but not joining the fight on the critical area of the ramp, and it looks like the now HitEmUp's going to do the critical damage. Yeah, he lost his Larvos, but you got to consider how much gas Kenoli lost attacking those as well. It's not really a great trade. And he just turned them all into sprays. He's like, yeah, all right, I don't need Larvos. Then just make more Hatcherosks. So no more NAFs are going to be a problem for this base. Meanwhile, like his force did get cleaned up in there,
yeah,
but it's sort of disrupted Kenoli enough that HitEmUp is just really ahead now.
He's got so many Spraits in the main, right? And so the production is not on his side anymore. He didn't kill any Larvosks on the other side, but I will still give it to HitEmUp because he's got his expansion actually coming online, and he will be able to get more Vespine as well, a critical resource at this stage of the game in the mirror matchup.
Well, 3 Larvosks and a hatch are still up for Kenoli. If he just puts everything into cores and counterattacks right now, is it possible to get enough? I mean, 18 defending this choke is a lot, though. And the window will close soon. I feel like Kenoli's probably just going to try and expand again, because who would have the audacity, right, to try and attack after that? But if he does, I feel like that's his only chance to win here, because it does look like HitEmUp's just going to take over from now on.
Yes, indeed, that's true. It's only a shame that HitEmUp doesn't stream with his game audio on because he doesn't play with game audio. So he's handicapping himself in so many ways.
Wait, what?
Yeah, he doesn't play with game audio. He plays muted.
Off?
Yeah, he does.
Whoa, how does he get like notifications?
He doesn't. He just looks at the map, I guess.
That can give you so much intel as well when you hear like a certain unit attack or something. My God, that's crazy, dude.
I know, yeah.
Doesn't even need sound to go 4-0 in Battlements.
That's right. That's the current prediction right now. We'll see if it holds true. Is that still moving around? That's definitely something that you would expect to happen a little bit differently here, because Kenoli, he probably does have his natural. Like that's what you would expect given the fact that he hasn't attacked right now.
By now, yeah.
Yep. Now, Zets don't shark in fast enough or deep enough to actually see whether or not there is any Kagra being spread, so we're not sure if the hatch is done yet on Kenoli's side. He is actually on the other side of the map, but the one circuit, something like 40 or 30s Quas are actually out right now. This does look like a pretty easy hold for, just gun straight to one base. HitEmUp doesn't want to actually go for tier 2 right now. He doesn't want to really change out and pivot away from the current Zerg tech. This is something that I think is so different from the way that Fox and Kenoli have been doing like pool wars forever. This is in Kenoli's wheelhouse. He doesn't really know what the necessarily how to counter something more Den or Shroud oriented. I feel like that would be an opportunity for HitEmUp to flex his better mechanics and game knowledge just by getting a better comp. But instead, he's going to go ahead and opt into the pool wars. He has 71 military units moving his way across the map. I'm almost positive Kenoli does not have a comparable army.
Yeah, look, the thing is, why would you check into different units? Where if your mechanics are better, surely a complete mirror is the best possible scenario for you. So Kenoli's going to have Quas, HitEmUp's going to have more Quas. That's his plan here.
I guess so.
Now, I'm not sure if he can attack in. I mean, if there's like a single circuit or whatever, even just a sufficient number of Quaslisk, it's probably not going to be a go, but he is controlling the map here. Look at this. Are there any sprays? No, there are not. So Larvos is going to fall down here, and he's going to attack while dragging the Quas into the main. Now, there's a lot of Quas there, but they're not very well positioned, I have to say.
Oh, he's actually going to go and dive at the Quas. There was a Den, or a Shroud rather, being made by Kenoli. A lot of those Nats end up being sacrifices. Just the one little... just the one Zori is still just chatting it out about there. Yeah, Nats are killing workers right now in the back. They killed one of the Larvosks. So that is going to be a concession there for Kenoli to have to deal with. Zets actually being parked out.
He's losing draw lefts.
He's only now burrowing. Okay, now
people really got to be quicker on the trigger with that burrow, man. It doesn't cost you anything, but we always see people like lose several workers before they do it.
The one thing I wonder about is whether or not those gnats sticking around for so long was actually a bit of a mistake from HitEmUp. Not because losing them is particularly bad, but because he's got this really nice little timing for the Zets to start backstabbing. Yet I feel like they're actually going to arrive there in time for reinforcements to be made because the gnats were still there, and Kenoli decided to go for that instead. So here we go. Kenoli going to see if he can maybe set up for a bit of a containment, but that's not actually going to happen. HitEmUp wants to keep the pressure up. If he can continue to distract them as the Zets start to pour in, he might be able to get a jump on those quads before they stop rallying and moving and go into their auto attack. Instead, it looks like there's enough quads being made. Yeah, that's going to be just fine for Kenoli to hold. However, the quads count is still much better for HitEmUp. He is losing a lot of gnats, however, it must be said.
Can Kenoli get a Lakislus out? There is no answer for Lakislus. I mean, I guess he'd get an overleft sooner or later, but I mean, it would just so dominate the quads fight. And there's no Hydra, no Shroud, of course, for Hit. Once again, Kenoli getting caught out here and losing a lot of Cosmos in unfair fight. Okay, he does finally pull back, but I've noticed a lot of times he's really been committing to fights where he's clearly outnumbered and losing, and he looks like he's going to get cleaned up and not pull back. Big mistake there. Now, we did see him make a whole bunch of quads at home. Like I said, I think if he makes some Lakislus, he can potentially push for the win here, though.
Yeah, that's right. HitEmUp's worker count has been growing very slowly, it must be said. But still, in the context of the fight, it is favorable for HitEmUp. He is rocking the ZVZ. He's going for it. He's got the better economy at this point, most certainly. And if he doesn't, it's because Kenoli didn't make military units, and that will swiftly be punished. The gnats going into the main.
Again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, HitEmUp doesn't want to watch him. He's too busy. Okay, he has Sprace this time. I mean, 2 is enough to deflect that, yeah. And, well, what is there at the natural, though? Again, what's he using this Shroud for, man? He made a couple Zoyus and that's it? Surely that's not all you're doing here. Or is he banking Gorg somewhere? No, that'd be crazy.
That would be pretty crazy, but it would also potentially win the game. The problem is he doesn't have enough minerals to actually do that. The main thing really is I'm wondering where the gas consumption has been for Kenoli. Is he just saving for tier 2 right now? Like the Shroud.
Well, that's why
the Shroud costs some gas to make, but the Zorius are mineral only. So where is his Vespene being spent? Does he have active Vespene mining in the natural? We didn't really get a good look at that when HitEmUp sharked in earlier. So this is a very tense game. Now entering the 15-minute mark, and our players are still on fairly low worker counts.
Yeah. You know, if he did hit tier 2, what do you make to try and win the game instantly? A Lyrilisk that dominant over Quasilisk, I suppose?
Yeah, if you're trying to go for the head-up army fight, honestly, you don't need tier 2. You just go back to Lisk. And it looks like maybe Hydras. That's what's happened here, because Hydras have come out, and there's not that much military over here for HitEmUp.
That is definitely a competition that can crush Quasilisk.
Absolutely the case, yeah. And, the other thing you would think about, too, is that if you're trying to be a bit more aggressive on the raiding side, you go for Calculisks or something like that in Tier 2. But again, not necessarily a requirement. You can see the gas harvesting going to attempt to be disrupted here by HitEmUp, but he has been routed in the natural for Kenoli, who's now moving across the map, chasing that Quasilisk army. There's really not that much tech over here. HitEmUp struggling to double-click on those gnats, not using the control click. Big rookie mistake, of course. HitEmUp doesn't know how to play the game, but no, he does. And, right now what I'm looking at here is he is going for a heavy, switch in now, but is it going to be too late?
I guess the Hydralisks are not as efficient against the Nafs as Quasilisk are, so that's his plan, just to overwhelm the Hydralisks on the ground. But how many are there going to be? And there's already, 20 Quasilisk hanging out as well. Oh, he's just going to go for the counter. Okay, yeah, that's probably going to work, because I have to say, Kenoli, I feel like he's not really aware of the game he's playing. He's being hit by Nafs so many times here, whereas Hit is just fuck it, I'll make 6 sprays. Kenoli really seems lackluster on the air defense. And so many Nafs are being built. It shocks me how many Nafs you can build in a short time, And Hydras of HitEmUp's own coming out. Honestly, I'm surprised that Kenoli took this long to get across the map.
That's right. God, he was making the Bactylisks. That's the main reason why he was waiting. So this is going to end up being a little bit of a base race. Remember, this is something that Art of Turtle was just talking about before the tournament actually began. And he is watching aghast as the Nathracors are going to try to swing in through the enemy force, but they got caught trying to take 3 o'clock. That's where a lot of Quasilisks ended up being. And that's going to really thin the herd in the Nath push. Now, what are we going to see here? He's getting choked out so hard in the natural. I thought for sure Kenoli would win that military engagement, but it doesn't look likely. The Hydralisks actually came out, so never mind. What I was thinking is not going to come to pass. Instead, it will be a decisive military victory in favor of HitEmUp, who now has enough to fight back in the tech battle. He has Hydras out.
Yeah, that was unfortunately quite poor micro of Kenoli trying to come in that choke. But his backlist still got away, so that's okay. And honestly, the Nafs being deflected is very fortunate for Kenoli. But that said, he's getting caught in the middle of the map now. Kenoli needs more Hydras and less backs right now. And look at this, the Nathracors are here to finish them off. Does get some moving shots. He'll be able to get at least 3 of these away, I think. What are those units on the right? Are those more backlists? Something just got annihilated. But now HitEmUp's just going to kind of move these Hydras. Kenoli was trying to take the 3rd. We'll see if he's trying to do it again. I still feel like,
oh, look at that.
in this. We need to cancel that.
Yeah, he canceled it the first time around. He was able to cancel it. Remember, that was something that he was not able to do. He cancels and burrows, and HitEmUp doesn't see the corpse. Does he even notice that indeed it is? He's going to go ahead and set up shop here.
He doesn't care.
Oh, yeah, he's not even really paying too much attention to that, or if he is, he's not really caring too much. He's got the Azure cores out just so that he can spend down some of his minerals on something that will be a little bit more formidable versus Quasilisks. And remember, HitEmUp did say the TheNightFox is wrong and everything. The TheNightFox does not rate the Azure core. We'll see if it ends up being the linchpin, the decision maker. That could be the case here. Now, I'm a little bit concerned here, Neblime. I still feel like Kenoli's got one more thing in his back pocket, but he has been taking trades consistently poorly when it comes to those military fights. I really did think he was going to burst through the natural, and we were going to see the Nathrakors go for the elimination by picking the Hatcherosks and then going straight into picking those Larvosks. But we do have a lot of Zoryus out here. Not that much in the backline defense. There's a lot more Hydras and Basilisks here for our favorite of the match. Now more Basilisks joining in.
Though. Oh my gosh. Well, I mean, the Hydras are pretty good against Zoryus, though. If, like, it's a unit you're making to counter the Zoryus, the Hydra is fine. So he does deal with the Zoryus pretty easily, but the Bactylus count is out of control, so he does push him back. But it's going to be hard to attack in with that. Again, I feel like Kenoli could get a lot out of Lakislus here. He has the Shroud. That is what HitEmUp does not have. But I think he's forgotten about it now. But still, with the superior Bactylus count, that may be hard for HitEmUp to deal with. He's going to make some more of his own, but even when all those finish, I think it's still going to be more Bactylists here for Kenoli. Backstep going down again. Are Quasilisks still steadily streaming out? Because that's what saved Kenoli last time. Kenoli's defense has not been that watertight. Looks like they're getting past the rally. They're going to get into the natural, but there are a bunch of units waiting in the natural. Looks like a bunch of Quas and a Circa if he gets deflected. Probably could have run around that, to be honest, but going to go up, try and cancel that third again. No, he gets baited in. I don't know what happened with HitEmUp's control just then, but goodbye, Zevs.
He's going to have one more Zeth on the map after this one makes it over to 3 o'clock. There is one in the bottom left. Man, what a tense game. What a tense game. Kenoli going a lot deeper based on the more even kill. They both handshake and decided to go for pool-oriented openers, and they stuck around on the pools for a very long time. Scouts to 3 o'clock. It is being set up again. He will heckle it a little bit there, delaying the inevitable perhaps as Kenoli continues to try to take some kind of economic advantage. Now we've got some Vorvs. This is a very mixed army here, as HitEmUp is going to see if he can set up for a bit of a surround. The Vorvs will definitely survive a little bit longer, but not necessarily the longest, as the Hydras start to crack off against the Zoryus. Remember, that is a much beefier front line for Kenoli. That being said, I think Hydras are a little bit better than you might expect versus Bactylisks. It's just that the count here is getting really, really quite high.
Dude, once the Vorvs are gone, I feel like Hydra's going to get crushed. Look how many Backlists that is. I think Kenoli takes that fight. Then again, more Backlists coming in for hit. If the Zeph's got on top, though, that's actually decisive. That'll actually swing it immediately.
Oh, he falls back, too, trying to use that cliff advantage, and that's actually going to allow HitEmUp to get a little bit closer on the distance. He's going to charge forward with another round of Zeths. He's starting to tear through them. I think Kenoli might have thought he won that fight, but the Zethacores turn it because they absorb so much damage, delaying all of the bounces that come out. That's going to be the total army wipe. And now, again, HitEmUp did take a lot of losses there. He's going to go for his own third base in the mineral heavy base at 12 o'clock. Remember, there's only ridges there. There's not actually an active geyser. So if he wants to do that for force multiplication, it makes a lot of sense.
Double geyser at 3 o'clock. What has he got here? He's got a whole bunch of quads. That is more than sufficient to defend here.
For now, if the Bactylists get up there, Neblime, that's going to be a dead base.
The Zoryus have been a very subpar choice here, I have to say. Like, Hydra's crushed through them easily. If his minerals are better spent on who knows what, like maybe more Hydralisks or maybe into his Zero Cores, I wonder, it might have been better. Or we see HitEmUp's approach is just to make lots of quad units and spam them around. And, the Zephs running forward did do a lot. They really nullify those backlist attacks. I don't know if HitEmUp should be down here, to be honest. Unless Kenoli's droning hardcore, this army of HitEmUp's is in a bit of danger, I feel like.
It could very well be the case. Remember, he's got some reinforcements coming in, and now if he decides to shark in and commit to the natural, which he's not doing, which I think is wise, oh man, HitEmUp wants to end the game, and he feels like he probably should have been able to by now, but Kenoli, just very tenacious, has not given up the ghost yet.
Yeah, I mean, he has this third ahead of time. I assume he's been droning a little more. We don't know, but I get that impression. Now, it is a bunch more Backlists. The question is, though, like I say, is Kenoli droning hardcore right now, trying to saturate that third, or is he coming out just another Tier 1 army? If he's just going full tilt on Tier 1 army, I think he takes this fight. I mean, more reinforcements are coming, but I don't know, man. The Zephs, like, I don't think they do that much unless we get in a situation like before where it's only Backlist. As long as Kenoli has the bulk, and we did see a whole bunch of Quasilists already. Yeah, Quasilists is going to be a key unit here. Yeah, he's got heaps of Quasilists attacking from 2 angles. He's got the high ground as well. HitEmUp trying to commit onto this high ground. The Quasilists doing so much damage, and HitEmUp immediately has to retreat. You can see on the minimap there that Kenoli has quite a bit here. Is he going to pursue and get the kill on all those Backlists? If he does, he's going to be in a pretty decisive position. No, he pulls back.
I think that's what HitEmUp was hoping he did, because he had so many Zets coming in for a potential surround. They were rallied down a little bit south of the rest of the army.
No, there were so many Quaslists. I don't think there's ever going to get anything done, though. I mean, we saw the bulk of
I think the Backless bounces probably would have swung it in favor, but you never know. I mean, this is the kind of thing that how much ZVZ have you played? And I think Kenoli's played a lot more.
It seems like it. It seems like it. I mean, early game, I would definitely say HitEmUp was doing some smarter things. You know, one interesting thing, by the way, is the fact that it's all Hatrosk now for HitEmUp is going to be an advantage if there's any harass later in the game. And I was just thinking, if we did get in a base trade, it would be so favored for HitEmUp because there's so much more HP.
Yes, it takes so much longer. And remember, the Bactalisk and Quas heavy armies here that Kenoli has been fielding does mean that it takes much longer for builds to actually end up dying. Yeah, okay, this is going to be an interesting fight here if it ends up going. Looks like both of the armies were trying to harass each other or something, but who knows?
The Zeph fields out there. I mean, I think Kenoli is aware by now that HitEmUp's just always looking for that because he always seems to have something unnatural waiting for the run by. The thing is, if it happens one time, it's probably going to be like a game-winning advantage. Look at this, an attack coming in. Vorvs versus backs, that's exactly what you want, but he pulls back, taking a lot of free hits. I guess his own backs aren't in position yet, unfortunately.
Yeah, Vorvs do move a little bit faster. The other thing, too, here is that was maybe a really good opportunity to just overwhelm and commit to the fight because like 5 or 6 backs are still being gestated here.
You know what? Maybe that was just harassment force. Maybe the backs are still at home. Yeah, he's never getting in this third. Wait, what? Oh my god, I can't believe there's nothing here.
Oh, there's nothing at 3 o'clock. Oh, he's going to try to shark in, but I think that's going to be an overcommit. Remember, most of the army for HitEmUp here is actually out, and he's going to take down that base finally.
Wait, where's the rest of Kenoli's army? There's like nothing coming from the south. It's just a few backlists. There's got to be more. What happened to all those Vorvs and stuff?
Maybe I know they got chewed in. They went directly into the natural, and there was one circuit there that delayed a lot of that stuff.
He's getting some counter damage, so you know what? This is not all bad for Kenoli. He lost his third, but he's killing a whole bunch of Drolleth. That's more than 10 have fallen.
Well, you say that. I still feel like maybe after he's lost his entire army there, no Bactalisk surviving with the Force, I think HitEmUp might be able to make it happen here. He's going to go ahead and gestate some Vorvs, and then he's going to go ahead and see if he can move out further.
I really thought there was more army around for Kenoli. I'm not sure why there is not. He's still killing Drolleth, man.
Yeah, no more coming out.
He's doing fine for Kenoli for the second, but of course not having a third is going to be a big problem. Does he have a whole big army at home that I'm just not seeing? Like that's what I'm kind of hoping here, because HitEmUp's looking like he's going for the kill right now.
He is going for the kill. He will finally see if out charging in, and there's only the one circuit. All of the Bactalisks are being morphed right now. They will go ahead and hatch, and that should be enough for Kenoli to narrowly end up holding this choke. Remember, the choke point's still very favorable for the defensive force. One Quaslisk going to go ahead and heckle that 12 o'clock position. The Bactalisk count still favoring HitEmUp, but he doesn't charge forward, so where, in fact, is his force? Okay, now he's going to go ahead and see if he can sneak in through. Only Zetracor is being made behind this. That is a very, very bad sign if you're looking for the underdog to finally upset the champ.
Yeah, it looks like HitEmUp might finally do this because you're already taking
the tyrant.
The natural.
He's got it. Okay, all right. Wow. Look at that. Well, based on that alone, we have 2-0 start for HitEmUp. He finally breaks it through, but man, Kenoli made him work for it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, given it was a pretty poor start for Kenoli, I have to say, he gave up a good fight. But again, there's so many engagements in the middle of the map where I feel like he just got the worst of it, unfortunately. So HitEmUp does maintain the lead.
Yes, maintain the lead he does. All right, now that we're back in our own little corner of the universe here, having seen everything we needed to see there.
You did update release just before the tournament, did you not? So we might have a consistent observer desync on our hands.
I don't know why we would though, because if I did test and it doesn't actually let you join lobbies if you've undone it. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. I'm not saying we have different versions, but you know, we are getting desyncs every game, and I assume it's not map based. I'm just verifying if Kenoli did do a thing with the map. Shambler's trying to hit him, but I think Shambler might have him blocked right now.
He's trying to what now?
You know, he sends this song to fuck people up. It worked on me. I lost the game immediately when he sent it to me. But I think HitEmUp might have been blocked. So I don't even see the song. He's trying to get HitEmUp to play.
Oh, I see. Yeah. No, that was no, HitEmUp unblocked him a while ago, so he did get that.
Oh, okay. Well, it might work. Jarrell gets a second go round.
That's right. So we're gonna have to see what JarrellStorm wants to do for his pick. We will get him to select map 3, anything but Rage Slave, Blackwater Bastion, or Near Impact. And then I'll go ahead and reply to the map pool is here for his usage. Wow, that was an intense game. Remember when we were thinking about how, like, oh, maybe this will be over really, really quick, Neblime? No, not quite.
Yeah, we're dragging it out so far.
Let's see what happens.
Well, technical issues don't help.
No, indeed. But HitEmUp is happy to start off 2-0. He's halfway there. And he's, I don't think he's living on a prayer. So, should be good. Ooh, Decapitation selected by JarrellStorm. This is a map that HitEmUp was pretty fond of at first. Now, do you want to give it a go, just not being in, just so we can rule that out? Because
yeah, all right.
Yeah, we'll see how that one goes. All right, the lobby is indeed up. I'm gonna quickly. Okay, I just want to make sure that my sound was working there. That was a pretty good match. We definitely got some good ZVZ action. Now, HitEmUp is probably hoping that he will not roll Zerg this time around. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, well, I mean, it went fine versus JarrellStorm. I think he was just spreading a bit against Kenoli there.
Yeah.
So if I was HitEmUp, I'd be like, okay, yeah, roll Zerg against JarrellStorm. Well, I mean, I don't know why he didn't try the Hydra twice. Is it the kind of thing where there's some like really strong counter if you know it's coming? I don't know. I guess a 6 will probably be decent.
HitEmUp has rolled Zerg in the top left. He is the purple Zerg.
Okay. What ID? It's probably you.
I'm guessing it's me, but why would it be that way? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Maybe,
like I say, it seems like we have a consistent witness desync on our hands.
Yeah. I'm not really sure what is happening with that because I am running through release on my end, so.
Yeah, sure, everyone is. But whatever the final changes were to release made that happen, I guess.
I might not be running through release.
VDB says legit going to be an all-Zerg group.
I think it will be an all-Zerg.
Chance.
I think it
HitEmUp has to play at least one more match after this.
Yeah.
We should have got Jarrell's POV, but that's all right. Oh, did I see a hatch Rosk? Why?
HitEmUp doing a hatch first in the base.
Is he just sandbagging at this point? Like, honestly, I'm not really sure. Oh, he's going to get a Hydra, if I think.
Yeah, he's got the 75 gas, but let's see.
Money.
There's no reason to go hatch into Larvosk unless you're super greedy.
Obviously,
he's going hatch into Larvosk because he's super greedy.
No reason at all. Huh?
All right, well, Jarrell's going to go for the pool, as usual, as you might expect.
Again, a 6 pool would absolutely crush this.
Yes. Yeah, nobody's doing that. Nobody's going for the pool instant.
Sad.
Very, very sad. I'm going to go ahead and we're going to switch over to HitEmUp's POV yet again because classic move. Although, it could be Jarrell. I could be in and it could be Jarrell, but we're going to find out pretty soon, I think. ID 7. That's not even a player. This man's not playing in the right call. Uno momento.
You deceived me and left me alone. Wow. Can't believe Pinogo's out here gaslighting and baiting me, guys. This is ridiculous.
Am I? What am I doing?
Oh, you said let's switch, and I switched, and you didn't follow me, and then I'm like, oh, and I went back, and then that's the moment you switched.
Yeah, I was fumbling with the controls there. So on my end, right, HitEmUp is doing the same exact stuff. Yeah. Oh no, never mind. It is me. Okay, we're all good. We're all good. Back to casting from the HitEmUp. This is the HitEmUp tournament. HitEmUp POV.
Yeah. This is how it's going to be. For the next match, we definitely got to set up Canoli. All right, so
whoever streams with audio, yeah, that would be good.
Yeah. Now, HitEmUp going to have pretty decisive advantage here, by the way, because this allows him to get the really high roll of count while still getting 3 production. Whereas if it's double Larvosk from, I've already forgotten, JarrellStorm, it's going to be a bit less economy. So I'm already thinking HitEmUp's kind of just got away with something with this early hatch. Looks like it's going to make another Larvosk as well. So it's just going to be mega quaz spam again. I wonder if an effective strategy against the way HitEmUp plays might be the degen Zerg and just make sure you get enough circus to stop the quaz. Even maybe go to Kislisk after that and just like secure a third. I don't know. HitEmUp seems very aggressive in these episodes. He just gets up on a lot of production, gets up on a lot of quaz units and attacks.
Well, you know what it is there's actually a hatch coming for Jarrell. He is expanding and going into triple Larvosk. So even though the early game is like kind of greedy in favor of HitEmUp, and he is drolling much harder than you would expect him to, this could still be, I don't know what the worker count is accurately. Oh, look at that, a very fast Oveleth scouting the double hatch in the main base. The Quasi should take it through, but by the way, this is just something that might be abusable later on. Oh no, he's actually not going to even be able to get it. He did not do the orb walking. That's something that I think is worth pointing out. If you're able to use the Oveleth just as a scout and bait the enemy forces out, like you could maybe try to chain that together with an attempted push up the ramp. Now that doesn't end up happening here. Jarrell's army was across the map. We did see that one scouting Zeth be used for the purposes of seeing when the army move out was.
Well, to be honest, I would be like super impressed with Jarrell if he saw that with the overlift and kind of like reconstructed what happens and realizes how down in production he is. Because I just don't think he would anticipate that. So I am worried that there's going to be an error of judgment here and he might try and come across the map or attack because clearly HitEmUp is just going to have the army advantage for now. Now he's got the 4-NAF out. It's going to start with the same NAF shenanigans we keep seeing.
It could very well be the case. Yeah, gas still being harvested here. Worth pointing out, as of right now, JarrellStorm has exactly the same production as his opponent and is going for a Hydrith Den. So we are going to be seeing a bit of a change in the build order. So the tech available to him will be better than what HitEmUp has.
Okay, JarrellStorm exceeding expectations, playing smart here. He poked at a single quad, see what's up. He sees a fairly hefty force moving out. We didn't even know what he's doing at home, dude. He could have an expansion up right now. He could have 10 goals. He probably couldn't have 10, but...
No, not quite. But Jarrell does have an Expo up, so that's going to be the key detail there. Is HitEmUp going to be able to actually counter that, cancel that? What is the military status right now? A lot of Nathakor is going to fly over. Vertical spawns definitely favors airplay, so this air-based lane is definitely going to be under the control, under the domain.
He does have it.
Yep, the expansion is up. Oh, look at that. A little bit of a Zeth drop. Once again, going to go in, but caught by the reinforcements. Not actually going to be able to snipe a Larvosk with all those quads hatching. Great timing there for HitEmUp. He's actually now going to see if he can dive in. And with those Nathakors, he's got plenty of quads down in the low ground, but these Larvosks are just going to be feasted upon right now, especially with the threat of all of the quads from none other than the Tyrant.
Yeah, big error by JarrellStorm not having anything in the main. I mean, I feel like we should know by now. Every Zerg Berserk, this is what you do. You send some quads. But that said, I guess if he gets busted at the natural, it wasn't really a mistake not to defend the main either. So you know what? I guess he just didn't have enough.
No, I mean, he's only now actually going to get busted because of his lack of control over there, trying to scramble to counter the push. So even still, he does clear out all the Nats. I think he only ended up losing one Larvosk, actually. It was a little bit surprising there.
He really needs a Circuit, though, because that's just what gives you the advantage to get those quads. He's going to try and rely on Hydra here. Again, I'm not really sure the scale is sufficient where the Hydra actually have an advantage, but just with the home field production, I think he can probably do it. His Hydras are dead, though.
Yeah, more quads coming in. They end up tearing through. Now, this is getting to the point where HitEmUp cannot sustain it. He has no more units coming on the way. So he's going to see if he can finish off those wounded 2 Larvosks that were still spared the assault. And looks like maybe he should be able to do it. Well, instead going after some of those units that spawned, the Hydras are going to turn and fight. You can still kill those. Yeah, indeed, going to get focused down. But again, production is saved. So as of right now, I think we're dead even on production once that hatch finishes up for HitEmUp. He's a little bit behind there because it's double Larvos, double hatch. So no, actually, he's actually got up by, he's going up by 2 production facilities right now, 2 larvae per 14 seconds that we can see so far.
Does Jarrell have more draw left, though, you wonder? Because it doesn't matter if he's behind production if he does, because he can make Hydralisks instead. And again, at enough scale, they do beat Quasilis. It's just the amount that you need to get them. But look at that. HitEmUp not wasting any time, getting up on a lot more draw left on his second base as well. Then going back to military units. Are we going to see an adaptation? I would love to see this at least like 6 to 8 Quasilis left in the main. Because if he doesn't, I feel like HitEmUp's just going to keep getting more and more value hitting it with those naps. Now he's going to come around and swing into the natural this time, it looks like. I'm not really sure what he's going to do with that. Or maybe he's just checking for a third.
Yeah, making sure there's no secret base at 6 o'clock. Now going to go ahead and try to pivot in. His Nathakors are going to see what they can do. He's going to task a few onto that Oveleth. That should be dead to rights now. Now he's just kind of scouting and hanging out at the vestiges of the vision, but that's not actually going to be countered by JarrellStorm. He's going to lose 2 workers before responding. 3 workers going down. The Hydras and Quads are right there. Jarrell, where is your reaction time, my man? Still busy looking at his macro. He's going to end up losing so many.
Well, where is he looking right now? Like, nothing else is going on the map. Makes you want to finally pull some Hydras. Is this broken? Hit him up. I mean, is it BM to ask?
I feel like it. It might be. Yeah, it might be a little bit. That reminds me of when what's his Shambler used to just type decent question mark after owning his opponent. Yeah, but you know, the reaction time definitely was not there for Jarrell. He's gonna go ahead. HitEmUp gonna go ahead and break down the Monuments of Sin. That's gonna be an interesting choice.
No, but the Star Reference 99% finished. What are you seeing? JarrellStorm's like, well, I'm killing your base right now.
Yeah. Well, Jarrell is taking a look at his main instead, so, you know, we'll see what he ends up doing with that. I'm assuming we're still live. I don't see any... I don't really see anything that's too suspicious. You can see him falling back now as the Skittercores come out, but look at the Nathicores immediately diving after them. There's still 2 of them. Remember, Skittercores deal splash damage, so it doesn't take that long for it to all add up, but no, there's way more units here for HitEmUp. I think we are going to see that capitulation from Jarrell. I don't think he's got enough. All of his units on the ramp. He was holding for the Nathicores attacking into the main, but he's lost his natural, and now all of the workers going down. Look at the flood of Quas units there, and, you know, he might not be able to bust up and kill the one base enemy, but he has got the world as his oyster right now, and he is going to go ahead and try it. HitEmUp, not content with just leaving it behind. He's going to see if he can bust up that ramp.
I think he just has enough. Like, well, yeah, I'm not sure what happened. I mean, is his natural actually down on his screen?
Yeah, I don't know. Let's see what he's doing. I mean, he's just busy fighting. Like he was. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So HitEmUp was just you know, he was like, what? Why didn't you respond?
This is unfortunate,
Yeah.
but it does seem like the game is legit then. So,
Yeah, it is.
I don't blame HitEmUp for questioning it, because we were sort of looking at the mineral line just getting devastated and be like, well, what's going on? Like, I'm not distracting him somewhere else. And, you know, the question arises, like, what is he doing? Why is this happening? So, unfortunately, JarrellStorm not really able to keep up. But he is countering now, since a lot of stuff got devastated on the ramp. That said, I don't really think he has the economy to pull this off.
No, Nathicores are even cleaning up the Quas that are coming out of the rally as well. So, you know, that does open up a potential Nath Flood counterattack. If those Nats in the natural for HitEmUp move down to join the other Nats that are there, you could easily see, I mean, it's going to be something like 16 Nats or whatever. That could very well be the finishing blow. But instead, he's going to go ahead and dive onto his opponent. The Quas are really all that Jarrell has right now, kind of getting caught up there. A flank of Nathicores, not a common flanking unit there, but just enough to throw the pathing out the window. And we have indeed seen, it looks like JarrellStorm's last military units will be scuttled. Hydra's coming out here, so that's going to be the next port of call for
HitEmUp. The
HitEmUp.
power to break these chokes full of Quas, right? Because if it's Quas versus Quas, I mean, you're going to be so inefficient, you can't quite do it. But Hydra's going to be long enough range and enough HP to sort of get in there, I think. Well, we'll see if Kenoli's reset his natural. Again, I'm shocked he didn't make a Circuit or two.
Yeah, it's very surprising there that was indeed not the case.
Basilisk.
He's
We
got some
did know he had the ski backed, I suppose.
Yeah, that's right. A couple of skits came out, but they weren't in enough number. Oh, no, not the Brood War pathing moment right there. Getting absolutely shellacked.
Well, Hydra's coming across. I mean, he's still just advancing. I don't really see what JarrellStorm has that can stop this.
Yeah.
A very brittle defense here. It looks like he's trying to defend another Hatros in production, but I don't think it's going to happen. It's a great arc for JarrellStorm. Honestly, he is mulching through those Quasilists, but it might not matter. I think there's just enough.
Yep, Zerg has plenty to go around, and there's no hatch even being put down. Yeah, he does not have the ability to actually safely put it down. He's going to get choked up at the ramp, and I feel like at this point, it's just a matter of time. Jarrell still trying to hold on for dear life, but there's so many. He's going to call it GG. And once again, HitEmUp scoring a good round.
Yeah, well, another crashing through. Now, please, can we get non-HitEmUp point of view in here?
Well, I will go ahead and start the game in the right version, and that will probably help my desyncs.
Oh, you in the wrong version.
Yeah, I blame you, but it was me.
What? You've been in the wrong version this whole time? You even said to me specifically, I'm on release. What?
Yeah, and then I said maybe I'm not.
Oh my god!
But you missed that.
Oh my gosh! Well, how did anyone join your game? I thought you said it blocks.
Yeah, but so the way that it works is that the plugin file that we update with code is indeed blocked when it comes to different versions, but I probably had like a wrong tile set or something. So that's where the issues were coming in.
So that means I can try and join again, right?
Yeah. We'll have to just deal with the lag or whatever. But let's see.
Yeah, too bad for the players. They're going to deal with it.
No, yeah, it improves the spectator experience and thus your casting experience, and that's important. So it's the sacrifices they make for the product, the entertainment product there, are very, very indeed quite important there. All right, so...
He was memeing in chat. He says Kenoli reverse sweep, but I could see it, man. He was looking good in that other game.
Yeah, that's right.
You know, he's still had a chance to take on him. He may yet not roll Zerg. It is possible, all right? There's a possibility.
Let's see.
Right back while they're getting organized.
That's right. Guys, HitEmUp is now on qualification point, first place point He just needs one more win as I update the scoreboard for you guys. He has taken down JarrellStorm for the first 2 matches. Kenoli, it was hard fought. Honestly, both of those matches there were hard fought, but it does look like the ZVZ specialist in Kenoli takes him a little bit deeper. And that might mean that Jarrell could potentially not be favored when it comes to their inevitable, it feels, best of 3. So let's see if that ends up being the case here, as indeed. We are going to go ahead and get Kenoli's map pick hosted up here. It will be Genesis Y, another close by air map.
All right.
There we are, there we are.
HitEmUp's praying not for Zerg. Ah, beat me to
it. All right, let's see if it is indeed going to be another ZVZ, because that's all it has been so far. It is going to be HitEmUp is Terran. There we go. We got something different. Okay, Kenoli, the Pumpkin Zerg in the top right. HitEmUp, the Ultramarine Terran in the bottom right. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. We finally have a matchup that is not ZVZ. The curse has been broken and lifted. Shambler attempted to curse HitEmUp, but HitEmUp is uncursable, untouchable. HitEmUp is the guy who provides the HitEmUp curse. Now, will Kenoli know what to do? He did play against the NightFox's Terran back when the NightFox was still rolling Terran, and NightFox plays actually all the races. He just doesn't want to play random specifically. So it's going to be interesting to see what ends up happening there. Very cool stuff. Very cool stuff. We will finally hear and see things that are not related to Zerg. Soak in that ambiance. Soak in that ambient construction sound. Soak in the fact that we got the Terran mining going on. When that stockade finishes, enjoy the little construction completion noise. It's not Zerg. Oh, it's not Zerg.
Well, I'm finding it hard to relax and soak in the ambience when this is in fact a 6 stockade, by the way.
It is.
So maybe that ambience should be triggering alarm bells right now. It's going to be Lavos first. It's in a pretty aggressive position, although I suppose it doesn't matter if there's Terran so much. But I mean, the pool isn't starting yet. Huracan's going to be made. It's going to be across the map very fast. Honestly, I think we might be back to Zerg vs. Zerg very soon, because I don't really see what Kenoli's going to do here. In fact, it looks like he might be going for a second Lavos even. HitEmUp might have scouted this out of his opponent, and know that that's what he goes for. Look at the draw. It's going to see the Huracan. Delays it for a couple seconds.
Listen, precious seconds.
Make a
Every second is precious. He has no pool. He's got to put the pool. He's got to put the pool down now. No, it's a Kagrit. Okay, defending Ahmed with workers and circuits only. Now getting a little bit of a scout. He sees that it is indeed the fastest possible stockade. HitEmUp just wants out. He's suffered through so many tense matches. He just wants to A-move with the bio. Let's see if he can make it happen. We got Smarty Wife in the chat. Shout out Smarty Wife. I can't believe that your hubby got knocked down by this pumpkin man, but surely he's got to be good. He can't be destroyed.
Well,
not by Ahmed.
Will be done in time. To my surprise, I guess those things come up real fast. So actually, what can he do here? He can kind of be annoying around the mineral line, but actually, I think he might be all right. And look at this. He's actually going to get some free hits on him. Oh, that's quite a bit actually. Oh no, he's going to lose it.
Dodged. Look at the worker, the battle worker. By the way, the Huracan will still kill that battle worker. Just so you guys know.
I mean, yes, but you can rotate. You can tag team, and you can be quite effective here. In fact, he's going to win the fight, I think.
Yeah. He took a free hit on the way out.
How is HitEmUp still hitting workers though? What did he miss this match?
Well, Kenoli had to spend extra workers to stop it. Yeah, Starpad now finishing up.
Oh, he's going to Cyprian drop behind the mineral line, I believe, is his plan here. Either that or he's going to try and straight up build the ant seals, but no, he's got no gas. So I'm pretty sure his plan is Cyprian drop behind the mineral line. And Kenoli's in a bit of a tough spot because he's sort of pushed back against this early game aggression. He doesn't really have any scouting. He's getting overleft yet or anything. He's getting the Cosmonarchy up. This is going to rely on fast reaction time. We saw JarrellStorm suffered a bit with that. Where we'll see if Kenoli's on the ball, because the only defense he really has is just microing his ass out of there.
You can't even burrow versus Cyprians because the projectiles will still hit burrowed units. The quads are going to go ahead and scare Ahmed off. By the way, sort of a pocket hatch in the top left. That's going to be where Kenoli expands to as his Vornath starts.
I mean, if he had naps out in time, but then again, Cyprians are pretty good against naps too.
Oh, yeah.
Again, I'm quite worried because I'm just looking at his base and not much is going on. There's no defensive units. Even if he does run away in time, he won't be able to get back to mining for a while because the circuit will not have the right range. I mean, HitEmUp knows exactly where it is. All right, he's on the way. I would love to have seen just a Zeph placed on that 5 o'clock base. 4 o'clock base, because then you can see this kind of thing coming across. But as it stands, yeah, there is no knowledge whatsoever. There are quals on the way. These 6 quals will be sufficient. In fact, they're rallied to the base. Are they going to stay in there? Well, man.
This is the tightest timing, but I think he's going to be okay. I think he's going to be okay. It's really just a question of how many. Yeah, he's got to pull them away. There's 3 Cyprians. They're going to try a little bit of a transport micro there. It's kind of working out right. He's actually shredded all of the Quasilisks. I can't believe HitEmUp just did that because Kenoli was so sure that the military was not in threat. Denied the mining.
He cleans it up now, though. I think this is okay. I think he's going to clean this up.
Are you sure? Are you sure? He's hunting.
Pretty poor approach with the Quasilis, by the way, coming in just so they can get splashed. The Drillif don't really want to chase that, to be honest. Oh, can he get him? No, he's going after the drop.
Yeah, he's after the Trojan. No, wow, losing everything. Gosh. These Cyprians have been the most cost-efficient Cyprians. Dude, HitEmUp. His military is simply built different.
Yeah, absolutely. Crushed with that drop. Even though he didn't kill a single Drillif, he got insane value. And we can see the bank skyrocketing and Kenoli as he's sort of losing control here. Never started that second Hatros, by the way, but maybe that's by design. But look how far ahead HitEmUp is on workers. Yeah, I like Shroud because the Quasilis can be very effective against this bio, but does he even have time for that? His army's coming across. There's only a single Huracan, so if he has enough units out, the ramp hold is quite possible, and there are quals on the way. I definitely think Kenoli needs to be making full military right now.
Ah, look at this. HitEmUp doing the Neblime strat of building the Watchdog. Shopkeeper dog will take notes.
It's pretty strong, man. I don't know if you've seen it. It shoots up.
I have not. You know what? I only casted Shopkeeper Dog in the Gauntlet for Terran, so I did not see it.
Haven't seen it.
Yeah.
Don't even know what that does. It's like some rare tier 3 unit.
Now, there's a ball of Mavericks here. I feel like the Mavericks alone can just stim up, kill this Larvosk, and then set up for the rest of the bio to take a pretty good fight versus the Quas. What's the reaction going to be? That Trojan, very dangerously low, is actually going to bait the Quas away from the ramp. This is really, really good here for HitEmUp if he can get the timing good. He even kills the last air unit and splashes down some of those Quas. Now that his bio has taken hold on the ramp, he's going to go ahead and wait up, ball up, and now see what he can do.
There are a lot of quals on the way. I think that's just enough, though, because there's only one Huracan here. Although, then again, the Cyprians can do a lot. And honestly, Kenoli not getting the right angle here.
Oh, no.
Needs to be careful. Yeah, he's getting shredded by these Cyprians. You really got to be careful how you engage. And those Zoyus are on the way, although those eggs aren't going to finish. Again, I would have loved to see a Lakissilis. Why does everyone hate Lakissilis, man? They're really strong.
He's got all the gas in the world, too. He's only making one now. He's lost his Larvos, lost a lot of his military. Very behind in workers. HitEmUp taking his natural.
Yeah, it looks like HitEmUp's actually going to muscle his way in here. There's only one production structure for Kenoli. I mean, what's he going to do now? Like, start another Hatros in the corner? Gets all bunched up, and Cyprians again just continue to shred. Here comes the Zoyus, but only one. That's plenty of, Mavericks to kill it. And the Quasilis trying to do their best, but they're going to get one Cyprian. And I think this game's over here.
That's right. The Trojan watching on with 12 hit points, by the way. The one Lakissilis is the only thing here that might be able to stand to this Terran Bioforce. But even then, is it really going to continue? He's going to wrap around, get a better angle here. He's going to get body blocked by
just like the evac. I know. They need it, Things get too hot, they got the evac. Oh, he's going to kill it. No.
Oh, the split attack because of the projectile. It penetrates that. GG. Ladies and gentlemen, HitEmUp has qualified into the throne room stage with a flawless record, 4-0.
Yeah, as expected. There was some shakiness there, I have to say, in the first Zerverso against Kenoli, but overall, pretty much what we thought would happen. Sorry to the 2 underdogs, but there was never really any chance.
No kidding. Yeah, HitEmUp is just too damn strong. Now we get into the interesting part. JarrellStorm versus Kenoli. Kenoli, the Zerg versus Zerg sniper. This is the guy who practices, who grinds, who does all the things. And JarrellStorm is out here maybe not as prepared as Kenoli might be. However, a better player when it comes to mechanics, when it comes to macro, when it comes to spending the money. So like Jarrell said in his interview with us, he will be able to potentially extend play, get into a longer game as time marches on. So we are going to be into that pseudo best of 3 with HitEmUp qualifying in. There's no chance, no need for him to play any more matches. He has his preferential seed, which means that by the end of this weekend, we'll know what his matchup opponent will be, and it will be somebody who is qualifying in second place from their group. That's how the format all works.
But not from this group, I assume.
Oh, no. It has to be a second placer from another group, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, based on the games we saw, Kenoli seemed a bit more on point mechanically. So, I mean, when we were talking about this group beforehand, I was saying I think Jarrell has the edge, but honestly, I got to flip that. I'm kind of thinking Kenoli's looking good. I would not be surprised to see him take it, but we'll see. Playing versus HitEmUp is different to playing against anyone else.
Indeed, it is. Yeah. So I feel like they should be a little bit closer to each other's level. Again, I'm a little bit worried for Jarrell from the basis of his work with what do you call it? The just the Z mirror matchup. He hasn't really done much grinding there. However, before we even get into what JarrellStorm's next map is going to be, let's talk to our winner, our man, our myth, our legend, our tyrant. He is deafened, so he cannot hear us. There it is. HitEmUp is here. Qualifying 4-0. Barely broke a sweat. Very calm and collected, right? HitEmUp. It was totally fine and easy.
God, no, it wasn't.
Listen, the first thing I got to pick your brains about. Obviously, you must have been very, very happy to get Terran in that last match, and it did look very much one-sided. Maybe what people would have expected if you said HitEmUp's going to play Kenoli in the tournament. That's probably how they would have expected it to go. You know, Kenoli not necessarily getting a good look of it, getting delayed by the 6 stockade and like throwing his build off and really just completely changing the scope. But on Near Impact, when he picked that against you and rolled versus Zerg, he really extended play for a while. There was a good amount of time I want to say for like 22 minutes out of the 24 or 25 minutes of that game. We weren't sure who was going to win, even though we were pretty sure you were in the lead. Is that kind of how it felt to you? How did that Near Impact game feel?
I felt like I threw that game massively. I kept attacking into him instead of just extending my lead like a dumbass, really.
Well,
I'm surprised I won that.
The funny thing is, when we tuned into your point of view, was when you were attacking up his ramp with that massive Quas army that got like shredded by Quasilis. So I'm inclined to agree that it was like an unwise attack because we just tuned in not knowing what was going on in the game. It's like, oh my god, he's attacking up the ramp.
Yeah, like you just canceled his natural for the first time when I'm not even sure it was an actual cancel or not. I know later on you actually outright killed it at least once. And then of course the battle over the 3 o'clock was very, very heated as well, trying to stop him from setting up his third base. So yeah, I mean, on the one hand, since this is a Zerg heavy tournament, I wonder about Kenoli. If he continues to give really, really good ZVZ games like that, could we end up seeing him go deeper into the tourney? He is going to be going up against JarrellStorm for the next match. And I'm wondering about your prediction there. We'll get back to that in a moment, because I also want to talk about your matches versus JarrellStorm. The first one, it looked pretty handy. Yes, there was a weird game. It was a bit of a weird one, a strange one. But even beyond the weirdness of the first one, where it had that the Zeth drop to snipe the Hydrith Den, and then the Zero Cores in the mineral line, I want to talk about that match on Decapitation. That game went on for a bit long, and then it kind of felt like maybe Jarrell just kind of petered out there. You even were questioning if he was still in the same like synced universe as you were, and it turns out he was, and he was maybe just being a little bit slow to react to your Natharas and stuff. That one also felt maybe a little bit more confident. Both of the games versus Jarrell maybe a little bit more confident than that Near Impact match. How do you rate him as a player?
So like I can't really judge him based on Zerg versus Zerg, because I think that matchup is basically a coin flip at this point. Like even if the player is like twice the player the other guy is, like he's gonna have a hard time like just clearly winning the game. I think Jarrell is probably, outside of Hamster, the best Zerg in the tournament by a decent chunk.
Okay.
I know people will say TheNightFox. I haven't seen him play. So I don't know where he's at. Like I saw a couple of his Zerg games. It looked like what I remembered from him.
Well, you also were.
I think Jarrell's pretty good.
You were pretty bullish on Art of Turtle going into this tournament. Obviously, you had to face him in the upper match of the Gauntlet Stage A. Your successful run there, a flawless move, of course. But going against Fox by comparison, you actually also had to play him, although he was playing Terran in the first qualifier. So it's kind of funny that those are the two Zergs that are going to be duking it out in just a few moments after this group is concluded. That being said, what are your thoughts on the way things are rocking and rolling, as far as the fact that, like, Fox, Jarrell, Art of Turtle, then there's Hamster, of course. Like, are these the Zergs that you think are, like, strong at, like, on a fundamental level? I mean, you said you can't really rate Fox because you haven't seen him play Zerg too much, but do you reckon that, like, AOT's got a good eye to get out? What are your predictions there?
So, like, in all honesty, like, I think the next group that's going to happen, like, I'm expecting the Zergs to get out.
Interesting.
Hamster, I expect to do well. I've been hearing good things about him.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't played him in a while, so I don't know where he's at currently, but I've heard like hype about him.
Yeah, he's got very different style.
Like, I mean, kinda. He's kind of crazy.
He's a bit of a wacky guy, but he's cool. He's cool wacky.
Well, you never know what he's going to come up with.
That's right. That's right.
But I know what he's going to come up with, and it's just going to break my mind.
Okay, there you go.
I don't want to play him.
Whatever it is, it's going to be wild. Well, that'll be interesting. I guess the other thing to ask you, too, is more specifically dialing it back to this group. Kenoli versus JarrellStorm. Do you actually think that, you said he's a strong Zerg player. Does that mean you think he's going to beat Kenoli? Because Kenoli seems to be a versus Zerg specialist.
I think Jarrell's fundamentally like a better player overall. I think he has better mechanics, he has better macro, he has more to his game than Kenoli does. But Kenoli's batshit insane, so I think that maybe Jarrell's going to get knocked out. I don't know yet.
Okay, all right. Tyrant cannot call the next series of games. Now, you have comfortably enough, considering the scoreline. People are going to look at this and think, yeah, business as usual, hit him up 4-0. Besides the near impact game, which was very much back and forth, was there a particular match that you felt like, man, whoever I'm playing right now, he could threaten me if we play a series later on in Throneroom? Or do you feel like at this point you're mostly looking to the rest of the group for potential competition later down the line? Because you can't play a player of this group in your first series in Throneroom, just so you know. So it has to be somebody from another group. So do you reckon that like Jarrell or Kenoli are going to be able to make it through at the end of the day and then face you later? Or do you think that most of the contenders that might challenge you specifically are going to be in, another group somewhere down the line?
Do I think that either of these guys can challenge me? I mean, not really, to be fair. Mm-hmm. But I do think Jarrell can make a deep run.
Okay.
Depending on the matchups he gets, he can make a very deep run. I don't know about Kenoli. I think he's a one-trick pony at this point, but he might evolve.
Yeah, I mean, he's been grinding a lot. Like I was trying to describe this going into this group. He probably has the most hours played of any of the players in the tournament right now. In terms of like, if this was on Steam and this is something you do in Counter-Strike or whatever, you check like hours played last 2 weeks. What is it? Like Kenoli's off the charts. Like he's by far and away the guy who's played the most, I feel like. So definitely a grinder. And that can make up for your, maybe you're not the best player when it comes to mechanics, but you might have a really good strategy. You might have really good, like off the wall sort of game plans. And I feel like that's definitely something that Kenoli has brought to the table today. So excited to see him duke it out versus JarrellStorm in just a few moments' time. And I'm, of course, very, I would say elated to see the HitEmUp Tyrant's Tale continue into Acropolis number 2. That's what I think. So you made it past your first trial, but there's more to come in Throneroom stage. You feeling confident still that you're going to take this tournament?
I need to sit down and actually play. Like, in all honesty, in the last, 3 weeks, I've played maybe 20 games total.
Oh, wow. Okay.
That's very low for me, so I need to grind a little bit to get my mechanics back.
No, take it easy, man. Don't you worry about it. Just keep, having a good time. Drink before you play me. Just take it easy.
Look, you can win the next tournament, so you can stop playing Protoss.
Ooh, dang. See, he's swinging back again from maybe not like, no one can challenge me. You can win the next tournament.
It is the way that it is. Listen, I think we're going to see some really interesting shakeups in the rankings. There's still like an open bet as to whether or not the players who were invited back to this Acropolis will be making it to Acropolis number 2 Throneroom stage. Will they make it out of Battlements? Because remember, nowadays it's a lot more competitive. I am honestly not even sure if we're going to do the invites back for number 3 next year. We might decide to have everybody be in the gauntlet because that was pretty fun. It was pretty entertaining. But we'll, of course, come back to that a little bit later on. That being said, HitEmUp, congratulations on your 4-0 qualification. You are, of course, the favorite going into this tournament and into other matches whenever you're going to be playing against your second seeder. And that is what I got for you for now. Do you have any closing thoughts for the homies watching at home?
Oh god, no, my brain's not working right now, dude.
There it is.
I'm still dehydrated as shit.
Yeah, you used all of your brain power to win that series, so it's all good. It's all good. GG's, my friend, and we will see you very soon, I'm sure. And if you're gonna watch the rest of the series and entertain, or the rest of the groups or whatever, I hope you enjoyed the show. If you're just gonna go and go back to bed or whatever, I hope you rest well. You drop this, King, and this is where I hand you the Cosmonarchy crown logo. So there you go, dude.
No.
You got it. All right. We'll see you soon, man. GG's.
See ya.
And with that, we are just about ready to see Kenoli and JarrellStorm take things down. Kenoli has joined and said BRB, so it's going to be a while. Neblime, the reason you were downloading Demoloon is because I had to patch it so that it had the correct number of witness slots, but I haven't pushed that version to the repo yet. So I did change the map's file name, so we shouldn't run into those issues anymore.
Very good.
Yeah. Listen, it's good to get the technical stuff out of the way. It's not like we lost anything like a whole game, so everything's fine. It's all good.
One whole game. It was a quick game.
It was a pretty quick game. Sounds like it was pretty interesting. Maybe JarrellStorm's copy of the replay works. You never know. You never know. It'll just be a dramatic retelling of the match. I'll just like do an audio play where I like grab like the sound effects from the game and I play them at key moments.
Yeah. You set up the soundscape.
Yeah, the Cosmonarchy ASMR. HitEmUp. What would you? HitEmUp overperforms with a cheese. Or something. I don't know. It'll be like I'm trying to think of the title because all those ASMR videos are so silly. It's like
yeah. By the way, Kenoli freaking Demoloon here. It seems like a pretty defensive map to me in Zerg vs Zerg. I don't know.
Yeah, well, we've seen some pretty crazy games with it. Obviously, he played it against, I believe it was AOT. I know the TheNightFox played against AOT with it, so there is that as well. Demoloon's a nice, I think, middle of the roadmap overall. I know it makes really good TVPs. I feel like TVZ on it is pretty interesting, pretty fun. I'm not sure about PVZ because nobody's sure about PVZ.
It seems like there's still a lot of learning to be done. Such a fundamental change, of course, halving the cost of the Zef and Quas down to 50 is the implications will be going for a long time.
Yeah, I think so, and we've got plenty of time to figure it out. Plenty of practice partners, plenty of Zerg players to figure it out with, for your perspective.
That's for sure.
Right now, Zerg seems pretty comfortable versus Protoss, so it does make you think and make you wonder, what are we going to see here going forward? Now, we do have JarrellStorm versus Kenoli kicking off on Demoloon itself, so we are going to be jumping into that with JarrellStorm. Is this just, this is going to be Blood Zerg. Okay, there we go. Got it right this time. And Kenoli, the Pumpkin Zerg, as usual. I'm still waiting for the day that he changes his color preferences, and then we get absolutely shellacked, because every time I try to guess, I am wrong.
I'm intrigued, by the way. The HitEmUp seemed really down on Kenoli in the interview. When, from what I've seen, he just looks a bit better than JarrellStorm. But of course, HitEmUp didn't have a full view either. And I guess it's to be borne out whether he was right or wrong about that. Interesting deviation, by the way, is Jarrell started with one on gas and then put a second one, so I assume he's going to get an additional drawer for his pool is the plan here. These minor differences can add up if it's just a straight pool. Wow, this is not what I expected.
No, it's a pool first for Jarrell into the Larvosk, whereas Kenoli is going for the Larvosk into the pool, and he's also going to go ahead and continue harvesting Vespine. So, interesting choice. It feels to me, looking at this, that Kenoli's build order is actually not very optimized. And I felt that for a little bit looking at Kenoli's builds in general. I feel like he's usually 50 minerals floated above the pool or whatever. I don't know if that's there might be a reason. I like to give people the benefit of the doubt. But, in the early stages of the game, it's not hard to do things exactly on the right time for, most players of this caliber once they're at this point. So we'll see if maybe there's some hidden genius to what he's doing. But his pool will be later. And I don't know it's going to be too significant. It just means that Jarrell might have the scouting tempo, which can add up. It can be significant. Maybe maybe Jarrell's scout worker will survive, whereas Kenoli's might not, right? That might be another thing.
Yeah, it's not really worth it, though. It's not that big an advantage. Look, I will say I don't like to give people the benefit of the doubt. I'm the opposite of you, Prenovo. So I do agree that Kenoli's macro has not been on point. Yes. But I still think the bigger picture looks better. So that's definitely a weakness of his, and I can see definitely why HitEmUp would, say that he's a weak player based on that. It is a big issue. And look at this, right now, his Lavos starting, for example. So, yeah, these definitely things that are making it harder for him, but it doesn't mean he can't win on other aspects. Potentially the engagements or the overall, decision-making, things like that. The tactics, even, if you will.
Sure, yeah. I do feel like Jarrell probably has a tactical edge when it comes to a micro-mechanical edge for sure. Kenoli seems to be pretty good at setting up burrow traps and setting up little tactical moves like that. And his broad form strategy, he seems to know how to pull the punches exactly the right way so that he can go for that knockout blow later on in the matchup. Jarrell going for that Avaleth, interestingly enough.
Well, maybe he heard me and he's going to try the degen strat here. I wouldn't mind seeing it. I think it'd be decent. Of course, if Kenoli just gets Stonehatch Rocks back and then the Overlap and all that, he's probably just better off. But he is coming across a bit now. Is Jarrell going to go for a drop, I wonder? Could be pretty devastating to take out a Larvosk early. I mean, the 6 claws drop can hit before you could possibly get Nafs, because you know to morph that 4 Naf. And look at that, he's going to go with 4 Zephs. That's enough to kill a Larvosk, not much else. But I don't know about his path. He might run right into the army. Ooh.
I think he will. No, actually, the quads are kind of just caught up on a doodad right now, so they should be hanging. Obviously they can't see out through the wall, and they're not on the ramp. So yeah, there it is. Yeah, that's an interesting path to take too. Nobody is really going for Ovaleths early on, so I actually like Jarrell going for that because it's something different. It's a little bit. It shows you a little bit of difference.
Yeah. Kenoli getting way too aggressive there. It does only lose 1 cost, though, so he's going to pull back. And yeah, I mean, this drop's on the way. Man, Kenoli's banking up a lot of minerals.
He's also got a lot of larva banked up as well. I'm waiting to see what he wants to do with that. I guess he's going to go ahead and make 6 pairs of Zets. He does have a lot of minerals in the bank as well. Okay, 6 pairs of Zets, 3 pairs of Quas. They should hatch in time to actually diffuse this this Ovaleth. So, it's really funny because on objectively, you look at that, you think he banked up a lot of larva. He banked up a lot of minerals. What's he doing? But he's actually got the response to this drop immediately.
Oh, he sees it. Well, used to say it's a drop. It's just scouting, right?
Yeah.
If Jarrell's smart, he won't drop these. He'll just kind of move around here and just maybe come back later.
That's right.
Shop's closed, come back tomorrow.
That's right.
Not the best angle. He's going to run to those other quads. I don't think he's going to lose this, but he took way more damage than he needed to there. In fact, he made it a little bit worse.
I know. He's the worst angle every time. But he does scout no expansion.
He's really trying to lose it. He's very low. He needs to be careful now. Looks like he's still going to try and drop. And, he could get a Drolif or 2. If you killed 2 Drolifs with this, it's still totally worth it, as long as the Obelisk survives.
Well, he's not going to unload yet. Again, doesn't want to give up the ghost that there was indeed a drop there.
God.
Got a lot of Quas.
Dwarves being made.
Yeah.
Surely Dwarves are not efficient versus Causalisk, right? I don't really know. No, these Zephs aren't going to do anything, by the way. Or are they? Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh, the Nath, they dodged the Nath as well. Okay, they should be able to get in here.
Timing.
I guess he scooped up extra Zets at some point because there was more than just 4 in there, right? So that's interesting. He does break down one of the Larvosks.
Yeah, that's worth it. 5 Zephs for a Larvos. Take that any day. What's that, 60 minerals? It's pretty good.
Yeah, we'll take
I can't believe that exciting episode ended in a success. It really looked like he was going to fail, but he found the right time.
Well, the Nats are moving out. They will be maybe piloting it down to where that Ovaleth is scouting for. Now, the Ovaleth didn't move back to see if the ground army was leaving. But he's going to know now because some of the units are going to sprinkle in, including losing a Vorev early on. Not boding well there for Kenoli.
Yeah, there's just no way you can take this. I mean, the Vorvs are not a bad unit, but they're not that good against Kozalisk, and there's so many Kozalisk. I just don't see how Kenoli could possibly get in here. In fact, he might just lose if he attacks in here. He's already in trouble. He needs to get out of here, but he's committing to the attack. I don't think he realizes how many quads there are. He's going to lose his entire army if he doesn't turn around right now.
That's 40 quads for JarrellStorm. He has annihilated the early stages of that match. Now, there's 2 Nats getting a couple of worker kills in the main here for Mr. Kenoli. Definitely going to be a bit difficult.
That's huge, though. I didn't even realize. Man, I would have fallen for it. But that's it. I mean, if he loses his entire army, it might not matter because he might get countered. But I mean, he is getting sort of decisive damage. Okay, finally burrows. Nafs needs to get out of there. Oh, well, they're going to get killed. But that's all right. They did good work.
Yeah, down to 9 workers for Jarrell. He needs to go across the map right now.
Yeah, he actually does. I mean, the thing is, Kenoli did lose his entire army, and he only has 2 Larvos going to hatch. I mean, never mind the one on the low ground. That ain't going to be done in time. He can't defend this natural. That would be a huge mistake. He's going down the ramp. Oh, I can't believe what I'm seeing. He needs to just defend the main ramp. That's the only way he can possibly survive here. Well, that said, if the quads come in prematurely, he can still potentially win. He's not really rallying down either, though. So many quads in his main. Kenoli not really realizing how much danger he's in, not managing the defense conservatively enough. He is about to die, I think, as soon as JarrellStorm gets organized. In fact, Naf's being made. They ain't going to help you, buddy.
No, they are not. You can try to go attack the enemy base, but I'm not sure that you're going to be able to crack much of anything here. The Quas breaking on through. Battle workers are a great choice here. It's not like Quas eat those up for breakfast. And now JarrellStorm looks like he's going to go after the appetizer right past that natural. A lot of his units getting caught on the ramp as a result. But he should still have enough to clear out the reinforcements here from Kenoli. His Nats are going to go ahead and think about leaving the base. There's more Quas hatching. I still think Jarrell's got way too many.
Yeah, he does have a lot. I mean, there's not been a very good engagement by Jarrell by any means. It's been a terrible engagement. Is he going to hold? There's no way, right? There's no way.
Well, he's got 4 pairs of Quas hatching again. He's got more coming out here. The Nats are also going to get shredded. Okay, well, that seems like now maybe you could think it swung into Kenoli's favor, but look what happened behind this. Jarrell making nothing but workers. He is up workers now after being down by, I want to say it was 18 worker deficit or something crazy. At least 12.
That was interesting that he chose to make work. Because there you can definitely see the benefits, right? If he continued to rally cause, maybe he would have been able to win. But I mean, I like this too because now he's back in the game. In fact, like you say, back ahead. But Canoli's in a fine position now, having managed to get those kills and, you know, got that nice hold there, managed to get his natural up. He's mining so much gas, man. He just wants to make navs. Why make anything else in this matchup, apparently?
Well, he's making a lot of workers now, actually. He's pivoted in. He's going to go ahead and double saturate. You know, he's got massive gas income. It is going to be Nathricores. I wasn't really 100% sure if it was going to be Nathricores. Canoli does like his 2-base tier 2.
Upset pointing out that he did float 2,000 minerals, right? So, yeah. I mean, this kind of speaks to what I was saying, right? Where his macro is not good, that's for sure. But so far, he has tactically gotten the edge because he just straight up had a way better fight just there with all the JarrellStorm quads coming down at like the worst possible angle.
Yeah.
And yeah, the sneaky little 2 nafs did like the decisive damage. So it sort of evens out with his like lack of making anything. He did good work with the stuff he did, man. Now look at this. Now it's the JarrellStorm nafs, but look at that scouting quads. I love that. He sees them on the way, so hopefully he can react and put some defense. Hopefully. He's just pulling the quads from the natural back in. He's making his 10 pairs of nats are going to hatch plenty of time here for the defense, as the small number of quads here actually could be killed by those Nathricores, but there's more nats for Canoli now. Oh my god. There is no small number of Nathricores in Canoli's natural.
47 Nathricores! That is enough, honestly, to kill every quads in the natural for Jarrell. Well, maybe not now that more are coming in, but...
At what point do they hit critical mass, and just because they're so concentrated, they're actually better than quads? No, I mean, that's a lot of quads, though. That's a lot. Is he just going to keep making them? Is he going to pull like a Smarty Cakes where he doesn't actually do anything?
So he did this versus AOT. He did this versus AOT earlier in practice. He made 86 Nathricores and walked in and just killed them. So that's exactly what we're seeing now. This
Shambler
is like
in chat says NAF base race. Well, is it really a race if only one player is doing the killing? Okay, is Kenoli going to have to reveal them? No, he really doesn't want to reveal them. I sort of see why, but he may take critical damage here because of that. He's going to go across the map and do his own attack. These 4 circuits will serve him very well if he can only deal with the nafs. A spray being made, but that's not going to do anything.
He's got 2 sprays being made, and that's going to do twice as nothing.
Exactly.
Well, the quads are actually leaving the base. Jarrell is going to be opting into a base race, and he has no idea. 57 Nathricores are flying across the map right now.
It's going to take like 10 seconds for him to kill all the production. I think he can just eliminate him. I just don't see how he can stop it. As long as Kenoli's smart enough to realize elimination is on the cards here, I think that's just how this ends.
That's what he did versus AOT. Yep, he's going to go ahead and repeat it. And right now, we've got Artiturtle watching on with some satisfaction and maybe some horror as he gets dove in on. The Larvosks deleted.
Both the Hatcherosks. Oh, he's going after Drollos. Bit of a mistake, but it doesn't really matter. He's doing game-winning damage here anyway. In fact, I think the game is won. Because, yeah, there's no way JarrellStorm can attack. Like, those 4 circuits are beautiful. They're very good against Quasless. Exactly what you need. He's going for the Hatcheros. Can he get the natural as well? I mean, that is still like 50 navs. Maybe he could dive it. It'd be a dicey proposition, but he doesn't need to now, I suppose. Oh my god, he's gonna get the pull.
He's destroyed every structure in the main. Talk about elimination. Right now, he's gonna dive after that hatch. That's it. That's the last production structure now. No, he's not gonna do it. Okay, he wasn't strong enough. He didn't have the guts.
Well, I mean, the thing is though, Jarrell's locked into his base. He can't leave because then he gets eliminated. And he's got a Hydrift. He's got a Hydrift and 1 base. Canoli only has 22 draw left, but that's more than Jarrell has. All it takes to come in. He's going to go for the fight. Don't know about that. Yeah, he does have to retreat.
It's 46 versus 33. This is much favored for Kenoli, and Jarrell has opted into it. Good luck trying to figure out what's going on in that fight, my man. You've just lost most of your nafs.
Are we going to make a custom corpse for Nathricores?
Eventually, yes. It's kind of that is a deeply required thing. Now, okay, here's the thing. He's kept a lot of quads at home, and he's moving a lot of quads out. But there's so many quads back at home for Kenoli. There's no way Jarrell can win now. This is checkmate. Kenoli playing chess. Jarrell, he's just been checked.
He's playing checkers almost, you could say. Like, honestly, he could probably fight all that stuff, right? 49 nafs. Can he kill all that and then kill the hatch? I mean, even if he kills the Hydra, then it's enough. And yeah, like, even without the circuit, he's not busting in here. It makes you wonder if Kenoli should have been coming across stacking. Just some of the cores. Pulls back. Honestly, I don't think he needed to. I think he could have continued the attack, but he's going to bait some more nafs and kill them. JarrellStorm sees the defenses. He's like, you know what? Fine. I guess I won't give it.
Nope. Neblime just had an internet outage. I can tell because he just immediately got annihilated. Disconnected mid-game. I'm going to go ahead and drop him. No worries. No worries. Well, I'll bring you the action myself if I have to. Classic move. Trying to deliver a proclamation about Zerg versus Zerg and immediately gets bopped.
just like Jarrell's getting bopped right now. Kenoli going to go out 1-up in the elimination set as he eliminates the rest of the units here. No Ovolith for him to detect those bird workers, but who needs that when you still have 34 Nathacors eating out the hatch? That's going to be the final one. It's going to be devoured, and that will be game. Jarrell cannot continue. Oh, never mind. He's got one up here. Okay, Jarrell cannot continue. Never mind. He's got one down here. Jarrell can continue? Okay, Jarrell cannot continue. GG is called, and that's going to be Kenoli going 1-up in the set. It's too bad Neblime wasn't here to be witness to that. That was just absolutely destroyed. I can't believe that one. All right. So if Kenoli wins one more match, he qualifies in second place. If Jarrell reverse sweeps it here, he can still indeed make it happen. Ah, Neblime lost power. He will be back momentarily. Welcome back, sir.
Heyo, I'm back. Sorry about that.
That happens. That happens. We are going into map 5. Or map 6, rather, actually, because that was map 5.
Jarrell came back, right? Obviously, he, the tier 3 just
I called that Jarrell would be eliminated like 5 times, but because he kept rebuilding his hatch, it didn't actually eliminate him, and then he just said GG after all the failed attempts at me saying, Jarrell cannot continue, and then he GG. I was like, all right, whatever. It was pretty funny. You'll have to go back and watch that at some point. Shambler speaking in fucking tongues. Luckily enough, I relogged into my Twitch account just in time so that I could ban this bot that apparently still types basic shit that Twitch refuses to do anything about.
Sorry, everything going haywire. My sound stopped working as well.
Now look at this. JarrellStorm vetoes Check Stealer from being picked versus him.
Oh. I restart Discord because I can hear Cosmonarchy, but I can't hear you in Discord.
Classic move, classic move. I'll save my epic analysis for when he returns as we get set up and ready to go. Remember, Kenoli on serious point. Maybe his prediction was right. Maybe these people are beatable. Neblime's download is frozen. There we go. Oh. Never mind. There we don't go. We still got time before Neblime has to call it quits, so... There he is. Kenoli has returned. We just need to wait for Neblime now. Oh, the power got cut again. Okay, so in that case, I will go back to what we were talking about there. Jarrell decided to veto Check Stealer from being picked against him, but he picked it against Kenoli. And that means that we are going to be jumping into our next match here. Could be the decider. Remember, Kenoli needs one more map to win, and then he has done it. He has, against all odds, qualified into the playoffs, the Throneroom stage of Acropolis number 2. But right now, JarrellStorm continues to staff those battlements. Let's see what we can do with our favor here. Oh, we have a classic move where it's... No, I have no idea. Very strange. Very strange. Well, that's okay. We'll talk about that in a moment. JarrellStorm is in the bottom left as the... Ooh, what color is this? Turquoise?
Yeah, Zerg in the bottom left. And we've got Kenoli in the pumpkin Zerg in the bottom right. All right, I have redeemed myself on color guesses, but it seems like we are absolutely bopped. Just going to get Jarrell's POV here set up, so bear with me one moment. Shambler's going to get some practice versus Hamster. That's very good. I'm going to have to update Demoloon with the bloody ones. Hey man, if you can just stream your game to me. Oh, yeah, Neblime's here too. And then if you want to go ahead and deafen in Discord so you don't hear us talking, because we'll be commentating.
Yeah.
Was there a desync or what's happening?
I'm not sure about that one, but we're going to find out. Just have this as a backup.
Brood War, go live.
Perfect.
There we go. Okay. Let's see.
Yeah, if you just want to hit the... Yeah, there you go. Okay, perfect. He's got it. All right. Okay, we are back. So, we do have Check Stealer picked. I was bringing this up earlier, Neblime, while you were having your power issues. The interesting thing that was happening with Check Stealer, in my opinion, is that we had this thing go down where the players, like Jarrell vetoed this map from being picked against him, but he picked it against Kenoli anyway. So I thought that was interesting that he went for that.
Well, presumably he's thinking about HitEmUp, right?
Maybe, yeah. Maybe he didn't want to play this.
Although, what would the scenario be where HitEmUp is waiting to play the winner, right? That means he lost.
Yes.
And then JarrellStorm won. Interesting idea, but yeah. Maybe he's just trying to throw something weird out now. You know, I feel like in the last game, what I was talking about was sort of demonstrated, right? That JarrellStorm sure was hitting the buttons. He was spending his money a lot better, but his plan did not really work. He didn't really adapt, didn't really strategize.
Yes.
Whereas, Kenoli's like, all right, I'm going to make like 17 Afrocores. What's your answer to that?
Well, it's really interesting, too, because in this game, Kenoli went for a very fast pool. Very, very different adaptation that he's done before. He's actually got quads already moving across the map. He scouted his opponent first. Very, very good from his perspective. And Jarrell did not really adapt to that scout coming in. So he's got his own quads coming. He shouldn't be completely powerless to stop this. But he is making one worker back here. He might have to turn that third Kagran into the Circuith. Not responding to the threat just yet. Let's see what he ends up doing with that static defense structure. He is getting run down. The Zets are going to end up getting chewed up a little bit. One of them goes down. Going after the Larvosk, a very, very good target here in the early stages of the game. Remember, the reason why people go for Larvosks are because that they are more resource efficient in the early game to go for, because they don't require the extra minerals and so on and so forth. But right now, you can see their vulnerability.
Yep, I mean, he holds though, so I think this is still okay. The thing is, going for the Larvos will not win you the game outright. If you want to win the game outright, you should have tried to cancel the circuit. So now the game will go on. Now, you're actually still obs in this game, right? How many workers does Kenoli have?
On my side, he has 11. I don't know if that's accurate, but so far, actually, the game has been 100% accurate to my screen compared to what we were seeing from him. So I'm going to go ahead
Okay, because I'm just on Jarrell's stream.
Yeah. I think I'm going to go ahead and reactivate the stream for now.
I think it's still a comparable position. Although, border coming up right away for JarrellStorm. Maybe he can turn the tables and use the nerfs to his advantage this time. All right, he's going to cross it here. And you know what? It does look like Kenoli's base is pretty undefended. He's not been moving anything. Maybe it is indeed desynced. I don't know. But, like, he literally has, like, max lava not being used. This doesn't seem correct.
Yes, no kidding. All right, let's go back to the round from before, because that is definitely not what's really happening here. Or is it?
Okay, so
oh, never mind.
It was actually a player hash?
No, I think Kenoli actually did get bopped.
What do you mean? He's not making anything.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, is he still here, present among us?
I don't know. That's...
yeah, no, this is decent for
sure. All right.
Sure.
Yeah, all good. We'll just go ahead and remake then.
All right, gives me a chance to try and get in.
That's right. Give it a go. This was another map that had to be wrangled through the... This is another map that had to be wrangled via the like update manually. So, yeah, that does look like a go-re moment indeed.
So, yeah, he got the hash player ID too, but he's still actually decent. What's up with that?
Maybe Kenoli didn't. Actually, Kenoli was player ID too, so I didn't even notice that. Because usually it's because it's a 4-spawn map, you can get that. Yeah.
Yes. Was it immediately at start?
Yeah. But I thought we didn't get the player ID number until after I set up his FP VOD. So
still these map problems there.
Uh-huh. Who knows? All right, we're gonna go straight back into things. No worries there. And since I don't actually need to stream my POV because you're actually in the game, and now we have nothing. No worries at all. JarrellStorm in the bottom left as the. This is where it really counts. It's not purple. It's not Tyrian purple. It's not Japanese violet. Platinum purple? No, platinum purple's way. Wait, why did you leave?
I DC.
Oh, you got a hash?
Yes.
That's weird because I didn't.
You stream this.
I will do that. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what color Jarrell is. I'm really screwed up on this.
I'll just say I don't know the names of any colors, so
yeah, the only purples we have are Japanese violet, Tyrian purple, Palatinate purple, and purple. But I feel like there's one other.
Purple.
It's not auburn, mahogany, wine, Cordovan's darker.
This isn't wine?
No. Wine is more brown.
Oh, okay.
Well, I guess I just say purple and take the L. It was Palatinate purple. Dude, I thought for sure it was darker than that. Oh well. Owned. Destroyed. Now,
okay,
both of them are going to go back to the mean here. They can only try that match with the pool opening, the very fast pool opening. Instead, he's going to go straight into the default pool. We'll see about how that works out. By the way, since you're...
Well, it is awkward when you pull out a cheese and then the game has to be
made,
yeah. Right? You go to be like, well, do I do it again?
I would do it again every time.
That's personally. What I do, yeah.
Because you never expect somebody to do that. And indeed, that's going to be the case here.
Exactly. It has proven effective before. Okay, so we're just going into the mostly mirrored game here. Although Kenoli with the faster Larvosk, is it? Or do you not start it yet? Hang on, what am I looking at?
No, Kenoli's finished his Larvosk here.
Okay, yeah, he is faster.
Yeah.
But why is he so much faster? I'm trying to figure out what the divergence is here because, well, I guess Jarrell has a lot of minerals, so he could get the Hatchrosk. Indeed, he does do it. Yeah. So I assume he's going to try and get up on Circus here. Although that said, because we're here on Check Stealer, you can't use the natural Hatchrosk to defend the choke. You're going to need to do something else there. And his Larvosk was not positioned far away enough to really extend over there. I mean, I guess it wouldn't be terrible. It'd be somewhat defensive. Oh, right, of course, we have the neutral one now. Yeah, I forgot about that. Never mind. I got to imagine that JarrellStorm's plan here is to set up the stag defense.
I would think so, too. I'm looking at the way that this has worked out, and Jarrell looks like he wants to make a longer game out of this. He sent the first Zets out to see where his opponent is. And Kenoli scouted this way. They have the same spawns as before. Kenoli scouts the wrong way this time. He scouted the right way the first time around, the first attempt. So, very interesting stuff. Zets just going to go ahead and watch for a ground push.
theoretically, Kenoli could just be messing up Quaz and like kill him, right? Because he just has more production. And I don't see any defensive structure from JarrellStorm yet, unless I missed it. He's going up for another love loss. That's it. If Kenoli doesn't attack, obviously JarrellStorm's going to get a big advantage with the Tetros. You could even get like a high ground love loss, potentially a love loss, Circuit, I mean.
Yeah, could be.
All right, petition to upgrade Lavos, so if they're on high ground, the unit they spawn has that range advantage wherever it goes.
Could you imagine? Range advantage larva. They wander for +2 range.
Spawn the Quaslisk with 10 range, that'd be good.
Dude, that would be epic.
It'd be fair.
If you could change, if you could take one unit and +1 range it, or +1 any stat to it, I feel like that would be pretty ridiculous. There's probably something you could do that like you'd like it's narrowly balanced, and if you do one thing to it, it's just absolutely busted.
What about Eidolon? Give Eidolon one more range to see what happens.
Yeah, that could work. Architect one more range. Oh, he's killing his Circuit. I think he meant
he wants to make a Lavos.
Yeah, he meant to make a Larvos there. Now
I think he's correct because the danger time seems to have passed now that he's up on more production, and indeed more workers. I mean, what does Kenoli have going for him right now? Not much.
Yeah, indeed. There's a Circuit about to finish and the natural, but there's still a couple of Zeths here. I feel like there's enough Quas to muscle through it. It's just a question. There's not going to be enough of an army disparity here to favor Jarrell. He's actually going to go ahead and fall back.
Though.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Zeph's going to play a role here in trying to catch some of this stuff. Not only a couple though.
Gas harvesting coming in for Jarrell, a little bit advanced there. Kenoli is once again floating a lot of minerals, but I never know if it's legit or not. He's making a bunch of Vorvs.
Yeah, I think this seems to be legit. I do wonder what he's doing there. Although his camera seems to be going back here. I don't know. Are we desynced again? Let me check his... Oh, no, it's JarrellStorm's stream, isn't it?
Yep. If you want to check Jarrell's POV and see if there's any difference in his resources, that would also tell us if I'm out.
Sure.
Because it seems like they're both responding to each other for now. But Kenoli isn't harvesting gas, so that seems like a very odd decision. He's going to go ahead and try to make this round happen onto Jarrell. His economy not going to work out too well here.
Yeah, I mean, it looks pretty similar, as best I can tell.
Kenoli's not making anything behind this. That seems very suspicious to me. So I'm definitely not in the right match here. But
I'll go on Jarrell's stream. Yeah, Jarrell has like 42 military supply right now in his stream.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So they're still in the right game, and we'll go ahead and just switch over to that because I've only got Jarrell with 39. But a similar-ish engagement seems to be happening here, although Kenoli's actually looked at the main.
Well, Kenoli's push got absolutely crushed. JarrellStorm has Hello Quaz. He only has 19 workers, which isn't that many given his own 2 base, but he has 51 army supply. I don't know what what Kenoli actually has, because I have no actual intel on that. I'm just watching Jarrell's stream now.
Yep. Me too.
Looks like Jarrell's really worrying about Quaz, because he's just... Nath.
Yeah.
Because he's just clustering around here. It's like, all right, when are the 80 Naths going to show up? Now that we can't see Kenoli's view, there is an element of mystery here. What if he just doesn't make any Naths the whole game? Is that an advantage because JarrellStorm will expect it?
I don't know. I mean, on my end, Kenoli is looking at suspicious angles. So I feel like he's also not in the right... I feel like none of us are in... We've been cursed.
Yeah, better watch just Jarrell's point of view then. Cause,
yeah.
The only thing that really matters.
Well, I'm just looking at Kenoli's like POV on his camera. Oh yeah.
I see.
He just he probably just we gotta redo it again because I think what happened is he just like cleared the last hatch or whatever.
Oh right.
And in his reality he won. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, plagued by desync so far.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that on Check Stealer specifically. I'll force a re-download of the map and see if that fixes anything because I don't really know why it would be a problem.
I guess, do we need to restart the game?
No. Just we're gonna rehost. I'm gonna rehost Check Stealer.
Okay.
With a different file name.
Call it Sync Stealer.
Yeah. All right. Let's see if that works out. Yeah, I think Shambler decided to curse everybody, and he instead cursed the game. It's not an exact science.
Damn it, Shambler. Why'd you do it? Terrible.
Well, the problem is that you got the hash, and we thought it was just you. So I think if anybody reports a hash, we should just rehost until it goes away.
All right.
Yeah. That's my vote.
Why do the orb slots have races?
I'm not sure. No, I don't know. That's a good question.
Kenoli's chat is desynced.
Yeah.
Ah, there we go.
That's right. Smarty Cakes is a professional ref. All right, let's go. Check Stealer, round 3. Take 3? Kenoli needs one more win to make it through, just so everybody's aware.
Yeah, and he just got one, man. Obviously, like
Yeah.
eliminated all the abilities.
No. He needs one more win for realsies. All right, Kenoli is the pumpkin Zerg in the top left. JarrellStorm is I think this is straight up the same color, Palatina purple in the bottom left. No, it's Tyrion this time. I'm cursed by Shambler.
Mine says Palatinate. Are we already desynced? I mean, I didn't get a hash, mind you.
No, the colors change for everybody, I think.
Wait, so when you load into a game, everyone sees different colors?
That's been an issue for a while now. Yeah, the same thing happens with the same thing has happened in the past with. Oh, I should probably mute those Discord's POV from him, so I'm not hearing double sounds. Yeah, for a while replays have had that problem where there's been different colors. So yeah. I don't think it's related to any issues. Like it's just a.
Well, it makes me wonder because that is RNG, right? We're not doing the same thing. By the way, Kenoli not going with the early pool again. Oh, I just got a hash. Player ID 3. It just said invalid player flag. I didn't get the full readout.
Well, that was Jarrell. Jarrell's the player ID 3, but nobody else is reporting anything, so I'm not seeing anything.
I guess I'll just go to your stream.
Well, just check his POV.
I'll keep mine open.
Just check his POV, and
yeah.
Every now and then I'll check in with you and say like,
all right, that's a good way to.
Yeah. Like, does he have? Because that wasn't a startup. That wasn't a startup. So he's got 90 gas.
Yeah.
100 gas.
No, it's all fine for now. I can see it well enough. It's just too early in the game to tell, you know?
Sure, yeah. Well, at least Kenoli's actually harvesting gas this time. That's a better sign.
Yeah, well, by the way, I was going to say, it's a shame that he didn't take this opportunity where it was like, oh, early pool, okay, now back to normal, to go back to the early pool, you know, because it's the third time now. Like, couldn't he have done that?
Oh, yeah, for sure. He's going to go for 4 pairs of quads instead, pretty fast on. But, you know, Jarrell's actually going for a much more, I would say, like a much more balanced approach to the economy side. He's actually making a lot more workers. So we'll see about that one.
Well, he does seem to be trying to pull ahead in that way. That seems to be his sort of MO here. You know what, in that first game, as far as we can tell, it seemed to be working pretty well. We don't know what would have actually happened, but I mean, it looked like it was going reasonably. Now, Kenoli's going to come out here. He does seem to have a pretty menacing quads count, but by the time he gets across the map, I mean, JarrellStorm should be able to make some. But that's it, JarrellStorm hasn't backed up anything. In fact, JarrellStorm has really not made any military at all. He's morphing another Larvosk instead.
He's got 2 quads that have thread the needle, though. He's actually going to tickle a Larvosk. I don't think that's the right choice for that.
But some draw left, but they're just going to get killed. Wait, is Kenoli really just going to come across with like 6 quads in the end of the game? I'm sort of wondering. I'm watching JarrellStorm's point of view. He only did just make those. If Kenoli can come in here, maybe he kills the Larvos, maybe he kills some draw left. I'm not sure what the key target is. And he's not wasting any time, though. He's not going to good angle. These quads are going to hatch. I don't think you can kill an egg. He's going to go for a Larvos. Not a bad pick. Honestly, I would have rather he got draw left, but still, that's pretty good. He's going to get another one.
If he just camps, no, he's still targeting the Larvosk instead. He will end up. No, he pulls away at the last second. That was a grave error.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a pretty good advantage getting that Larvosk. But that said, I mean, there is just still 2 up and a Hatchrosk here for Jarrell, where Kenoli only has 2. So he sort of just evened it out, I guess, with that little move. And Jarrell's still 2 up in draw left. That said, slight army edge here for Kenoli. Oh, by the way, my game is getting desynced now because JarrellStorm's minerals are a little bit lower. He's at about 300, just hitting 400 as he orders that Hatchrosk to be built.
Okay, I'm still synced, so we're all good. You can just watch my POV.
All right.
I'm still streaming.
Well, I'm watching Jarrell's. I got the inside info.
There you go. You get the inside info. Go for it.
In fact, I can see that he failed to build that Hatchrosk because he spent too much money.
There you go. It just went down now. Yeah, so as of right now, I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, okay, we've got triple Larvask here for Kenoli. He's got a decided position where he can be a little bit more free with it. He is getting a decent mineral bank, which again, that is kind of his MO, his stylistic choice to go for a heavy afloat in minerals. And once again, not actually harvesting any Vespene, curious enough.
Yeah, well, I mean, quads seems to be the name of the game, right? They're doing pretty good, and, well, he's hitting that NAF button pretty hard. He really wants NAFs right now, just JarrellStorm, that is.
Okay.
So, like I was saying, maybe he can turn the tables and be the one that's coming across with the NAFs and causing trouble, I don't know. I would really like to see a circuit with this expansion going down, you know? I think it's a good choice.
Well, here's the thing. There's going to be a Vorv Quaz bust. We saw this happen several times with Kenoli versus Art of Turtle. It will actually be caught by this one burrowed Quaz. We'll see if Jarrell actually paid attention to it.
I don't see him moving his camera over there.
No, I'm not sure he's paid attention. I mean, there's so many orange dots that like moved across the map that you would think to yourself for sure, like, this is a case where you'd think to yourself, you definitely saw that because there's so many of them. The Nats haven't left the building yet. That's a key detail. If the Nats are still with this force, they might be enough to turn the tide. As of right now, though, 20 Quaz.
Ooh, here it comes. To be honest, I haven't been impressed with the Vorp's performance so far. I mean, they got some damage there. They do kind of get in, but if you get a lot more, maybe. I mean, how many quads does Kenoli have here? I don't think it's enough.
No, the Nats are actually going to fight really nicely there in favor, and that will be Kenoli.
Oh, he's focus firing. Oh, yeah, he just right-clicked on a NAF and didn't pay attention, so he lost a lot more there.
Indeed. Looking at the base, seeing that there's indeed a Vornath, 2 Larvosks, a Kagrant. Kenoli pushed V, indeed. Shopkeeper Dog in the chat mentioning that. There's a storm of Quaz and Nats moving across. I don't know. I think Kenoli's just cursed, dude. I don't know if he's updated his game or what, but on this,
you think it's desynced again?
I think so. I mean, he was just staring at his opponent's base for a long time, and he doesn't have that many units.
Is he killing it again on his screen? Oh, no.
I don't know. Yeah.
Oh, my God. Can we ever get this game done, dude?
No, I don't think so. I think he's... we're in the curse. Shambler really needs to retract that curse right now. Again.
Yeah, it looks like... Oh, my gosh. Well, my time is up. I gotta go.
That's it.
I hope we can figure this out. Maybe my presence is just cursed. I can only hope that
maybe the curse is attached to you. Yeah, I don't know. Could be.
Yeah, damn it, Shambler. Why are you cursing me again?
That's it.
All right, good luck getting that actually played.
Yeah. All right, GG's, man. Thanks for joining me for that. We'll be out. So I'm going to take a look at getting them to update their game via Fraud Launcher 2, just to make sure that everything is good to go. And we'll see about that one, because that seems like the best move right about now. The classic and most classic of moves. I'm actually going to launch it through the launcher instead of my local copy of release, because that will rule out any leftover potential concerns there. Just waiting for it to finish the update. No series ending just yet. Score's not updated, brother. All right, let's try that one. General. Wink. All right. We're getting back into it, boys. Let's see if Kenoli can seal the deal for real this time. All's well that ends well, and it's going to be JarrellStorm in the top right as the Tyrian purple Protoss? Zerg. Well, I got the race wrong, but I got the color correct. Tyrian purple is in my head like a very Protoss color. And of course, Kenoli rockin' pumpkin. So we should be good now. We don't have Neblime carrying Shambler's Curse anymore, you know? So honestly, I feel like if you think about it, right, Shambler cursed the upper seed in Group A. He tried to curse HitEmUp. It bounced off of him. I feel like Shambler will now, he'll have that curse. You know what I mean? That's what I think. But I guess we'll have to wait and see. What are these two going to be doing? Jarrell going for that pool into Larvosk yet again. And Kenoli going for the Larvosk into pool yet again. Ah, I see. Yeah, there's a tradition where every time a tournament starts, Shambler gets sick, and so I think it's pretty good. That's like a bingo card for like Cosmonarchy tournament. I say that more vaguely than Acropolis because it was true for, I think it was true for Tyrant's Tale, and it was true for a lot of the Ascensions last year as well. So. All right, Kenoli is going to see what he can do to bounce back from the several times that he attempted to win this game on this map. He will be scouting correctly, so he will see his opponent first. Neither player going for a particularly aggressive opening strategy here. I saw Art of Turtle asking if we're still good to start the next series. The one stipulation there is actually not me, but TheNightFox is going to be running a little bit behind, which means that we will almost certainly have to start with the Shambler versus Art of Turtle. But we will start, we'll get ready at that time, the scheduled start time. We'll do our interviews, our match analysis, etc. And then maybe we'll have like a little bit of an extended discussion or whatever while we wait to hear confirmation that the TheNightFox will be only 30 minutes behind and not any further. And then, we can just maybe play the first match between the Shambler and AOT if Fox is indeed going to be running late. That's how that will end up working out. I'm fine to keep going. After all of these games are done, I actually have to host and run a D&D session. So my bed is made. I will not be sleeping until like 2 a.m. today. So we're gonna make it happen. I'm not too worried about it. We're here to have fun, and of course put on an entertaining show. JarrellStorm scouting with one Zeth to the bottom right and one Zeth to the top left. Knows where his opponent is. Now these Zeths actually ran by. Kenoli going to see if he can dive in. Love to see him go after some of those quads on the right-hand side just to give him a little bit more access to the workers. He does focus down. 2 quads, 3 quads. No, it's actually, it's a little bit of an awkward position there. He does end up getting 2 workers. 3rd worker going down. Definitely favored for Kenoli just based off of that. Plus, he's now doubled his opponent's worker count because he made workers behind that, transitioning into 5 pairs of Quasilisks. He might have just switched Jarrell into an all-in mode. Instead, Jarrell going for the extra Droleth. So he wants to just replenish. And you know what? That's not a terrible idea because Kenoli's actually going to be preemptively going on the defensive, thinking that his opponent is going to go all in as a response. I don't know. Vornath coming up for JarrellStorm as he continues to harvest some Vespene. Makes total sense to not bother getting any additional production right now because Jarrell can just keep pumping minerals into workers and try to play on the defensive side and bank that Vespene into, Nathrakors to scout or apply some pressure counterwise. But he's definitely behind. Make no mistake. He's caught up in workers at the expense of not having any military gains in this period of time. Vornath now for Kenoli, who has switched back to harvesting Vespene, and he has 400 minerals in the hole. So does want to maybe think about expanding, dropping a hatch, but he's making a lot of Zeths, and I think it's pretty clear he wants to go for that Vornath bust yet again. The Zeths these are Quas actually for JarrellStorm. 1 Quas, 1 Zeth. Moving across the map just to see what's going on. The other Seth actually must have come back and didn't end up committing to any attack or heckling or anything. 5 pairs of Athrocore is going to be the choice du jour for JarrellStorm. 1 Kagrant being made in a pretty conspicuous spot. I think that means that Kenoli is going to go for a Spraith. 6th pair of Nathacores did get started. Yeah, Shambler is going to have a lot to fight for if he wants to play D&D later at a timely manner. Because I will need a break after both of the tournament groups are done. All right, first Wraith is complete. A couple of Quas hanging out in the mineral line, 4 of them to be precise. Or is that only 3? No, that's 4. Hard to see them. Nat's kind of sharking around, seeing what's going on. Jarrell amassing at the gates, but there is already a Circuit, and a lot of Vorvs have already been made. Kenoli opting for that. He's banking a little bit of Vespene, can flex into Nathacores if he wants. Yeah, this force definitely favoring the defending player. And Jarrell actually flying in with his Nathacores. That's going to be way too many Quas for him to deal with there. They kind of maybe gave up the plan a little bit too early. Now, some of the Vorvs are getting tickled on the way out, and the Quas all being delayed. That's going to allow the Quas on Jarrell's side to clear the front line a little bit. But definitely a trade favoring Kenoli so far as the Nats fall on back. Ooh, man, this is feeling pretty dire for our defending purple Zerg. I'm looking at him, and I'm thinking he's not really got the best moves here. The Zeth run by going to be very, very brutal. All right, the Quas have reset themselves. They are in a pretty defensive position, and the front line for Kenoli is actually charged way too far forward. So maybe a little bit of an unforced error there from our upstart trying to complete the upset. A couple more Zeths and Vorvs being heckled on the sides. The Nathacore still trying to fight the Quas. Not a favorable trade at all. Ends up losing 3 of them for essentially free. Once again, though, the front line is not having a good time of it. The Nats are starting to engage on the Quas, which are being, they're starter stepping, trying to do some damage to those air units, but that's going to allow Jarrell to catch up with his own Quas and deal critical damage to that. Now back at home, plenty of Quas being made by Kenoli. He should still have enough to hold. Let's find out. JarrellStorm doing his best. Just sharking around, just seeing what's up. He knows that there's no expansion coming at the very least, which is not what you can say for him. Jarrell is taking the lower base there. He's mindful of the potential air switch. 6 pairs of Nats are being made by Kenoli. So he's right to be mindful of that. Plenty of minerals in the bank here. Kenoli could definitely drop a hatch either on the expansion. He's got some more Nats coming up on the other side. Look at that. The Nats actually catching. JarrellStorm seeing the air move out, and he is going to be able to catch that. Once the Nathacores hit something, they actually get movement speed increases. So Kenoli needed to tag an enemy unit and then fall away and see if he could escape, but it's a very difficult micro order to do that. 16 Nathacores sort of sharking around. Jarrell reestablishing some element of control. The last of the Vorvacores seems to be getting, really spun around here. One Nathacore snipe onto the Larvosk. Very, very critical there for Jarrell. Got his natural, is starting to be staffed by workers. Kenoli, still once again, not sure quite what to spend all of his minerals on. Going to remorph that Kagrant into a Larvosk as he puts down his Shroud. That's all of his gas. Going to go into more Quas for the time being. Again, we could be seeing 2-3 hatches be put down at sometimes. Feels like maybe that could be the difference maker in some of these tighter situations as the Quas contain is looking pretty good. Great arc here. Gonna see if he can maybe hemorrhage it from the top. Definitely a more favorable situation as more of Jarrell's Quas come on in. And the Nathacores, they are at a pretty respectable count. There's about 20 of them engaging on this fight. And I think that's gonna allow the Quas to crush on through. Remember, if those Nats survive long enough to kill the Circuit, then the Quas don't really have to worry from Jarrell's side about dealing with that static defense. They are gonna focus it down anyway, and they are gonna clear in. More reinforcements coming in. Is this gonna be the point where Kenoli gets broken? I think maybe that is indeed going to be enough. More reinforcements coming in from Kenoli, and that is maybe going to be enough to hold. I don't think so, though. He's only got 4 pairs of Quads coming out here, and that's not going to be enough to deal with the 20 that are now rampaging through. Sure, the Nats went on the other side, but there's already Quads hatching to deal with that, and that is going to be GG as JarrellStorm is going to push it to a 3rd place decider. First try on Check Stealer, totally wink. All right, Kenoli will now select our final map as he was indeed upset, or not really upset, but defeated in that one. We need one more match between these two to decide who is going to go home and who's going to continue on into the throne room stage. Anybody's set, anybody's game. They've certainly reset the table now. The 4 available maps that are here for Kenoli to select at this point are Blackwater Bastion, Muspelheim, Paradise, and Spinal Tap. And it will be a 4-spawn map. Paradise selected. This one's for all the marbles, folks. Kenoli, JarrellStorm, one of the Zergs is going home. One of them is qualifying into the Throneroom stage. It would be a total upset for Kenoli, who is in the top left as the Pumpkin Zerg. And it would be business as expected, as usual, perhaps, for JarrellStorm, who is the, I don't know this color at all. It's not olive, but that's the only color that comes to mind. So the olive Zerg, it's Beast Brown. Okay. Makes sense. In the bottom left. So we once again have vertical spawns. We saw this on Decapitation, favoring HitEmUp for going that early Nathracor push when he rolled Zerg yet again. Now, I wonder, one thing that I still have to go back and look at in the VOD is, in that first match that was on Rage Slave, we did actually have the same kind of hash issue that we had before. And then we rehosted and remade, and then we again had it again. Now, one of the funniest things about that was, one of the things that I saw was obviously he was Zerg in the legit version of the game, but I don't know what race he was in the first version. It's possible he got Zerg 4 times in a row if he rolled Zerg the first attempt on Rage Slave as well. That would have been really funny, so I'll have to go check the VOD for that. It looks like this is going to be business as usual for both players when it comes to their build order. That being said, we do indeed have Kenoli going for that pool, and indeed the Larvos. So no deviations just yet. Kenoli scouting faster this time around than his opponent. Jarrell likes to scout with the Zeths, I've noticed. It's one of the things that I'm trying to take notes of when it comes to the overall game plan. So as the Tyrant watches on to see which one of these Zergs will actually make it through, Kenoli making it competitive, scoring a win versus Jarrell in the opening set on Demaloon. We come to Check Stealer, and after much trial and tribulation, Jarrell does end up surviving a 7 worker deficit, playing counter to what Kenoli expected. Just slow and steady. Slow and steady. Once you get into Throneroom stage, it's a double elimination playoffs bracket. It's back to series play. It's not this King of the Hill stuff that you might not be used to. It's a bit more familiar. You get a little bit of a breathing room. And of course, a lot of money on the line here. $1,500, all said and done, will be paid out. Maybe more, because the prize pool will continue to grow. If you want to donate towards the prize pool, you can do so via the coffee link in the description box, or just PayPal me directly and tell me that it's for that, and I will make sure to earmark it. So the Zeth comes in and sees the Larvos, gets a little bit of tickle damage, but scouts the timing of the Quaz hatch. Now 2 Zeths are chasing after this worker inefficiently. Jarrell might want to actually micro that a little bit. Going for a 3rd Larvosk and, of course, a Vornath. So we are going to see this continued push in that direction. Well, are they going to actually be able to kill it? It doesn't look like it. Maybe if the Quaz tried to help out by body blocking, but that wouldn't have happened because the Drillets is actually testing on resources. Missed opportunity to kill the worker, but JarrellStorm is going to be just fine. Actually, I really like this from Kenoli, muscling through that Scout Zeth. It just puts a little bit more fear into JarrellStorm, who's been sitting on a very small number of Quaz so far. Idris then coming very fast for Kenoli. He's got something up his sleeve. He's planning something. Got a lot of minerals to spend as well. He might be banking those for Izira cores. maybe just run up the ramp and see if you can muscle him down. Does take a little bit of finesse to use that kind of unit. Very low military count so far compared to what we're used to, although, of course, Jarrell has a lot of quads banked up. So Kenoli, bucking trends previously established, is going to go for a lot of quads. His Hydra Den is going to be done pretty soon, and we'll be able to see what exactly he's going to be doing. Banking a lot of Vespene. Could this be a Skith switch? Or maybe just a fast Backtith? Either one is potentially possible. The third Kagran, I'm guessing, is also going to be a Larvosk, just based on the amount of gas that he's got. Now, if that immediately turns into a ski backed, we know that it's most likely going to be backed. He doesn't have the Vornath at all, so let's see what he ends up doing. He held on it. He didn't decide to go for it. Whatever he's planning, it's not yet going to be in the cards. That's going to be a Larvosk indeed, and a fourth Kagran coming down. This looks like a very heavy one-base push. No expansion yet for Jarrell. He's floating out with a lot of quads. He's got his Nats in the general ballpark area of where you want. Another Kagran coming on down. Still, Kenoli not actually using that Hydrathen for anything. Didn't mutate it. Didn't make Hydras. Now making 4 Hydras. Now mutating it. It will be Bactylisks. And a Spraith on the extremities here. That's actually going to be really useful for zoning the Naths away. I wonder if he's counting on Jarrell reacting really fast to the presence of the Spraith and not scouting the Hydrathen, because it is in a pretty easy spot for the Nathricors to scout. There's got to be some deeper reason for that positioning. But maybe there isn't. Now, Jarrell is setting up a little bit of a containment. There are 6 Nathricors. It's not going to be too much there. And yeah, it looks like that actually was successful. Jarrell has no idea that the Backtith is on the way. I'm not sure he even scouted the Hydras. Let's see, diving in onto those Quads and Hydra, but that's not going to go very well for the Nathricors. The ground unit's not going to be very advantaged moving into that ramp position. I'd say Kenoli has a distinct combat advantage in this spot. Jarrell is taking an expansion, however, so the macro is going to go his way. 6 workers coming out to catch up to Kenoli, who is 5 workers ahead right now. Okay, all right. We got to get real used to ZVZ. There's a lot of Zergs in this tournament. Would not surprise me if one Zerg in each group that has Zergs was eliminated in the Battlement stage. More extremities. Okay, it's going to be a lot of like staggered Spraiths. I like this from Kenoli. It's an interesting adaptation. It will put him down by 7 workers, however. 6 Bactylisks now being made. More Nathricors flooding in from the north. They are going to come in here before that tertiary Spraith ends up actually coming online. Quick reaction from Kenoli. He's going to go ahead and charge forward with those Quas. He doesn't want to reveal his strat just yet. Ooh, ends up losing 1 more Nathricor on the way out. All right, Jarrell. You're controlling the skies so far, but the Bactylisks will definitely force you to either commit or distance yourself. And more Spraiths are being made on the extremities. It's really stacking up the damage and slowly breaking them down. I think it was Shambler in the chat earlier who mentioned that you really don't want just 1 Spraith. You want like 4 versus these kinds of Nath swarms. And, you know, sometimes the Nath count can get so high that even that is not enough. All right, let's see what ends up happening here as the Quads are going to get evicted by those Bactylisks. JarrellStorm not going to be able to commit an attack with the ground army. However, his Naths still fancy an attempt. He's got 27 of them, but a bunch of Hydras just hatched, and some of his units are getting split up a little bit there. He picks a couple of Quads, and that's it. Look at this. I almost like that sandwich from Kenoli, but instead he ends up aggroing some of those Naths over to him. He's brought down about 5 of them so far. Very, very good play so far from Kenoli's positioning. Definitely revealed the bulk of this sort of like, this is an odd statement to make, but in ZVZ, this is like a death ball style army. You're very, very hard to actually like attack and whittle down, especially with what's available at tier 1. Best Jarrell can do is maybe try to pick some of these less powerful units in the middle of the map as they kind of split off from each other. If Kenoli doesn't move as a blob, that can definitely happen. I feel like this is just going to end up being a total run over, but that being said, there are some circuits being made, and Kenoli might be waiting for those 6 packs to go. No, instead he's going to go ahead and maybe fancy his chances. Circuits are going to finish pretty soon, but I don't think it's going to be enough just to have 2 of them. Sure, you got your expansion, but I feel like this is too many units for JarrellStorm to deal with right now. 11 pairs of Quads are about to hatch. I don't know that that's going to be enough. That's just going to be enough to even the odds when it comes to the 22 Quads that Kenoli has. Now, there's so many Nats, and they are going to go straight on top of this ball as the Quads start to come out. Now, is that going to be enough to actually break the army? Because if
JarrellStorm holds his natural. He still has more effective gas that he can be mining. A lot of Basilisks do end up going down, but there's more where that came from. And it looks like most of the quads have been shellacked. On both sides, to be fair. All right, so Kenoli doesn't want to fight the reinforcements around the next attempt, but Jarrell actually did look pretty brittle there. I feel like maybe if Kenoli stayed and fought, he might have been able to do something there. A Shroud coming on, pretty vulnerable to air harassment from Kenoli's side, but he hasn't really shown much interest in going for a push. That actually gets transformed back into a Drilleth, and then he goes down for the Den. So a little bit of a wasted gas on the attempt there, because obviously when you cancel a structure, you don't get a full refund. I don't know. A pretty tense game right now as more and more units are pouring out. Jarrell has many more workers. Up by 11. He's going to go ahead and try to pounce on this army before it really turns into anything too much more scary. But there's more reinforcements where that came from for Kenoli. Staggering military advantage right now with Jarrell's Hydrith Den not being done yet. And he wasn't able to actually finish the job onto the Basilisks. There is no static defense here in the main or the natural versus this kind of attack. This could be where Kenoli upsets everybody's predictions. He could run over JarrellStorm right here and now. He's going to go ahead and wrap around the natural. Mineral line is vulnerable. No more harvesting on gas on that ridge. And the bounces are going to start to really pop off here in favor of Jarrell. He has been eliminated by Kenoli. GG is exchanged on both players. And the underdog, the Zerg Sniper, has made it through. I am impressed. That is where we wrap things up. JarrellStorm not making it through to the next phase. I was hoping for him. I really thought he had it in him. But it turns out Kenoli prepped a little bit harder for that ZVZ. And just like that, we find ourselves looking at a random player in HitEmUp and a Zerg player in Kenoli advancing through. I'm a little bit shocked that the games were that competitive between some of these players in general. I really liked the near impact game. Thought Kenoli really did a stand-up job on that. And based on what I'm seeing here, he should still have a solid chance. If a Zerg player exits in first place from either Group B or Group D, since there's no Zerg in Group C, Kenoli could get matched against them, and he could give them a run for their money. But otherwise, he might be fodder for the lower bracket. We're not sure yet, but he narrowly edges out JarrellStorm in an extended ZVZ set. I agree with Hamster in the chat, who was mentioning that a lot of Skithra cores would work really nicely versus the Nath Ball. But it turns out if you have enough quas, you can deal with them without even invoking any gas cost. I think realistically speaking, as soon as a lot of that last match was down to the Spraith positioning below the backtith, the ski back scab, because when Kenoli did that, the Naths could have scouted that the Hydrith Den was mutating into something else. You can click on it and see that it's a different wireframe than the Den normally is. So the name actually will be given over to you. You know that, okay, based on the wireframe alone, that's a ski backed. And that would have given the game away very quick. I think Jarrell has enough game sense to know either I attack with pool units before the backtiths hit or critical mass, or I go for my own Hydrith, I go for the Zorius, something like that from the Shroud. That is a pretty difficult situation to really navigate without scouting that the ski backed is in production. And the posturing from the Nathacores having low vision range to the Spraith positioning and the Quaz positioning, honestly, there's something very artsy about that game from Kenoli's perspective. And I really do think that, you might look at that and think, oh, that wasn't really that big of a deal. What's the problem? It was honestly a lot harder to make that happen than you might expect. A lot of things could have gone differently. And that's how we find ourselves here. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining me for Group A, Tyrant's Trial. It's now over. We are going to take a maybe 10-minute break before we get into the next round of things as I prepare the overlay for Group B and maybe get some water and take a moment to use the bathroom and all that. But we have the Shambler, the TheNightFox, and the Art of Turtle going up against each other in Group B. American Animals coming to you very soon. Personally, I really want to shout out none other than Neblime for joining me for the cast for most of this stuff. Too bad we didn't get to see his reaction to Kenoli coming up with the clutch. But I'm glad that JarrellStorm managed up taking HitEmUp the distance on Decapitation, and indeed taking Check Stealer away from Kenoli. Kenoli himself put it on a good showing versus HitEmUp Zerg on Near Impact. I feel like there's still maybe some legs to how the two of them have done it, these two Zergs. This is not the last we will see from JarrellStorm. That much I can almost promise you. And I am looking forward to going a little bit further on how this one is going to be going. I think overall, I'm really excited to see if Kenoli can continue this upset train. When does it end? When does the Cinderella run end? Because we weren't expecting him to make it out of the Gauntlet stage. He makes it out of Gauntlet stage B. We weren't expecting him to make it out of, well, the Battlements stage. He makes it out of Group A, a group with HitEmUp in it. Like, you know, this is not an easy task per se, but here he is. He's really, really benefiting from the fact that he's figured out some ZVZ stuff. He's been grinding. He's been playing with the TheNightFox especially, but also many other practice partners. So, yeah, I'm sure if this was like SSL or whatever, he would thank his practice partners, everybody who practiced with him, and he would go on a very long laundry list of all the Zerg players in the world. But pretty cool stuff there, all in all. Unfortunate to see Jarrell bow out in the Battlement stage, but I'm sure he'll be back. I mean, you can't keep a good man down. That's what I say. And you know what that means? It's just about time to make it out of here. JarrellStorm eliminated. Kenoli moving through. HitEmUp. Flawless as expected. To be fair. To be real. Nobody is currently geared up to join me for the groups for Group B. But if somebody wants to throw their hat in the ring, we'll see. We'll see. They can message me or ping me or whatever, and I'll take a look. For now, I'm taking a break. We'll be back when we can, folks, because as far as I'm concerned, we've done our due diligence here. Join us for Group B in about 10 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, Pronago here to welcome you back to Acropolis number 2 Battlements stage. We are in day 1, heading into the second group. I hope you guys are excited. We are once again going to see some Zerg action, but this time with a flavor of guaranteed Terran. We saw one TVZ from HitEmUp versus Kenoli earlier on in the match in Group A. Let's just say there were some really interesting games in that group. We can go ahead and take a look at the full view of everything before we really dive deep into Group B. Group A is now over. The Tyrant's Trial has been passed, with HitEmUp possessing the 4-0 scoreline, much coveted in the Battlement stage. He makes it through, but it was not without some blood shed, because Kenoli did take him the distance on near impact, and JarrellStorm put up an okay match, pretty competitive overall, on decapitation. But JarrellStorm was not able to defeat the Zerg Sniper specialist in ZVZ. Kenoli ends up, once again, living up to his reputation, his growing reputation, as an upset merchant. He makes it past JarrellStorm in a 3-game best of 3 to proceed into the next phase of the tournament. And I'm sure that many people are going to be looking at him like a paper tiger, but at this point, at some point, you can either think that the Cinderella run is going to end, or you can say, no, this man might actually be legit. We'll find out at some point later on in the month. That being said, HitEmUp making it through in first place surprises probably nobody. I'm glad to see that he was able to do it flawlessly as well. Will be great for his level of confidence as he decided to partake in the Devil's Liquid. I was going to say that instead of Devil's Lettuce, you know what I mean? Because I don't think he smokes, but he definitely had a good night out, a bit of a party night, and managed to wake up in time despite that. I think he even had Taco Bell and everything, so that's his victory ritual, if you will. That's his way of making it in 4-0, despite the hangover. Now, going into Group B, though, things are going to get a little bit different. I am happy to be joined for the cast by the one and only Jujic, the man who is the referee at large, the guy who has done, what was it? I want to say it was like 27 referee games during Gauntlet Stage A and B, all told. Welcome, sir. How the hell are you?
Hey, doing good. Glad to be here.
Glad you are here. That'll give my voice some much-needed reprieve going into this match. And happy to see that you're feeling well enough to join me. We've got an interesting set of matches on our sleeves, right? Now, as a representative of the Protoss race, you and Neblime, actually both of my co-casters here being the Protosses. Neblime is the only Protoss left in the tournament. Of course, HitEmUp in theory is 1/3 Protoss, but he was mostly Zerg this time around. We'll see if that changes as the tournament goes on. Your versus Terran might be a little bit less applicable here, but I still think, despite all of the Zerg Imba talk, despite all the fact that Zerg definitely has a momentum advantage, I think versus Terran, but also especially versus Protoss, in the early stages of the game, I still feel like Shambler should be a lock to get out of this group. Do you agree or disagree?
Yeah, it's going to depend on how... I mean, he's got a lot of practice recently. I've noticed he's been doing a lot of versus Zerg practice, so he might have prepared for the Zerg swarm to descend on this tournament.
Well, he was definitely getting a lot of practice very recently. And going into the match against what I believe will most likely be Art of Turtle, as we are going to do our pre-match interviews. If they are interested in doing so, they can always join the waiting room. We can bring them in momentarily. But the first thing that we want to get down and dirty with is whether or not we're going to be seeing TheNightFox and AOT with that ZVZ rematch. That did go the favor of TheNightFox. He was able to make it through 3-1. The only game he dropped was on Paradise, where he went for an instant pool and was not able to complete the victory over AOT. He played a little bit too wise with the defense there. And, TheNightFox and the Shambler both, they're not the biggest fan of typing the letters G twice back to back and then hitting the enter key before they leave the game. So I find that pretty interesting because this could be a very manner group, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. I think TheNightFox, if he could just keep his tilt under control, he's going to be in a pretty good position to, if not take the number 1 spot, at least, get that second slot.
Yeah. I mean, AOT's been watching all day, and so I know that he's been really thinking about it. He's probably quite excited to get the games underway. I do wonder if Shambler will be able to hold him off. I have not seen Shambler and Fox play at all, like against each other, so I don't really know what that head-to-head matchup looks like. I think versus when it was Shambler versus AOT, Shambler did do some practice against AOT as Zerg recently, which I thought was really funny because he's like, I'm not going to practice Terran versus, but I'll practice Zerg so he can help me knock out NightFox. That's a kind of cheekiness going on in these groups. But I am interested in seeing what Shambler ends up doing versus the NightFox specifically. We might have to wait for that matchup. As noted before the break, we do most likely have a delayed arrival of the NightFox. So we will most likely be starting off with Shambler versus Heart of Turtle. But I'll take a moment to talk about the map pool for this particular tournament, talk about how the format works. I don't know if you were here for this earlier, Jujik, but the first group played out a little bit differently than we normally see the group stages of these kinds of tournaments play out. I've decided on a new format for how things work. We've got more maps than we really know what to do with. 10 1v1 maps, and of course the FFA decider, should it be necessary. That only comes into play if after 6 games, all 3 players have a scoreline of 2 wins, 2 losses. We use an FFA to decide that. Could happen in this group. This could be the group to do it. Otherwise, we've got a couple more in the pipe that we might be able to leverage that in. This one feels a little bit more, I guess you could say, competitive overall. What do you think, Jujik?
Yeah, I like the new format you had going on where, everybody kind of gets their own little personal veto. Any map they're not feeling super favorite on, they can just make sure they're not faced on that one. So I guess we'll just see, what maps everybody's been practicing on the most. I've noticed a lot of people kind of shying away from decapitation, so we'll see if that map comes up and gives us any kind of upset game.
Yeah, it was kind of funny. I think it was Kenoli decided against decapitation. He did cite the layout, but he also cited the minimap, so some aesthetic concerns from him. Funny stuff. But we will see Check Stealer be vetoed by the Shambler. Makes the most sense of all the maps here. It's widely accepted that this map is very difficult for, I think, Terran specifically, but especially versus Zerg. A lot of people think that that Check Stealer ends up being really, really difficult to deal with them on. That being said, we've only seen ZVZ on it so far. So I'm not 100% sure if we'll ever see a versus Zerg on Check Stealer that isn't a Z mirror. That being said, Genesis Y getting vetoed by Art of Turtle. I only say that with a little bit of surprise in my voice because it seems like such a ubiquitous map, Jujik. It's like somebody trying to ban Demaloon or something. Like, who would do that?
Yeah, well, I'm not sure. A lot of people have had their issues with Demaloon. I think Genesis Y really is. It's definitely one of those like more balanced maps. It feels like I'm not sure. Maybe it's just like a personal thing. He doesn't feel as comfortable on that one. Maybe the rush distances are a little closer. I'm not sure.
Yeah, could be the case. With Shambler getting Check Stealer out of the way, we can always talk to that man about his picks. And I figure it's probably a good idea to bring him in here about now so he can yap at us about how OP Zerg is. Shambler, you are here, and there are also Zerg here. You are the representative from Acropolis #1, the first of them to take the stage to see if they can defeat these upstarts, these Zerg here's. Now, you've already fought against Art of Turtle historically in previous tournaments, and he usually hasn't been able to step to you too well. Do you think this is the time where AOT is going to make it Turtle time? What do you think?
If things haven't changed, I think I take him. If he's been doing like some super secret studying that I'm not aware of that totally changes the TVZ meta, then I guess you can't know the unknown unknowns,
Sure, yeah. Well, I mean, there's always the mid-map adaptations that might be optimal there, but I will say you are outnumbered by the Zerg. A lot of people are feeling that these days. Have you gotten much TVZ practice in recently?
Oh yeah, I practiced versus Kenoli today. I practiced versus Hamster recently. I'll be submitting those. I've practiced. I think I practiced some yesterday with Neblime as well. It was pretty solid all around. I think I'm prepared as prepared as you can be in this matchup. Considering the state of Zerg, but I think there's I think if to draw a comparison to Tyrant's Tale last time is that I joined as Zerg in Tyrant's Tale to prove that Zerg has this really insane window in PvZ specifically, and then the game falls apart for Zerg after. I think that Zerg has a similar window now with P even harder, but also now it's spread to T, but it's a much smaller window than in the Tyrant's Tale meta. So I think if I could make up the difference there, I could make up the difference here.
Okay, interesting. So you're thinking basically there's a timing that you might get overwhelmed by, but if you avoid that, if that window doesn't end up being jumped through and identified by either Fox or AOT, then you should be in the clear. Because we haven't really asked about Fox. He is running a bit late to his group today. I'm not sure how you're feeling about him, but he did take AOT down 3-1. Seemed pretty confident doing so. He seems also to have a little bit of a swagger to him lately. Do you think that he's going to be a threat in this group?
Despite HitEmUp's poisoning of the well when it comes to my chances, I think he's right when he says the TheNightFox is wrong about everything. So I don't have. He tilts way harder than I do, and when I tilt, it's not like baby rage out of the game. You know, I don't leave the server or anything.
Yeah.
I think even let's say I take some bad games versus Art of Turtle and the TheNightFox is looking competitive with me. I think just the tilt alone from losing to Art of Turtle might give me a chance that, assuming I'm totally blindsided somehow, that otherwise wouldn't exist if it was a different player. So I'm confident that even if Art of Turtle comes out as this absolute monster that I've never faced before, a new man, that I think the TheNightFox will still be my ticket out of here.
Interesting. Okay, you end up vetoing Check Stealer. I just wanted to check in about that because, yes, everybody thinks about it as a ZOP map. Maybe you can talk about your perspective on it in the versus Zerg matchup and just confirming that the reason you ended up vetoing it was predominantly for that reason as opposed to maybe you had some pocket thing that you really were worried about it. Have you just not practiced it that much? Is it a write-off or is there some deeper reason for it?
I don't like how easily it allows the Zerg to get up to more bases than you because Terran is already fights this very defensive war against Zerg in the current matchup.
Mm-hmm.
And so the Zerg gets, it's that magic timing, right? And,
okay, yeah.
But I also don't like how the expansions that you do get have no ridges. So I don't want to give too much away because,
sure,
who's listening. But, it's sort of important to have that gas in order to do the Terran right. Because each race, the Terran win condition is probably the most difficult to get to, but it's probably the most once you get to it, it's really hard to upset it in every matchup. I've been talking to Neblime, like I said to Hupsea when he was raging out in the universe, on his stream, was like, TV, everything is just assembling Exodia because you need every little piece of the build, and if anything is off, you just die to whatever they're making. But once you have it, you cannot be destroyed by anything. So it's an interesting experience to be a Terran right now, and I'm having a lot of fun with it, which is why I did not switch to the OP race at the last minute when I realized, oh wait, I can change my race.
Yeah. The full Zerg group would have been a real crazy move. But
I look forward to when those Art of Turtle games get gas because I had a lot of fun with the ZVZ. Like I love Cosmonarchy's mirrors. I'm just sort of sore with the other matchups. I like PvT. TVT is pretty. It's really just ZVT that's really grinding my bones. But I really like our mirrors. PvP I think if I were to join again, I think there's still that game of chicken that I just think the different styles of the current P roster just don't understand. So no one does it. But I really I really think just to go into this tangent a little bit deeper is that I'm seeing the Arba style Mass Ecclesias just not be used, and I think it's totally viable in the current meta. And but there's no other P in this tournament, so we'll never see that opportunity to be explored.
It would have to be Neblime versus Hit, who rolls Protoss or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
So all right, interesting.
But neither of them do that style. So
right. Yeah. Of course. Yeah, I gave him a shout out in the hype intro and everything, but I am still very surprised about Hupsea and, of course, about Arbuz. Not on either of them making it in was a bit of a shock. That being said, going into the talk of, you were talking about like versus T and stuff, there's not going to be an opportunity for you to flex your T mirror knowledge in this group, but there is a chance that you end up drawing a Terran in the throne room should you proceed. The other Terrans in this tournament are Aud64 and TopRamen and Shopkeeper Dog. Do you expect any of those the three Terrans to make it as deep as you project yourself making it? Because you're saying that you think you give yourself good odds to make it past here. When all is said and done, do you reckon that one of those guys is going to have, say, upset Neblime? Do you reckon that one of them is going to be a challenger? Like, what are you thinking?
So EUD, TopRamen, and Shopkeeper. I think Shopkeeper, he's Terran?
Yes.
I think Shopkeeper gets knocked out. EUD and TopRamen expect to go deep. It depends. TopRamen's a big if. I think he struggles very much in particular against the current style of Zerg, against that magic timing, because he plays very greedy, and the current Zerg forces out a much, much, much more conservative style than Ts are used to, and Ps, but Ts as well, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And, again, you're just assembling Exodia. You're behind the whole game, and then you get the magic combo, and the Zerg cries. But I think of all the major, like of the two guys that can really go deep, that really have a chance at getting that crown, and sort of subverting me before I get there, is that TopRamen's probably the weakest link there. It really depends how his group goes. I don't know. I don't have the bracket in front of me. What his group looks like, but if it's one of those double Zerg groups, I'd say almost depending on who those Zergs are, he might just get knocked out.
It's Hamster and jakulangski in Group D.
Okay, so I think he manages to squeak out against with Jack, but Hamster is definitely gunning for that first place position based off what I was seeing. I think he has a very different style to the Zergs, which is very interesting to play against, because I think in my practice, it really gave me some insight into the sort of curveballs that Art of Turtle could throw at me if he was really doing the homework. And spoiler alert, but I dealt with it pretty efficiently without too many major issues. And so I'm confident that there isn't a curveball, but you never know. You just gotta hold your head high, walk into it like you own the place, and see if that's true or not.
Interesting. Well, there's a lot to really drill down there, and I look forward to getting the exit interview from you either way, so we can talk a little bit more about that. It looks like we're about ready to bring AOT in for his interview, and then we'll check in with NightFox and see if he's any closer to arriving. Otherwise, we'll just get this started with the two of you for that first map. So think about the maps you might pick, if that would change, depending on if you're going against Fox or go against AOT. You can go ahead and think about that, and then I will ping you for that pick, and we'll get started in a moment. But first of all, thank you for joining us for the interview. Do you have any closing words for the homies?
Not much, just that I hope HitEmUp didn't take out a bet on me getting knocked out this early.
That's right.
Expect to see him soon.
All right. Looking forward to that kind of matchup, man. Until next time, sir, GG's, and good luck.
GG.
Time to bring in none other than Art of Turtle. Hey, what's going on, my man? How are you?
Hey, Pro. Just been watching the stream and getting a little bit of warm-up and practice here and there as the stream goes on, but mostly watching.
There you go. Well, you must have been listening as well, and maybe chuckling along at some of the analysis there from the Shambler. But I will say, this group is kind of interesting, because if we go back in your lineage, your history of playing in Cosmonarchy tournaments, you've actually played a number of matches in tournament play against the Shambler. Like, you've been in his group a lot for some of these tournaments. And then when it came to TheNightFox, he had a run-in with you in the Gauntlet and took you 3-1. It's kind of like a revenge arc for you, a little opportunity for you to get back at some of the people who have been historically had winning records against you. How do you feel you stack up versus the Shambler's Terran and the NightFox's Zerg?
I find it's going to be quite the difficult group for everybody else. I'm feeling very confident. I'm very, very much active. The shoulder is back. So it's not much of a ruse, because I can definitely tell you, even if my shoulder was good, I was definitely going to lose that match against the NightFox. He was just playing lights out. But now that I've had a chance to study, play against his understudy, get a lot of practice in over the last 2 days, I'm definitely feeling very confident in how I can deal with their little quirks and styles. I really hope Shambler tries to come out with some bio, because I feel I'm going to shove it right back at him if he's listening.
Yeah, right. All right. Yeah, we'll see what he has to say for himself later on, I'm sure. We're still waiting on any contact from Fox. It looks like he will be running late, as perhaps expected. That does put us in a situation where it's most likely going to be you versus the Shambler. Given that is the situation, he has the seed advantage. He'll be able to pick the first map. Without getting into the map picks that came into, like you vetoed specifically Genesis Y, so we can talk more freely about that. What is your perspective on that? Was there a particular reason you ended up vetoing that map?
Yes, of course. I find that the ridges that kind of lead into the base are really difficult to manage, especially if you're trying to go for a more macro style. I find that the two different areas as you come through and you try to push through, it's way easier for Terran, and I'm finding that the TheNightFox is much better on the macro, and so I'm looking to try to limit that with the way the armies move around the map. I feel like there's a slight disadvantage for myself, because every time I seem to try to push across, I'll lose about half my army on one side on the lower side, and the other half on the upper side. If I just straight go from the ramp and then right click into there, it seems a little bit minor, but it's also a game of speed, and I'm not going to try to waste too much time, especially when they're already set up on a really good defensive spot when I want my entire army to come around. And it's also going to take away a lot of the air advantage that I feel that Shambler and the TheNightFox may have as well, too.
Interesting. Okay. Those are some cool little predictions there. So when we're coming into this group, you said the TheNightFox was playing lights out. Since then, he might not have been able to play as many games as he would have liked by comparison. Are we expecting him to be able to surprise? Like, you're giving yourself confidence, but you said everybody else might have a tough time. There's going to be some bravado to that, of course, but do you reckon you're going to get out and are you projecting yourself in first? Are you projecting yourself in second? Because remember, third place doesn't proceed further into the tournament. We already saw an upset in the previous group, so you wouldn't be the first one to do it in the stage.
Oh no, I'm definitely gunning for first place. I see Shambler as a little bit hurt. He's definitely acting out. And that just tells you that his confidence may be a little bit shot. If I get a single win from either one of those guys, I will run with that the entire time. I see that I'm a little more tilt-proof, with the exception of whatever the heck happened with me, Kenoli. It's something that I've kept in the back of my mind now, and so
sure, yeah.
I'll definitely be looking to try to edge out the mental game itself, and if I lose a match, it's not going to be game ending for me. It's definitely going to be something that's in the back of my mind, but that's not going to crumble my entire way of how I'm going to approach the next match, depending upon what maps are available.
Okay. So, yeah, one of the things that you won't be able to pick is Check Stealer versus the Shambler. Did you see that as a predictable ban from him? Or is that more of like oh, damn, I was really planning on that? Like, that seems to be banned and vetoed in a lot of series against Zerg, I've noticed.
Oh, no, that's definitely a predictable move. He's just not confident in having to deal with a macro-based Zerg, and so that already tells me itself that he's not quite ready to take any game into a later stage, and I'm really looking to take these games longer and force a lot more thinking out of it.
Okay, interesting. We're going to have a good amount of opportunity here to really dig into the fundamentals, but I'll let you have the last word. Just in a moment, I wanted to bring Jujic in for a quick second and ask if he had any questions for AOT or any follow-ups that he wanted to get analysis on, any takes he wanted to share.
Yeah, just looking at the map pool, is there any map in specific that you're looking to run into and you got a good strategy on, or?
Oh, I'm looking at Spinal Tap, actually. I've discovered quite the bit, as well as it looks like nobody banned Shakura's Temple, which at the moment that one is called
Decapitation.
Decapitation.
Yep.
Which that's another one that is actually kind of difficult to move around, but I'm finding ways to kind of maneuver a little bit better in those types of maps, especially being able to get a big enough army that can kind of push people off to the side, or really, I'm just looking to take advantage of the macro aspects of that map.
Okay. Okay, so we could be seeing some longer games. Hey, I'm down. I want to see that Zerg Tier 3 some more. Maybe we'll get to see it in this very set of matches. Well, I think with that, we'll give you the final word for any closing thoughts, and then I am going to move you to your own competitor voice channel so you can stream your POV in case we need it in the case of a issue that happened in Group A earlier. But if you want to just give us your closing thoughts on anything that you're going to say before the competition officially begins.
I'm just happy to be here, happy to take on this competition, and happy that everyone's having a good time as they're playing through these. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. See you soon for that post-game interview, if you are, of course, still interested at that point. And GG's, good luck in your matches, AOT. Thanks for the interview. And with that, we will be just about ready to get Shambler's pick.
It's good to see everybody's coming in with a can-do attitude on this one.
Yeah, I know. I thought it was really epic. I'm not sure if you were there seeing, what do you call it? I don't know if you saw that first interview going into the opening of the previous group. But Kenoli even said, I was asking him, hey, what's up with HitEmUp? Like, what's going on with him? And Kenoli just outright said, yeah, he's not invincible. So, like, that's pretty impressive. That's, that's some good ass experience there, I feel like. All right. Well,
yeah, I figure if you're going to compete, you want to make sure you're going in with the best mindset you can. You don't want to go in thinking you're going to lose,
Yeah, of course. No, I would agree with that 100%. If you want to pop into the lobby, we are all good and hosted up with Near Impact as the pick of the Shambler. He'll be going up against Art of Turtle to start things off. Looks like our players are just about ready, so let's get into it. Ladies and gentlemen, American Animals. Really, it should be called Texas Toast, because the Shambler and AOT are going to be duking it out, except we immediately got a hash, so XD. We'll go ahead and remake that one. Before we go into this group, or this first match, let's see what... Jujic, did you actually update or use your fraud launcher too and all that?
Yeah, I might have to go delete those files real quick.
Yeah, see if you want to do that one.
Was that posted in tournament?
Yeah, so if you go to your Starcraft, Cosmonarchy Starcraft maps, and you just make sure you don't delete whatever your own personal maps folder is, but like go into the root maps directory and go to 1v1 and just clear the event, and also clear downloads if you're able to. Like you can just rename it to something else or move it out of the directory or whatever. Still waiting to hear about TheNightFox. Unfortunately, he's not actually here just yet. No word from him. It is 45 minutes past the start time, and he was like, "Can we move our group back by 1 hour?" I was like, "I got a hard out. Can't do that."
Yeah, it seems it's been a bit of a struggle to get everybody in the games at the right times, but I mean, everybody's playing from all across the world, so it's been kind of tough.
Yeah, this is a rare case where Shambler and TheNightFox are both from Texas.
Well, I was trying to give him an out, but I guess...
Yeah. No outs there.
All right.
I guess I should do that thing in the stream settings when I'm streaming in the game where it says don't show a preview, because then it won't be possible to bamboozle and like mouse over it and see some leaks if you're one of the players. All right. Go ahead and do that art check. And we'll try it again. One more time. I'm glad I didn't hit the scene switch button, because that would have been pretty silly. Let's see if we've got what it takes this time around. It looks like we are indeed pretty good here, and it doesn't even look like we need to do any latency, such as the way of the world when you've got an all-American connection. The Shambler in the top left as our red Terran, and Art of Turtle in the bottom right as our... Ooh, this is a tough one. Japanese Violet Zerg. There we go. It looks like maybe we need at least high latency. I'm seeing a little bit of lag on those Mason engines. So, some Terran versus Zerg. We avoid the ZVZ opener for now. NightFox will be back at some point, I'm sure.
No, I saw a hash on my end, so I might end up having to watch the stream.
Okay, well, if it ends up happening that... Like, I know one of the things we can do is... I don't know, this happened, I think it was earlier on Check Stealer, the same kind of thing happened where only one player reported a hash. And it still broke the whole game, so I'm not 100% sure about that. Yeah, I just got 3.
Yeah, I got 2.
Oh, it's me, I think. Yeah. So actually, I'm going to have to watch your stream. You're going to have to be my observer. Bamboozled.
It looks like Shambler is not going to be opening over that bio.
Yeah, I'm really surprised about that. He did do this in the early stages of a practice game that I was spectating via none other than Kenoli himself, who also made it through. Shout out to Kenoli one time. Going for a fast Cyclops is Shambler. His first Vulture. Actually, it makes a beeline for that particular worker. I think that was some lucky pathing there.
Yeah, that's some ESP.
Yeah, he's homed in, zeroed in. Well, I guess if the worker took that path and then burrowed, it stands to reason the Vulture would also take the path, just the way that the pathing works, right? That's kind of funny. He's laid all of his mines in kind of the same position. I'm really interested in whether Shambler's right about what he says about the Zerg versus Terran matchup, because he seems to believe that as long as you assemble all the pieces, like he was saying, he didn't really speak to whether or not he feels he has a window to attack and punish the Zerg early on. And AOT talked a big game about wanting to play on the macro side of things. How much of that was bluster and how much of that was legit they're going to be their decided strategy?
I'm not sure. I know that it seems to be the case that T has a little bit more available splash early, or they have at least cheaper units to kind of fill that role. So most of the games I've seen with Shopkeeper Doc, he does tend to play a little bit on the defensive, but I don't think I've seen enough yet to say if there is maybe a window. It looks like he's going over to these scrap yards to do more of an aggressive push, though.
Yeah, and that early star pad, the way that I've seen Shambler play Terran, he does like his ant seals. That's something that he is a big fan of. So, you know, 2 Falk opener versus Zerg into star pad. I mean, this is going to be a very delayed expansion for him. He also did mention a few times earlier in his interview that, like, he doesn't think you can actually be on the side of the greedy. You know, he even called out TopRamen, who I know is watching at home right now, or wherever he's doing, whatever he's doing. I assume it's at home. And, you know, in that kind of situation, that can maybe be a self-defeating prophecy. If you self-fulfilling prophecy, if you feel like, you know, I can't be greedy, I can't play economically, I have to be more on the conservative side, maybe AOT just powers on workers.
It looks like he is going for the Fornath pool, so we're probably going to see that tried and true method.
Yeah, interesting. AOT does like the Nath. He does appreciate his favorite unit listed as the Quasilisk, by the way, whereas Shambler picked off the Durandal. That was his favorite unit. And Seal's on the way. That's Shopkeeper Dog's favorite unit. Oh, did you catch the hype video, Jujik? I was curious if you had.
I think I caught the tail end of it.
Okay. Yeah, that's something worth going back and checking out. I think it's pretty groovy. It does the groove well. Now, AOT charging out here a little bit of an advanced positioning. His army is mostly Quas right now. In fact, I think it's entirely Quas. He's only got Quas in production. This is where, I don't know about Blackjacks, but Cyclops can 100% cream this force. And this might be a rare opening for Shambler. I think he expects there to be other tech.
I gotta say, as a map maker, I love seeing people actually use this high ground. It took a while for people to figure it out.
Yeah, absolutely. This is your map after all, but yeah, AOT's just getting rolled over here right about now. Not ideal. Not ideal whatsoever as the Blackjacks.
He needs every quad.
Yeah, he really does. He's amassed a decent amount. I think he will be able to hold the ramp, but the Antseals, they provide a pretty big window of extra bonus HP. The Blackjacks getting brought down pretty fast. But again, the Cyclops spread, they are the main targets here that should be done. Well, Shambler does fall back with the Antseals, but the quads count, it's still sort of rising. He's got 6 more pairs coming, but they're getting chewed up before they can be remorphed.
He's going to start taking damage on the Lar boss. This is probably going to be a GG here.
I feel so, yeah. I mean, thankfully, he did cut the DPS of a lot of those Blackjacks. You can tell because they are on the darker side, but that's it. He pulls the workers. It's not going to be enough, and GG is called. We've got ourselves our first victory, and it's pretty fast, all things considered. Thank you for providing your stream, sir. I do appreciate it. And that puts us into a spot where the Shambler is up 1-0. Very fast. I know the TheNightFox was probably hoping that we take a little bit longer, but...
And the decap has been taken out of the bowl.
Remember, it's only vetoed when you pick it against him. You can still pick that against AOT or Shambler. But TheNightFox will just barely in the nick of time arrive as we update our scoreboard here with the Shambler taking the first game pretty decidedly. Again, you know, how much of that is bluster? How much of that is real? AOT is saying he wants to go macro. That seems to check out so far. And looks like we have about... we do have him coming up a little bit on the later side as expected. But close to that for that hour extension he was looking for. So hopefully he's able to get in here sooner rather than later. I guess in the meantime, I should probably go ahead and relaunch my game, since I was the problem.
Yeah, I'm not sure if maybe it was just an error not focusing the Cyclops, or if maybe the Antseals really did just provide just enough support there to crush through that Quasilis stack, but it looked pretty decisive.
Yeah, I think it was pretty decisive, and I think a large portion of that is because of the... There's this situation here that comes up a lot when you're trying to thread the needle as... When you're talking about the whole idea of like threading the needle as Zerg, when do you make the workers? When do you make the units? A lot of the times, because you always have more money, good Zergs are really pretty efficient at putting down the extra production. But that production was being put towards Larvosks, coming in the form of Larvosks, which come online faster, but do cost your gas. That cuts in your flexibility to transition into other tech. That could have come in an Ovaleth. We saw Jarrell using that to go to effect in his matches. Obviously, it could have come in the effect of, a Hydrith, something like that for maybe a mass Hydra push. That could have been a good move. But as of right now, we are looking at the TheNightFox powering up his laptop, getting ready to plug in to the Matrix, join us for his match. He has not yet selected what his map will be, but he did veto Decapitation, like you mentioned earlier, Jujic. And I feel like Fox will be a little bit more on the aggressive side, but Shambler did perhaps predict, perhaps proclaim that the TheNightFox is easier to tilt. So we'll see if that ends up coming into fruition. There was that one match. Were you the admin? I mean, I feel like I have like a 80% chance of being correct when I ask you if you were the admin. Were you the admin of the match where the TheNightFox went up against JarrellStorm and just conceded after one game?
Yeah. It was basically he lost his army to a stack that was on the high ground in Paradise, and he's like, okay, I'm done. Yeah, I think he hadn't slept or something, so he wasn't feeling it.
Yeah, it had been a long period of time with no sleep for him. But he just finished up his work, so he's ready to get things rolling, it looks like. Online, on Discord. You know what that means. The man must be available. Now, that being said, it does kind of tell you a little thing or two, right? I do think it's kind of interesting because when you think about the TheNightFox, like I've told this story before, I think it was in the middle, when he qualified to Battlements in the qualification set versus AOT, I told this story about how back in the day, he said he had sent a message that was a little bit ambiguous at the time, where he said that he's like, meh, I don't have enough time to get good at this game. And then he left the server. And then he comes back a few months later, or maybe only a month later. I can't remember how long ago it was. And he's been playing a bit more actively ever since, especially in tournament season. And now he's played every race, not just the Zerg that he came to know and love at first, but he's played Protoss, he's played Terran. He comes back to Zerg, and he has strong proclamations about how Zerg is not actually Imba. I mean, it's kind of a hard thing to prove when you're playing as the race that people are calling Imba, because I guess maybe if you lose, you're just like, nah, it's not Imba. See, but if you win, what do you say? It was all skill.
Yeah, one thing about the TheNightFox as well is he's actually really strong on off races as well. I mean, he has that opinion because he plays off race on Protoss, and he's been pretty much crushing all the Zergs he's playing against. So I think just in general, he's got a really good grasp of mechanics.
He's not playing as random, and he never even considered signing up as random as far as I know. He was Terran in the first qualifier, and then now he's Zerg in the second qualifier, makes it in here as Zerg, so that's what he's stuck as. I mean, if you qualify as a race, you have to play that race. That's the only difference in that was there was one point in time where I allowed players to change from random to a specific race after qualifying as random. But even in there, I feel like maybe I shouldn't, because that is still pretty different. But anyway, it's closer to, playing all the races. That was for Tyrant's Tale, where V qualified as random, switched to Zerg. HitEmUp qualified as random, switched to Terran. Anyway, going into Fox, it's funny that he would never think about playing random as far as that is concerned, and yet he comes into this tournament as Zerg with pretty strong off races. I feel in some ways he is a mini HitEmUp, and HitEmUp, TheNightFox. I'm really surprised that we have it's Art of Turtle, so it's at least every name in here is 3 words, but the 3-syllable names, the monosyllabic words, I feel like that's maybe a key. Maybe not. The TheNightFox gets out, Shambler gets out, but HitEmUp maybe is going to be able to beat him up in that situation. I don't know. I just wanted to throw that out there. Like, HitEmUp, Art of Turtle. There's a lot of names that are just straight up like 3 random words that are put together. It's cool. There's also right? The Shambler, the TheNightFox.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yeah, I think TheNightFox. I mean, I know he switched to Zerg. I feel like his Terran wasn't doing too bad. I think he kind of felt that he was going to be beaten by Arbus, even if he won that set that he ended up conceding on. But I mean, watching that first game, he had like one bad fight, but he had several good ones before that. So yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I guess we'll see if maybe he had a better read on Zerg. We'll see if he can, translate that into a 1 or 2 position here.
Yeah, could be the case. Could be the case. What do you make of Kenoli actually continuing to be the upset merchant, or as Smarty called him, the upset demon? Smarty's a big fan of Kenoli after being 3-0'd by him in the last chance qualifier, which is good. I guess it's better than there being Salt or whatever, but they seem to be best buddies now. And so Kenoli making it over Jarrell was not on my bingo card, but I could see, like, if you told me it happened, I could imagine how it happened, and it would have probably been like that. But what did you make of that? The fact that Kenoli made it through. He almost took HitEmUp down on near impact. Like, that was a close game. Yeah,
that was actually one of the most hyped games of the set. I felt like it really looked like he might have actually had a chance there a couple of times.
Yeah,
I don't know. I mean, I've kind of slept on him a little bit. I think he has really good game sense, and his decision making is all right. I mean, he struggles a little bit with the macro, but if he can tune that in, he's definitely going to be a killer.
I feel like if he is able to spend his money a little bit more, then that's pretty good. He's got a very lackadaisical. Oh, I see. Fox is updating his maps right now, so he is taking a moment. Yeah,
it's also kind of hard because, I mean, with all the desyncs we've been having, it's kind of hard to tell if he's just doing the normal mineral float or if something's wrong.
Oh, yeah, that's also another thing that threw me off a lot. Yeah. Well, Kenoli's just a clever guy, and he's definitely... You could say he's a clever StarCraft guy for any Artosis listeners. He's a clever Cosmonarchy guy, and he's got a lot of pretty good moves for... somebody who you wouldn't expect to be able to take games off of people that he takes games off of. And yet here he is. He's in Throneroom.
Yeah, I think he's got a really good read on the early game for Zerg. If he can just transition, like you said, he does like the 2-base tier 2 sometimes, but if he can get a more comfortable transition into that later macro game, like I said, I think he's going to be a force to be reckoned with.
A force to be reckoned with indeed. I feel like if I'm going to go back, we can take a look at the overall complexion of the tournament here while we wait for TheNightFox to finish up his update. This group, we'll hold off on commenting whether or not it'll be decided. That first game was pretty snazzy there from the Shambler. He just went for a comfortable mech win. It was nothing too much to analyze. I'm sure AOT will have a better respect for that kind of push when he sees the Ant Seals early on. I don't think that many Terrans do that in the early stages. Maybe Ayud is the only one. But Ayud is indeed coming up tomorrow at noon Eastern Time. He'll be taking on the likes of Neblime and Shopkeeper Dog. This, to me, is really going to be where the rubber meets the road, because Ayud is no walkover. And Shopkeeper Dog, he has struggled versus Protoss in the past, but I really feel like he's improved in that regard. He's definitely improved. He took a game off of Arbuz, who was infallible in that matchup previously. Obviously, Arbuz actually defeated Mystery Meat in Tyrant's Tail lower bracket, and there was obviously the fact that, previously Arbuz would just eat Dog's lunch all the time. Dog actually believes that if he ever wins a TVP, he was like, by far and away the best player. I don't know how much of that was banter, but there was some comments that were had when I was adminning the set that they did. And Dog was like, yeah, I think basically PVT is a free win for P. And so if I win, I'm actually God. So he's Dog's just got personality to him, man. He's a pretty cool guy.
Yeah, I think he's not a bad player either. It's going to be a tough set to figure out who to root for, because I got to root for Neblime. He's the only Protoss standing in the tournament. EU'd, he was the big fish before he had to go up on the mountain and train, and he's had a little bit of a struggle kind of getting back into things, but I think he's put a lot of games in, so he's got a good chance there. And Shopkeeper Dog, it's hard to sleep on him either, because he isn't one of the top tier 1 players, but he's consistently getting pretty high in these tournaments. I mean, he's got a good grasp on the game.
Yeah,
and also he's from the U.S., so
Yeah, there you go. There's plenty of reasons to root for everybody. Yeah, the Ayud, the only Venezuelan, and Neblime, the only Aussie. There was Evangelion. I don't know how you're supposed to pronounce that, but got bopped by Biddy B and then Benno. I was surprised to see Benno take some scalps, because his Terran seemed pretty not fit for purpose for a little bit, and he was able to make it happen in the qualifier. A little bit of action there, That being said, Group D is where I really want to see if we're going to have a couple of contenders come out. Jakulangski not favored to make it out of that group, I would say. It's going to be tough. Hamster, and right now he's the talk of the town. I kind of think TopRamen might be sleeper to take first in that group. It really depends on how on-game Hamster is, and I haven't really felt like he's done too much practice. He did play versus the Shambler right before their group started. He got a little bit of warm-up in for Shambler, and of course Hamster enjoying the versus T practice since Ramen's in his group. So that's going to be very interesting to see how that one works through.
Yeah, it's hard to count Hamster out. He's always got a crazy strategy, and he's pulling out of nowhere. And TopRamen, I know HitEmUp said he's been doing a lot of testing to kind of see in that TVZ matchup just how greedy he can be. So
we're
just gonna have to see if he's figured out how to pull it back to that perfect razor's edge there. And Jack, he struggles a little bit as well, kind of getting into that more mid game, more macro style. But he's got some decent early game plays going for him, and I mean he made his way into the group stages here, so he might not be favored, but I don't think you can count him out either.
Yes, indeed. Definitely the case, as we're looking at a very interesting situation in that group. I feel like I'm not going to have much sleep, and I'm going to really enjoy it anyway. That's for sure. We set our sights back onto Group B here. The Shambler did take Near Impact versus Art of Turtle. Shambler was the one who picked that map, and that was a very quick and dirty affair. Simple as you like, really. Shambler moving across the map with a mech force that the Cyclops Ant Seal Blackjack combo, it was like just enough steady DPS and the splash damage there, overwhelming AOT, who only had pool units, had gone for a Vornath, which maybe we now know if we see a Vornath versus mech, might be a mistake. That could be something that we try to keep track of. That being said, we are waiting for TheNightFox to come on in.
Yeah, it looks like he's having some trouble getting the map poll updated or something. Going back to that first game there, though, I'm not entirely sure yet if maybe the Vornath poll isn't the play. I think maybe Vorv's there, but I don't know if he would have had enough time to get him out. That might be the determining factor, but I feel like some Vorvs maybe just to kind of get that Cyclops splash onto his own units. Maybe that could have gone a whole different way there. But we'll just have to see kind of what his adaptation is. I'm sure he's got something in the works there.
Yeah, it feels unlikely that AOT would come in with only one strategy put together. Now, if Shambler gets defeated by the TheNightFox, then AOT would have a ZVZ on his hands, and then he could maybe clear the deck mentally. But if Shambler ends up bopping Fox instead, then we could end up seeing just some TVZ all night until Shambler coasts to victory, perhaps. You never know. That being said, a lot of it is going to ride on this next match. And I feel like overall, I really do want to see the TheNightFox work out his, make it so that he gets that like consistent performance. I feel like his performance when he's not, leaving after one bad engagement on Paradise, like you were describing, that's the kind of performance that you would look at and you would say to yourself, okay, like overall, this guy's pretty steady. He knows some strats. He also knows theory about like series play where I'm already up 2 maps and then maybe I throw in a cheese, or I'm up 1 map. Now I do this strategy that's like really good or whatever. So, stuff like that I feel like is a pretty good move.
Yeah, I think we're just going to have to see. I mean, Shambler is going to do an extensive amount of typing if he manages to get this 4-0 win. So we'll see how things go after that. But it just depends on if he can survive the swarm. We've been having some trouble surviving the swarm out here. But
yeah, no kidding, yeah. All right, it'll be Blackwater Bastion selected by the TheNightFox, which is now hosted for those listening in. All right, TheNightFox is indeed in. And it doesn't seem like he's downloading either, so he must have had the proper maps there, at least partially downloaded. We'll be getting into our game very soon. Thank you for waiting, all of the viewers at home. And Shambler is the one who needs to say ready. There we go. Okay, we are good to go. We are starting off our second game of Group B. American Animals. The TheNightFox takes to the stage. And that means that we are going to be seeing... Oh, look at this. Another vertical spawn situation. The TheNightFox is the Coyote Brown Zerg in the top left. And then the Shambler as the white Terran in the bottom left. Yeah, that's right. That's white. I'm never actually quite sure if it's white or if it's not like, platinum or one of those like off-white colors. There's so many colors that, any given color could be. Do you join in on the color guessing when you do the adminning? Because Inoslix does that.
I've been trying. I'm still not very good at it.
Okay.
The Japanese violet catches me every time. It's a little easier when you got a Zerg in the game because it's easy to kind of match it up with the Kagura. But yeah, right. Alice Blue gets me all the time too. I can't for the life of me.
Yeah, there's a couple that really get to me. Blood versus Maroon, that's a tough one. Vermilion versus Scarlet is a tough one. There's also Vivid Red, which is like just slightly different. So the Reds can be a disaster. Shambler going for that mech opening, and he's still harvesting a little bit of Vespene with 1 Mason on the gas. Go ahead and update our scores to reflect that indeed Shambler did take that first game versus Art of Turtle. And I would say based on that alone, he's going to get himself into a good spot here. But the TheNightFox, he came prepared, sort of. Late, but prepared. Going for that Larvos going to pool.
This seems to be the pretty set standard. I've seen a little bit of different timings at a Kenoli. I'm not sure if that's maybe like an inefficiency or if he's just got a slightly different timing set up for it, but it's not uncommon to see this open.
Fox Scout for the Shambler. He will find his opponent last, a second Kagrant, earmarked for a Larvos, considering the gas count. And a couple of... Oh, look at this. 2 pairs of Quas. 3 pairs of Quas, in fact. 1 pair of Zets for scouting. Fox electing not to use a Worker Scout in the early stages of the game.
Probably not a bad idea. It seems you usually lose it to the Fast Vulture.
That's right. If it is mech, then you're going to end up losing it, and it's probably not going to be too consequential if the mech comes first. Now, see what Shambler's micro is looking like. He does actually just leave it on attack move. Could have just killed that Zeth, but he waited a little bit too long there, so now Fox is kind of boxed on in. Maybe allowing for some free damage. Maybe wants to see if he can pick that. Oh, okay, well, you know what? The Vulture overstaying a little bit there. Shambler's micro not on point. That turned from, oh, I killed 25 minerals worth of Zeths to, oh, I lost 75 minerals or 100 minerals versus Vulture. You know, it's effectively
and
75
I don't think he got any mines down.
Nope, they died with full mines. So it has to go for the anchor instead. That could actually have some serious consequences down the line. Fox going for the very fast Vornath off the back of that. Ooh, canceled anchor. Okay. So Shambler was just going to go ahead and do that in case the push came in before the Vulture was able to get his mines down. Now he feels a lot more comfortable, it seems. Going to go ahead and drop his star pad. The same exact build that he did versus AOT. Remember, NightFox wasn't actually home watching, so he doesn't know that this is a build that is being done. Now, otherwise, this game looks very similar to the AOT game. Obviously, it's a different like spawn positions or whatever, but looking at it, we're talking about the NightFox going for the Vornath, and we're talking about the Shambler having that mech, having that Antseal producing star pad, and the double scrapyard at the same time. So, Jujik, I'm thinking this is going to look like another nice little test. Is the NightFox going to adapt fast enough? Going for an expansion? That's different than what AOT did.
Yeah, he's actually got 2 less Larvos coming up as well. He is going to get a 3rd now, finally, but he's going to have a little bit less to work with here.
Blackjack started, Antseal started, Shambler going for the same tried and true strategy. If at first you succeed, why change? Don't fix what ain't broken. That's his mentality coming into this. Plenty of gas still in the bank here for the NightFox. I'm not sure if he's banking for another Larvosk or if he's going to be going into some Naths later. Could definitely help him getting a little bit of a scout. Instead he makes 2 Vorvs. Just going to go ahead and continue protecting the situation here. And a couple of watchdogs out here for the Shambler. Neblime believes that you can use as Terran Masons to just repair the watchdog, and then the Nats won't be able to break it down. Not so sure it's going to be that easy if there's so many of them, but in the earlier stages, like right now when Fox is only making 1 pair, we're looking pretty good here for a more stretched out game, but Shambler might just try to muscle through all the quads.
Yeah, he is moving out a little bit earlier this time. He's not waiting on the second Antseal. And there's a pretty good concave here with the Quasilus, so we'll have to see how it goes here.
Yeah, this is really brilliantly set up here from the NightFox. He's definitely having a good time of it. Now we're going to go ahead and defend his investment. Remember, no expansion coming for the Shambler. His Antseal's got deep enough to see that there was Kagra. Now the Cyclops are getting a lot of shots off, but the Antseal is broken as far as its shields go, and so all the splash damage going to get taken out very, very quickly. The second Antseal arrives. They have to defend these Blackjacks just so that they stay at maximum DPS for that much longer, and look at that. It actually works out just fine on the first round of Quas, but now here comes some Forbs, and that's going to be doubly effective versus the Blackjack, which already loses attack speed when it ends up taking more than 50% damage. So, you know what? You've done enough damage initially to clear the ground army, but is it going to be enough to compete? Shambler continuing to send some units across the map. He's got an Antseal coming. Remember, those did not end up dying. That's like the sleeper hit with this army. If the Antseals continue to stack up, you get to a point where even though there's not that many military units, you can't break the shielding.
Yeah, I think the NightFox stopped to make a handful of Droliths, and it might have cost him here.
Let's see. I mean, it's 3 Antseals protecting. There's enough quads to maybe break it through. One of them goes down, but no, the Blackjack's still alive. Oh, there you go. Pick one of them. Reduce the DPS from the other. Very, very good stuff there. As the Zets continuing to charge through, this should be enough to clear the deck, and Fox should be able to stabilize. Shambler behind this has not gone for an expansion. The Antseals continuing to stack up. That actually protected the Cyclops from a good amount of damage. We're up to 4 Antseals right now. Ooh, some nice delayed shots there. Nats are going to come in here.
Getting off on the Cyclops, though. Uh-oh.
Oh, boy. One of the Cyclops does end up getting cleared. Okay, well, the Ministry's coming on down for Shambler. We're going to get straight into a ski-back scab for the NightFox. Not interested in sticking to just Vornath. That might be a key adaptation there.
Now, like you said, though, this Antseal number is still stacking up, so as long as he can get some kind of ground army underneath it, it's going to become harder and harder to really peel into it.
That's right, yeah. More Blackjacks on the way, including a set that's queued up. One of the Watchdogs, or an extra Watchdog, was actually sent out to scout. I do like Shambler protecting his investment in the mines here. You don't want to let the Zerg player run a few Zeths up there and clear it for free. Worker count favoring Shambler right now. The Terran is up by 7, but remember that the extra base is Fox's, and he is starting to harvest a little bit of gas there. It's mostly minerals right now. He's actually only harvesting with 3 gas workers right now, so his throughput on Bactelisks will be pretty limited.
All things considered, I think NightFox is going to be happy with his position here, though. He's got some room now. He can start trolling up, and he has actually taken the lead finally.
All right, another Fulcrum coming on down, straight into Palladium. Probably for Madrigals, not just for the potential in the Naths, but actually you can deploy like 3 or 4 of those, and they will help you whittle down some of the, splashed up units from the Cyclops. They end up working out quite nicely. The Watchdog does get a nice peeping Tom eye on the whole base. Will indeed see the Hydras out in addition to the ski back. So the jig is up. At this point, Shambler might want to consider dropping a second Fulcrum and going into another Palladium, maybe even in, extreme dire circumstances, considering self-destructing one of those scrapyards. He needs to turn it into, getting that artillery. You can see he doesn't go for the Madrigal after all. When the Bactylus count is out fast enough, you do need Phalanxes as the answer, and you need to be able to protect them with things like the Ant-Seals, which are now up to 8 Ant-Seals. This is going to be really difficult to break through, but the Bactylisks are the tool for the job. They bounce so far, you're not really going to be able to protect all of them with the Ant-Seals alone.
He has to be careful with the placement, too. They were flying a little bit ahead of the army, and if he does that too often, he might get picked off here.
That's right. Okay, second Palladium, second Phalanx coming out. Yeah, okay. He's getting a little bit of extremities. He just knows where things are. Third base being set up by the NightFox. This will be the first third base that we've seen in quite a while actually get up and running, but it looks like it will actually be forced out. Remember, Kenoli attempted it versus HitEmUp on near impact. Not quite what ended up working out there. One of the Ant-Seals very dangerously low. And actually, yeah, it looks like it will be destroyed. Well, maybe not. Fox not really too interested in focusing it down. He's going for the meat of the army here. He really wants to just see how much he can do to break all of the Blackjacks. Remember, there's 2 Phalanxes out back at home for the Shambler. He's going to go ahead and drop a Fulcrum on the low ground here. Maybe try to play around it if an attack does come on in. Repositioning Blackjacks, repositioning Phalanxes.
A lot of Boars morphing in. Looks like he's going to go for the throat here.
Yeah, this looks like a full-blown attack in. He sees that there's no third in the way. He's going to send a couple more units around to the other bases just to station them there. I'd love to see him think about maybe poking in just to see what actually his opponent has. Good amount of money for Fox.
3 Phalanx here, so he's got to be careful. It's really hard to break into these chokes when there's this much splash.
Yeah, absolutely the case. I mean, the Bactylisks can kind of range them down, but there's also Ant-Seals on top of them. This one, scouting around, 5 HP left to it. Chance has a close run-in with all the Hydras. Now the Shroud coming on down. He sees a worker heading to 12 o'clock. There is a heavy amount of resources in this base. Fox spending down his money a little bit too much. Not actually going to take that base just yet. There we go. He's going to go ahead and drop it. Okay, Fox playing pretty solid overall. Definitely in an extended play versus the Shambler. We're going to see a little bit of a longer game going in than that first one.
A really good job here spreading out the Zeths and just kind of getting tabs on all of these bases here. He can definitely tell he can keep them on this 2 base for a while.
Well, tier 2 on the way for Shambler. He talked a lot about assembling Exodia. We'll see if he ends able to put all the pieces together. 11 Bactylisks being mutated right now. Another Palladium on the way. That's from the Fulcrum in the low ground on the natural there. So the production is not really scaling too high here for Shambler. Whereas obviously the more hatches you end up seeing Fox make, the better. His Shroud is now done. He hasn't really been making too much there. Oh, single Nathracor heckling the Mason, making the Atlas. These Blackjacks could actually clear it, but it looks like it will end up dying. Okay, it gets its victim, but it scouts the Atlas being made. So now I think Fox knows, like, if I don't break him, if I can't break him right now, I have a pretty extended window to do so because he's going for that tech transition. So many Zerg units out right now, so Fox should definitely be able to take a good military victory, but the question is, and this is Blackjack slowly clearing out all these Zeths that are scattered around, and it's making the map feel a little bit more on the dark side.
Yeah, I'm still not sure how you got that out on the map, but that is a hero Blackjack. It's already taken to a little bit of a skirmish happening here.
That's right, yeah. Looks like a couple of move outs over here. We are talking about something like 8 Ant-Seals still. Oh yeah, there's way more than that, actually. Up to a dozen. The Atlas is now complete. Will we see the Durandals, actually? Will we see Mantles be put down? That is Shambler's favorite unit, according to him. Phalanxes out the wazoo. No Madrigals. So is he really going to have the defense versus like a Vord Flood or something? Although that being said, if you get a lot of phalanxes out, that's a lot better versus the high HP units. You just need to be able to actually choke out the map. Viral Iris coming for Fox. Ooh, this is like a tense moment here. You can see Shambler trying to set himself up. He's got a double layer of the phalanx. He's going to see if he can pull the army in. Fox doesn't want to engage just yet. Some of his units going to go ahead and split off the way, not able to path through the rest of the force there. I thought maybe we would see a 5th base coming by now, but nope. Fox is content to just harvest gas from 4 bases. No mineral workers just yet, but he's sending a bunch of workers in that direction at 12. Economic advantage for sure for Fox.
I definitely like this phalanx spread that Shambler's got going on, kind of staggering them out here, using the high ground to kind of defend the ones on the low ground. I think he might be able to actually secure this 3rd, but we're going to see there's a big wraparound as that's coming.
Yeah, that's right. And there's nothing protecting that top stack of Zethra cores. It's going to be a lot of friendly fire. The engagement coming in to really reduce the amount of shielding for those ant seals, but they hold for so long. That being said, that just delays the inevitable. It feels like the left flank of 3 phalanxes is going to fall. Where is the rest of the forces for Fox? They're kind of splitting up and getting caught up on the approach. That, I don't know how to call that for one player or the other, but I think Shambler is okay with this situation. It's just a ticking time bomb, right? We've got so many would-be Lyrilisks. Tier 2 is complete, but no Calcure Lake just yet.
Yeah, lots and lots of money in the bank
there
as well.
It is.
So as soon as he gets this up, he's going to be able to make a ton of Lyrilisks.
Yeah, that's clearly the move. He just made like 24 pairs, I think. So we're talking about close to 50 potential Lyrilisks, plus all of the units that are out on the map. Now, we do have apostles being made. This is a key ingredient in the Exodia that Shambler spoke of. Let's see. I'm not so sure what we're going to see out of this one, but a mantle is coming up online. We've got a whole bunch of tier 2 tech coming on. Hold on. Mutat Spire, Alcagiteth. So I think we could end up seeing a Vigrilisks to try to really soak up some of the phalanx damage. Also on the cards, Protathalor, Mutalisk. Those 2 units are ones that Fox is not super fond of, but he does know when to throw them into the party. Just the single apostle right now for Shambler. A second one joins the fray. Slowly adding more of them. The first mantle complete.
Don't know if he's ready to move out just yet here, but I guess we'll see how it goes for him.
He's going to clear this quad stack. Those could have been Lyrilisks, remember? As the 3rd base is now up and running for the Shambler. This could be an opportunity for the NightFox to trigger an attack, but giving him the high ground here feels like it could have been a potentially avoided mistake, you know? The Mason might get sniped, but no, the Ant Seal's protecting it. Maybe that'll turn into like Sentinels on the high ground or something. Well, Fox considering an attack. Remember, this does open up the 3rd base from being attacked. Not really that much protecting the choke into the natural either. It feels like Shambler's army is hugely out of position, and a bunch of mutas have been made. There's not that much splash damage. In fact, no splash damage at all. The only anti-air is just straight up blackjack. Attack coming in the natural. The Ministry starting to fall. That was put down as an emergency wall. At this point, you can afford to leave it. He doesn't cancel it. Maybe he doesn't need to. Trying to use the Apostles to resurrect the front line there, but it feels like there's going to be too many. The Anseals, there's 14 of them trying to doomstack on top of those phalanxes, and it looks like it might be enough initially, but now the rest of the force, those phalanxes abandoned. The 3rd base is definitely in jeopardy right now.
And a massive mutant stack. Mutalisks here.
That's right. That's right. And continuing to sort of pull and prod, you know, Shambler doesn't really have the ability to move his forces on other sides. He's putting Watchdogs down to deal with the mutas, but he doesn't really have any splash damage. He keeps making phalanxes. No madrigals coming. His force is mostly contested. It's a ball that really cannot be stopped right now by what Fox has. Maybe he works in some Sicklelisks, but he might not need to. His force is diving in, camping the production with the mutas. 38 of them now overtaking Shambler's base. His whole army is going to have to turn around and fight, and I don't think Shambler's got the flexibility to do that. I think we might see Fox rock up an hour late and still manage to take the dub.
His Ancils need to be careful here. He loses those, I don't think he has any chance, but I mean, he's just bleeding so many workers here.
Yeah, he's lost his entire mineral line and harvesting in the main base. He lost a little bit of production. The star pad, no more Anseal's going to be able to come out. Now, taking down the Palladium makes a lot of sense because at this point, you'd love to have yourself a little bit of moves there, but instead it looks like Shambler, he's going to gamble that he can just move out and use everything he's got. He just started a Durandal on a Burning Mantle. I don't think that's going to start. Yeah, I think at this point the Mutastack is going to clear out the Fulcrums. I don't think he can really do anything about that, but he is trying to contest the ground army and move across the map. NightFox making 22 Hydralisks, 10 of them just hatched. We'll see if he can hemorrhage this force, because remember, it's all in the 14 Anseals.
He's bringing his Atlas with him.
It's going to tank some damage, but look, this is critical. The Anseals were not in position to deal with the ground force coming in, and so many units have been destroyed as a result. A couple of units coming out of the rally. That's going to try to help out on the northern flank. The Anseals now, they're actually down in energy. It looks like the Mutas are going to come in and pounce. 30 of them still going. No splash damage for Shambler, and I think it's going to finally be the game-winning blow. NightFox, he's wiping the floor, and the Anseals are finally rendered useless. Hydra's reinforcing from the right flank. Shambler holding on.
A pretty good job here, though.
He's holding on for dear life, but his Anseals are not able to spread out enough, and you can see an ever-shrinking pie. He's done his best. People in the chat wondering how you break all the Anseals. I think NightFox might have shown you just a little bit there. Just a little bit. He could focus down the Anseals at this point. It wouldn't be a bad idea. There is an Apostle hiding in there. Durandal's coming on up. Oh man, Shambler's actually holding on.
Still holding on.
Shambler's holding on. I think Fox has so much money, he might have just thought he won the game. He's got a bunch of Hydras coming on the other side. Or have we all counted him out? Have I just decided to call the game before it's actually done? Because the Apostles revived the Anseals, which is not an interaction you see too often. At this point, Fox might decide to go for that base trade. Not that many units can actually be fielded here. There was the one Fulcrum that floated to the right-hand side.
He definitely needs to be careful if he loses all the stuff in his base, though. He's not going to have any way to fight this here.
He's still got a lot of money in the bank. He's making Kagralisks, he's making Mutas.
Was Exodia assembled?
I think so. There might have been a reason to think that Exodia was assembled. This base is going to go ahead and get taken out here by the Hydras. That's going to get cleared out. The Mutas coming in over well. I think we're talking about a base race here. I really do think that's what we're going to see.
I'm not sure, sir, if you can do this. Now we already see the Shambler man has taken one Fulcrum off to the side of the map here, hidden it. So if this is a true base race, I'm not sure if he'll be able to take all these buildings down in time.
Well, he's running after the main area. Let's see. This could be remember, I mean, we talked about the NightFox potentially being a little bit of a tilter. This could be the way to tilt him. Just have Exodia assembled in just a little bit there with the Apostle Anseal stack. No splash damage was made by the NightFox. He's got a lot of money that he could still be using, but the Mutat Spire should probably be the primary target here. If NightFox still has a lot of other situations where he can go for stuff, you can see the captaincy's trying to float away. I think the Hydra count and, of course, the Muta count is good enough here. Is there going to be enough to actually spot? Oh, a worker narrowly avoids spotting that Fulcrum. There was a game that the NightFox played versus the Shambler where he just decided to move through and clear out. Like NightFox just spammed and build a bunch of Hatcherosks everywhere. Yeah, a little bit of moves there, a little bit of moves. Welcome to Gel. That's a good line. Now again, the captaincy goes down. That's going to leave just a ministry down here, which didn't get cleared. And obviously, again, the Fulcrum down here, which is not landed. There's almost no shot that Fox will actually scout that. Does he know that the ministry is still there? There's a barracks, or stockade rather, being built in the bottom left. He's got a Hatcherox coming online over here. A couple of mutas that could be
hidden between the two Hatcherosks.
Yeah, I know. It's so crazy. I don't think the hatches are going to have enough vision range to see that there. So he's got some workers coming on down. He'll just expand in his corpse. Lay eggs in his esophagus, as Scatchumesque would one time say. The mantle is going to come on down. Yeah, I don't know. If he doesn't... Okay, he's starting to leave with the Fulcrum. He's going to fly over this worker. I don't know. I think Shambler has done it. I think this legendary match is going to go Shambler's way. And the NightFox might quit. But I hope he doesn't, because I really want to see him play some more. Okay. Oh, he saw it. He saw it fly over. He can go for it, right? Like he sees the stockade.
Yeah, it's still possible. That's, if I'm not missing something, it's the last production structure. He just needs to make sure these mutalisks don't die, and I think he can.
Yeah, he could literally win. He saw the no. He
no,
decides
the
not to. It was the last structure, the last fulcrum. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. That is absolutely not. Well, you know what? That's gonna do it for that round. We have a winner for map number 2. And it is the Shambler. I really did think he was going to get overwhelmed there. And you can tell that the TheNightFox also thought that. Definitely a situation where a little bit of splash would have gone a long way. Remember, it does deal so much more damage to the ant seal as a result. And I mean, I'm a little bit lost for words, Jujik. How do you feel about Exodia being assembled?
Yeah, I mean, like we saw that fight, the ant seals, and what was it, like 1 or 2?
It was single apostle was still reviving stuff.
Just keeping the dream alive. Now, again, I think that there was still a winning play there from the TheNightFox, but it's rough when they start lifting off buildings.
Yes, yeah. I mean, I've long since said that if the tech was there to do this, we would make it so that you have like 30 seconds to land the building. Otherwise, you're just gonna lose. Because like I don't think it's actually very good that you can just lift it and fly it around and technically not be eliminated. Even still, despite that issue with the base race style of gameplay, I feel like it probably would have turned into like a game that Shambler still would have been able to win. But he saw the last fulcrum. He just doesn't know it's the last fulcrum, right? So at that point, I still think if you're thinking about game theory, you take tilt out of the equation. What is the move there? The move is try my best to kill that fulcrum. Like, absolutely try my best. He got so close to finding it a few times. Like, magic movement there from Shambler to make it thread the needle on the 2 hatches, on the workers, on everything that was moving around in that area. Absolute insanity.
Yeah, and then I think the other thing, like you said, I think he thought he kind of crushed the army there, and he wasn't really spending down his bank as quickly as he probably could have. So, maybe he had a few more units there. He could have pushed through those ant seals, and maybe it would have been the end, but it's just really hard in that scrappy situation towards the end. Like you said, you don't even know if that is the last fulcrum. Maybe you're thinking there might be 4 other buildings in every other corner of the map. And
did you account for all of the structures he made? Do you know that there was that many structures there? Yeah, that's a rough one. That is a rough one. Like I said, that's probably a bit of a tilter. I don't know if, based on what he said at the end of the game, if that means that the TheNightFox is auto conceding to the Shambler from this point onward, like he doesn't want to play against him again. If that happens, then I guess that AOT and Shambler, if Shambler wins this game, then maybe he automatically qualifies. That would be the first time we've ever seen that in Acropolis or Ascension history. So I hope that's not the case, because I actually feel like Fox was super close to winning that game. And he was doing so without really the proper composition versus ant seals, it must be said. Like, he could have made decisions versus the ant seal prior to the point where even tier 2 was a thing. And yet he decided to go for a more conventional army. And that's fine. A learning experience, but sometimes you don't think about it as a learning experience. Sometimes you think about it as fucking imba. I can't remember I think he said fucking busted or something. You know what? I don't like air stacking generally. I am a proponent of the idea that, like, again, if we have the tech, in our new engine, we will, that air units should have a smaller collision radius than ground units by comparison of the same graphical size, but still they have some overlap, but not nearly as much as in StarCraft 1 and, of course, in StarCraft 2 while they're moving. However, that being said, there's still, that does, it is a trade-off, because at that point you're going to take a lot more damage from splash. And we didn't see, admittedly, Skithra Cores, I think, would have been a difficult choice because of the fact that, of course, they have to get so close to the enemy army to actually splash. I think that probably wouldn't have been the move. Vithrilisks, however, would have been pretty good at reducing the armor, spreading the debuff when the Ant Seal shields are down. You think about the rare Sycralisk, he actually had the tech for that, which was pretty surprising. That also could have been an option, that it does actually do straight up true splash. So, yeah, I mean, there's those options. Maybe he could have doubled down on Bactylisks, although he was having a lot of success with the Vorvs. So I understand why he ended up going the way that he went when it comes to the composition. But he probably never ran up against Exodia before. I feel like very few people have.
Yeah, I gotta say, that's probably the most work I've seen the Apostles do. I mean, I thought for sure it was a wipe there.
It looked like a total wipe. He had 3 or 4 military units and slowly rezzed more and more. The other thing, too, I think, by the way, that might have been the winning move, thinking about it, is since, and Arbuz is in the chat, shout out to Arbuz, he did mention that it was the Apostles that did most of the fight there. And it's true because the Apostles actually revived dying ant seals, and they attack fast enough that they're reviving them probably faster than you're killing them, especially since I don't think Fox was focusing them. I think they were dying to like bounces. In that situation, if Fox just walks away, the Apostles have no way to take the corpses. So there's actually, if you take a winning engagement, kill a bunch of units, and then leave, you're leaving them with maybe some like half-mangled Zerg units that are not very useful. Overwhelming them with chaff. I know Fox doesn't really like the Convolus, but that's a good reason for that one. And so, yeah, there's a couple of options there, I feel like, that could have been maybe done just on a tactical level, even if he kept the same units. So a few things to note. I'm not so sure who is going to be listening to that one or not, but we do have the Shambler taking on Art of Turtle, and this is indeed going to be another 4-spawn map. It's going to be Decapitation. And I do love this map. I am a fan of it, mostly because it has those lovely, red everything. Unlike jakulangski, I do like a good red thing. And it's going to be the Shambler in the bottom right as the white Terran, and Art of Turtle in the bottom left as... This looks to me like Japanese Violet, Jujik. I'm going to say Japanese Violet. It was Japanese Violet.
You got it, yeah.
There you go, okay. Yeah, I'm never really sure because honestly, like the name gave it away, but the hatch actually looks to me almost closer to purple. Because purple, the other thing that really throws me off is after over 20 years of playing StarCraft. Well, let me think about it. Yeah, technically this will be my 20th year playing something related to StarCraft 1. I haven't actually played StarCraft 1 in a very long time now. But since it's been 20 years since, or no, I guess it's only been. No, yeah, I think it was like 25 years or something. I've been playing this game for a while, is the bottom line. I've seen the purple color for so long, and DF actually went in and changed it to make it a little bit more vibrant. And same for red and blue, and I feel like there's one other color that he did that too. It might have been orange or something. Anyway, bottom line is, DF did some work on it, and now it's different than StarCraft 1 normally is, and so that also throws me off still. Because we rarely see those default colors, right?
Yeah, this Japanese Violet's definitely weird because, like you said, it looks a lot deeper purple on the actual units and structure, but the name is the only thing that kind of gives it away.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, hit him up in the chat. The Tyrant watches on after qualifying 4-0. He also says, what about the Calculus? He puts forth the Calculus. I mean, the tech was there for that as well. So, more options. But we'll settle that for now because we got a different game to look at. It's going to be a double Fulcrum for the Shambler. He's sticking to the same build, same plan. And neither player has actually found each other just yet with their scout.
Yeah, they both box scouted in the wrong direction, unfortunately.
Yeah, it looks like Shambler did, he did his scout a little bit earlier. So the Zeths are actually going to be moving to the bottom right. And there's going to be 2 pairs of Quas to staff the ramp and deny the scout. The Vultures are actually going to come across first. And it was on attack move, which is good for Shambler. Definitely going to be good enough to deal with this Zeth. Narrowly outruns it, but it doesn't look like Shambler was going after it too quickly. This time he does keep his Vulture alive. So that's an improvement over the Blackwater Bastion performance that he did at the early game that led to him making an anchor, canceling an anchor, etc. Hard to see. It was so long ago, It's really hard to see.
Yeah, the other thing, too, that game, when that happened, it kind of forced him to make a couple more Vultures. So this time he doesn't necessarily have to. He can pump a little bit more of the splash damage onto the field. So we'll see how that kind of changes things.
Yeah, he did really quickly decide to pivot away from Cyclops in that previous match. And I feel like that actually was a pretty big deciding factor in giving the tempo over to the NightFox. All right, it's going to be the Scrapyard move once again for the Shambler, and there's the start pad. He's got this build dialed down relatively well. This does mean that his expansion is super late. And look at this. I think AOT, he's going to take another main for his natural. That's, I never thought I'd say that sentence, but there it is.
Yeah, we actually don't see that very often, so this is pretty sneaky.
I mean, Shambler has no reason to go to that side of the map. It's so far away, and not only that, but I mean, his Mason's getting caught on the Monuments of Sin as well. So at least he's got a scout on the map. He's realized, wait a second. Well, he's going to narrowly end up seeing these Zethicores as well, it looks like. So a little bit of shenanigans there as the Zeths blanket and canvas the area. They could just turn around and kill the Mason, but I don't think they will. Sees no expansion, but it could be on the high ground. So AOT has no immediate idea that it's the same build.
Interesting. A Stockade's coming out. So maybe we're going to see some Shamans this game.
Yeah, I was going to say that was a key detail that was missing from the Blackjack stack that we're used to. Shambler just opting to protect them from harm with the Ant Seals, more so than do anything with the with the Shamans, but it will be a Vestry pretty fast. So yeah, I'm guessing it's going to be Shamans. That is going to be cutting into his gas. Second Watchdog on the way here.
I wonder if it wouldn't be better for Art of Turtle maybe to go for a faster second base. Maybe this is kind of like a read, this build that Shambler's got. Kind of a read on the early aggression that Zergs are doing. Not really expoing as quickly.
Yeah, that's right. Now we're going to see some Vorvs being made here in the side of AOT. That's going to be interesting. He's got a pretty formidable army right now, but I do feel like versus what Shambler has, the spread damage, the double Ant Seal already, plus the Shaman that just finished, that's a recipe for, not Exodia, not quite. What's the, I don't know Yu-Gi-Oh, so I don't really know what Exodia's like lesser cousin is, but that's kind of what Shambler has right now.
Interesting enough, we're getting gas mining off this sneaky hidden base here, so... There might be a big Nath switch coming in. I'm not sure what we're going to see.
Yeah, it is indeed. Yep, 8 pairs of Nats. I was going to say, it's too ballsy to go straight into tier 2 off of this when you've got no idea what your opponent has. Going for the Nats, it doesn't suck, because if you kill the Ant Seals and you're also drawing splash damage from the Cyclops, then it kind of, I would imagine it kind of works there. You can also just choose to pressure the base. But I'd be a little bit concerned about that. Yeah, you can see AOT trying to get out on the map onto the ramps. You can avoid a ramp contain pretty easily there. He's going to go ahead and charge up. This is not a great concave for him. That was a lot of dead Quaz units, but including a lot of Vorvs, so very mineral heavy losses there. The Nat's now flying across. I think maybe they might have just been narrowly spotted there by Shambler's force. I'm not sure if he actually clocked the position. AOT going to fall on back.
He's not falling back, so there's not a lot of home to defend.
Oh, he had the 2 Cyprians at home for splash damage. I saw those being made, but I expected them to be with the army. I didn't even register that they weren't there. So we're going to have some circuits by the ramp. I don't hate the idea, but I feel like the Blackjacks are just going to tear through this. The circuits are not ready in time. Need to get these Nathracores onto the Ant Seals. Let's see if they end up going after it. Instead, they're just kind of spread around. They do come in over here and drag some Cyclops splash damage in. That does definitely help. One circuit does finish. Ant Seal's not quite able to defend this. Remember, the Shamans are still keeping things healthy, at least to a degree. How many more Quads are going to come in?
Here. There's a lot more to the back.
Well, the circuit does end up coming down, and that feels like it's pretty close to over here. The Ant Seals are up to 4. Yeah, I think it's just... Shambler's found the timing. Shambler has found the timing, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to move up to 3 wins, as Art of Turtle was not quite able to do it.
Hit him up getting tilted in the chat watching this game.
Dude, you can tell Shambler has some power. He tilted the TheNightFox and hit him up at the same time. That's impressive.
Maybe Terran was the one that was OP all along. We just didn't know.
I am impressed for sure, but I don't know what the response to this one is going to be. I guess we'll have to wait and see if Shambler, he looks to be a lock to make it through to Throneroom. And that'll set us up for a best of 3 TheNightFox versus AOT. Let's see if the TheNightFox has shaken himself off. Maybe he wants to go for it. Oh my God, Shambler being very BM by saying care to concede now to the TheNightFox. Let's see what Fox wants to do.
I'm not gonna lie, even though that last game didn't really go his way, I do think he's got the mechanics to pull this off if he can just put his nose to the grindstone here.
Oh, I think he absolutely could find a build that defeats that, or again, just pull back after the initial round. Like, I don't think people play against Apostles very often. And so they don't recognize that the more you throw at them, the stronger they get. I don't know. We'll see what he has to say. Just waiting to hear from him again.
Shambler definitely leaning into the tilt strat here.
I mean, it is technically a valid strategy. I would not advise for it when it comes to being manner, but, you know, we'll see what he wants to say. TheNightFox is online and responding. See if he wants to go for the match or not. I mean, it is technically within anybody's purview to decide to concede a match. He did not yet confirm if he is good. Okay, all right. He's here. He's fighting. It's going to be paradise for the TheNightFox. All right, I like that fighting spirit. Not the map, but, you know. Smarty in the chat. He called a perfectly good unit comp Imba. I love this chat. I love this community. Jujic, are you ready to see the rematch?
I'm ready. Let's see if any of the Zergs in this group can get a W on the board.
Let's see. I mean, they might have to fight each other for scraps after Shambler qualifies 4-0, triggering HitEmUp in the process. Let's do it. It's paradise. I mean, jakulangski smiles upon us. Surely, we are going to see some good shit out of this one. It's going to be the TheNightFox, the Coyote Brown Zerg in the bottom left, and the Shambler, the yellow Terran, in the bottom right. Well, horizontal spawns. This is not the setup on Blackwater Bastion. It was vertical spawns then. It was exactly what we got on Decapitation. I mean, the spawns don't really matter too much yet, but I do think it's kind of interesting to sort of analyze that, how they actually mutate the matchup. I mean, if you guys are not cross-spawn, then you can use air units to your advantage, and that does tend to favor the Zerg player in this matchup because they have access to fast naths. That being said, Shambler's shown a pretty good resilience and even like a nice little pocket strat there. I don't know how he decided he would start adding in the Cyprians. Like, he added in the Shaman, the Vestry, the Shaman, and then like 2 Cyprians. And that is a lot of gas that's not being spent on Cyclops, on Ancials in particular. I'm a little bit surprised he managed to make that happen and there were no problems. You know what I mean? I feel like maybe that should have been a mutation of the build that was so easily put together, but I mean, Shambler does have the... Apparently, he's had the practice going for these moves. He's also scouted very fast.
Yeah, I didn't even catch the Cyprians being made, but I mean, it's only 100 gas there, and it paid in dividends. Obviously, it kept his mineral line safe, and that's kind of what got him in the other game with the TheNightFox, so I think it was a decent adaptation, rather.
Well, first Fulcrum is down. It's going to go straight into a Vulture as expected. We are going to see that second Fulcrum pretty soon as the gas continues to get banked up. Take this opportunity to thank everybody who has donated their time and their money. Time via, you know, any sort of thing. Playing the game, watching the game, adminning the game. And, of course, money in the way of the coffee page. I do appreciate that. Vik and I split the profits for that one, and we also reinvest it right back into the project in things like server hosting costs and tournament prize pool and all sorts of other stuff like that. Now, Shambler is moving across with the Vulture. And it will, once again, be caught by the same pair of units. You know, the 2 Zeths and the 4 Quas. Now, immediately borrowing the Zeths, that makes a lot of sense for Fox. Not going to concede any of those just yet. Every unit a resource right now, and actually a 1 offensive mine for the first time I've seen Shambler do this whole series of games.
I think it's actually a good placement there. I mean, if any kind of fast push out comes, it's going to spot that pretty easily.
Yeah, look at this. Fox actually got it in his head that based on where Shambler was moving, he wasn't going back to his base. He thought he was dragging him in the wrong direction, so he moves top left instead. Turns out Shambler wasn't even thinking that far ahead. Fox is ascribing too much mind games to Shambler's playstyle, maybe. I mean, it's a clever idea, right? Like, it's interesting to go for that, but also it's also a good way to, if you think about it, you don't trail the Vulture because you're just going to get bopped anyway, right? So why not see if he's just giving you some misdirection?
Stockade, Starpad. This looks like the same build that we're going to see in the previous match on Decapitation. If NightFox can give a little blueprint for AOT to figure it out. Remember, both the Zergs in the group looking for their first dub. And looking to avoid the Shambler being the Titan and charging directly into first place. Which will mean, dude, you got to put Shambler in second place. Because if that happens, there's a chance he faces HitEmUp in the first match.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if this is going to work out again. The Shaman definitely played a decent role in the last game, but what really kind of held him on in that NightFox game was just the huge Ancil stack. So anything kind of detracting from those, I don't know. We're gonna have to see if it'll be enough. He does scout the push out with the mine.
Yeah, that's right. Ooh, narrowly not able to actually trip any of the mines there. Vestry on the way, about halfway complete. First Ancil will soon be in production. So NightFox has no pressure for killing anymore. He's actually going to set up some K-Grunts in the natural. Those look like circuits to me. He's expecting a push out from Shambler. I wonder if he was spectating that last match on the stream and thinking to himself, how can I possibly deal with this? And, you know, trying to see if he can maybe identify a response. He saw AOT go for the pocket base into sneaky gas mining, mass naths, and then it get stuffed by the readily available Cyprian. He's just going to go ahead and hold this spoke right now. Yeah, it is going to be circuits in the natural. And Hydra's down about halfway complete. So I'm interested. Yeah, I really do wonder what Fox is thinking. He must have thought about something. Otherwise, he wouldn't have decided to continue playing. And I am glad he did, because it's way more satisfying than that, than just being like, no, I refuse. That's not what NightFox sounds like, by the way. That's just my internal voice for somebody saying no. Now, the Quads are going to get stuffed here, I think.
The tilted NightFox voice.
the tilted voice in general. All right, Quasar indeed. Oh, they picked that Vulture pretty fast. That was pretty good. No Shaman with this force right now, so the Quads are going to go to hell, basically. There's not really that much that they can do from that position. They did pick one Blackjack. That was almost cost efficient. All right, third Kagrin being put down. That's going to turn into a circuit in the natural. He's actually pocketed these Quads and kind of like drawing Shambler away from the force. Seeing if maybe he can do a little bit of a flank. He's kind of caught underprepared, it feels like. He doesn't have that many units. It's all Quads right now. Needs to turn that Kagrin into a circuit immediately. There we go. A little bit slow on the draw. That is going to allow it to get focused down nice and easy. Those other units at 9 o'clock not going to come into the fight right now. Fox being trampled by the Cyclops. As of right now, he has no melee to gun this away. They're just getting shredded.
Yeah, this is not looking good. The workers are in the fight. That's definitely never a good idea right there.
Well, he's going to have to fall back to his main base. He does evacuate the workers, although they're not tasked onto anything, so they will end up not mineral walking through.
No high ground circuits either coming up.
I know, yeah. How is he going to possibly hold this? He's got Hydras coming, but he's only got 3 of them. He's now putting down the static defense, but it's about 40 seconds away from being done. Shambler looking imperious. No concession needed to get him in flawlessly. And the NightFox is indeed going to be put into the tilt. The world will know it. You know what? You get the typing. This is what we expected, right? The NightFox types, the Shambler types, and and you know what? The Shambler types to victory, though. I think he's gonna make it. He's gonna make him kill the hatch.
Yeah, we're gonna type to the last building. It looks like.
Honestly, when he typed that, I thought he used the wrong form of hole, and I thought he just dissed him by saying, "No wonder your ass has a hole." I was like, "Damn, that's actually kind of deep." Well, Shambler makes it into the Throneroom stage. He did get a storm typed up about him, but it's no surprise there is indeed a whole clan dedicated to hating him. But he can be hated from up at the top, as he's now rubbing shoulders with the likes of HitEmUp, qualifying in first place. That leaves us with a best of 3 between our Zerg players, the NightFox versus Art of Turtle. In the past, the NightFox took Art of Turtle down 3-1. It looked pretty handy. He can go back to maybe a bit more of a familiar matchup in the ZVZ
sort of mirror dimension that he's been encompassing when it comes to Kenoli. That does mean that, however, Art of Turtle will be able to pick the map versus the TheNightFox. And the TheNightFox vetoed... Oh, hold on. What was it? Let's see. He vetoed Decapitation. Well, it was already played, so all good. Art has map pick. Anything but Decap, check, Blackwater, near impact, and Paradise was just played.
Hit him up in chat here. Stop fighting this with Quaz.
I mean, it is really difficult to fight anything related to ant seals with Quaz, but I think versus mech, you struggle using only pool units. It's not like versus Gateway Toss, right, where you can kind of get away, especially if you get those Vorvs out. It's going to be Demoloon selected by Art of Turtle. Get that one going. TheNightFox is indeed ready to rock. He feels refocused now that his true nemesis is before him. The only man standing between him and qualification into the Throneroom stage, where he hopes, I'm sure, to eventually play against the Shambler again and defeat him. Never mind. He's already got a different plan. He's already appealing to Art of Turtle's versus Shambler matchup there. This will be a best of 3 to decide who takes it. BO3 to decide playoffs. Say it when ready. TheNightFox has readied up. And, oh, look at that. Oh, okay. All right. There's some inside baseball there we might go ahead and talk about tomorrow when we get into Group C. But right now, Group B continues. The Shambler has qualified in. We are looking at the TheNightFox as the Coyote Brown Zerg in the top left of Demoloon. And in the bottom right of Demoloon, Art of Turtle, the Japanese Violet Zerg. Seems to enjoy that color. So my color guessing career should be pretty easy nowadays. Jujic is the map author of Demoloon. You must be happy to see it be played right here, right now. We've actually gone through Near Impact already, so both of your maps getting played in this group. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised people like this one as much. I don't know if the last minute changes made people a little more used to it, or I don't know. I guess it's just these Starcraft Brood War maps tend to be pretty well balanced in general. As long as you remove the weird cliffs they usually put in your mineral lines for some reason.
As long as you don't get the dreaded drops or the dreaded Nather cores. I mean, that's probably what we're going to see here. I did really like JarrellStorm's idea of going for the early Ovaleth in this matchup. He did that in Group A versus HitEmUp. He did that in Group A versus Kenoli as well. And whether it gets damage or not, you do get some nice scouting. It did get damage in 2 out of 3 times he attempted it. So I feel like it's still a pretty good strategy. It's something that I don't think a lot of other Zergs have played with in the mirror. It's probably not something that's been on the radar of somebody like Fox or indeed Kenoli. I'm not sure that AOT was going to be taking that to heart in this matchup because I don't know how closely he followed that particular series. But I do think that it's something worth pointing out there, as both of our players have elected for a very by-the-books start. They're going to end up with the same worker count, the same assets available with the Larvosk in the pool. This tells me that we're going to be in for a pretty even-keeled start, and we'll see what those deviations come in from later on. Really, it's just like down to the timings of when the second Larvosk comes. You can see Fox going for his a little bit earlier. What does AOT do with his pool now that it's ready? He's going to make 1 pair of Zets. The rest of it is workers. Okay, he's playing pretty conservatively.
Looks like once again we're going to get to see the 1 pair of Zets here for the scouting.
That's right, yeah. The Stroleth has to evacuate before Fox's Quaz end up staffing the ramp. I think Fox is setting up, best I can read this, Fox is setting up this push to be a one base sort of military focused push to maybe establish a contain, deny, expand behind it, that kind of thing. AOT, on the other hand, he did go for more workers in the early stages of the game. He's still making more workers. His 2 Zeths meet Fox's 2 Zeths and bruise them both each. So there are no Quaz behind this, though. That's like a critical thing that and now AOT is actually going to have to deal with because, oh, never mind. Fox decides not to go in any further.
Looks like AOT is definitely going a little heavier on the gas as well. Have to see if he maybe translates that into the early navs.
Yeah, I do wonder about that. Is he going to go for the extra pace? I mean, right now he's just making another K-Grid for that 3rd Larvosk. Both players going for that so far. Yeah, it looks like Fox is actually going to go for the expansion despite not being able to actually scout if his opponent is doing the same thing. Zets pass each other in the night, but Art of Turtles are going to be taken out by those Quas standing guard. AOT has the same setup going back at his home. And instead of going for his expansion, he does go for the Vornath. So there might be some legs to your prediction there, Jujik. So far, we both predicted correctly, which I think is great. You know, I predicted that TheNightFox would go for a fast expo. You predicted AOT maybe going for Naths. We're just clearly geniuses at the game.
There you go. And before he makes nothing but Vorbs, and the caster's curse continues.
Yeah. Well, I did do the ultimate, TheNightFox is going to kill him as soon as he walks in. And it didn't happen, so. I'll never get that stained out, but you know what? It's like dents in a car. It builds character, you know? So far, Fox favoring in the military count. He has plenty of Quas to his name. So if AOT was going to be going for the Nathricors, it would be kind of ill-fated. Instead, 5 pairs of Zets being made, so maybe he is going to go for Vorbs after all. I do feel like Naths have to enter the picture at some point. You can see there's actually 9 Quas standing guard behind the mineral line of the TheNightFox's main, so he's definitely aware of the possibility. He's now going to start saturating the stuff in his main, or his natural, rather. So going for minerals first again. It's very unlike what AOT did. AOT went for that pocket base on Decapitation, immediately started saturating the gas. Well, the move out does get scouted by Fox's single Quas. I mean, you hold the bridge like this is a perfect concave.
Yeah, and I think you saw these were here as well, so you'd kind of think if you're this far out and you're not really holding your ramp, then there probably is an expo behind it, so hopefully we see him maybe throw down an expo of his own, because he's definitely kind of behind on that. Now, the NAS are finally coming out, but like you said, I don't know if there's going to be enough to deal with this like pre-prep Quad stack.
Yeah. It's Quad Larvosk for AOT now, so he has evened up the worker production, or the larva production, but again, TheNightFox has better efficiency with his 23 workers. 6 more workers coming out for AOT. That'll push him over the edge. We'll see if he wants to actually do anything with those workers other than mine. Maybe he wants to expand. Pocket of 8 Quas, taking a stab over into the high ground over there, watching for any flanks. He knows that he's holding the bridge just fine. I do think, though, that when the Nats come in, they might swoop in and pick up a worker or two at the natural. But no, you can see Fox preemptively stationing his Quas over here.
Yeah, this is just heads up play. I think he's got it. There's no second coming down. He kind of knows the strat that's been employed here.
That's right, yeah. Counter concave set up there for AOT, but they fly over, and there's still 6 of them here, but there's still plenty more Nats or Quas where that came from. He's not even going to actually get close enough to scout whether or not the Hydrith Den was there. I can't undersell. The Nath vision range is very, very low. I don't think he saw that structure. He definitely didn't see enough to actually see.
He's hit every Nath pack. The Quas packs everywhere, just
I know,
ping-ponging.
There's so many of them. Now they're actually moving out. I mean, remember, the bridge is still being held by AOT. This is a superior concave. He can actually beat this force that of reinforcements that Fox is coming in with, but he has no idea that there's another round going in. And it was Naths behind this for AOT. He is not favored in the military fight whatsoever. Well, trying to maybe take that spoke, instead just going to retreat across the bridge and hold that. The one Quas watching in disgust as his purple brethren move across. Now, we are going to see a Shroud. AOT has some interesting ideas in both this match and against Shambler on Decapitation. It just feels like he's like 30, 40 seconds too late on some of the key decisions, like making static defense on the ramp or, you know, whatever the case may be. But we'll see.
He makes some more Navs, and he's losing quite a few of them here.
Yeah, I mean, this is not a great angle for Fox to attack in. So there's that at the very least, but yeah, the Nathricors are just going to get chewed up immediately. And now, look at this, he's got
He's going to get a sandwich attack here, both sides.
I know, yeah, he's definitely trying to do more. AOT has 15 pairs of Quas being made right now. It is just straight up Quas versus Quas. Fox is in his natural element. Across the bridge, he's storming the gates. The blood is piling up on both sides, but AOT is indeed going to get sandwiched. That Shroud not quite done yet. There is some mining happening at the natural, but no static defense being put down. Remember, circuits are super good versus this. Instead, he's going to fall back and use his reinforcements. This is going to jam up the response, but remember that Hydrith Den. Fox decides to make Hydras. That will help him punch through. And yeah, there's more Quas on the way, but the Shroud's done. He's just going to mutate those Bactylisks right in front. Is that too greedy? Looks like the answer is yes. He cancels it.
Yeah, Looks like AOT might still hold here. There's a lot more streaming across the map, though.
There is indeed just a conga line of Quasilisks. A Quasi-line, perhaps, is what we're going to have to call that one.
Like I said, I definitely think he needs to try to get some circuits down here.
Circuits, Lakizilisks. He's had the Shroud for so long, over a minute now it feels like, but he's not been able to actually leverage it. He's spending all of his larva on other things, that being Quas, of course.
He's floating so much gas as well.
Now Fox just joining him in that when it comes to the mineral count. It looks like AOT might drop tier 2 behind this instead of anything else. He's trying to attack in, but the Bactylisks are done. And that is going to be the linchpin move that is going to clear AOT out if he doesn't actually go ahead and grab some extra tech. And it feels like maybe his window has closed. His worker count starting to fall. Of course, this natural base is going to need to be evacuated, or he's going to have to throw those workers at the enemy. More
I
Quas
think once
have
the
arrived.
Bactylists come up, you can just kill infinite Quas, it feels like.
Yeah. Well, especially if they've got the right move, right? It's pure Quas been made by AOT. He's living up to his favorite unit there, but he does call GG. As the third base comes down at 12 o'clock for TheNightFox, he is able to score a dub. Up 1-0 in the best of 3. Needs one more game to close us out. Is it going to happen that fast? Is it really going to be over in a jiff? Because that's kind of what it feels like. I don't know if AOT is going to be able to respond to that. Maybe he decides to dig deep and go straight for the 6 pool.
It's funny, earlier the TheNightFox was telling AOT if he wins to take out Shambler, but I think he decided, you know what? I want to run back on that last set. He's going to try to take it himself, it looks like.
Yeah, I think he's decided that he is indeed crowning himself the guy there. I do like the move to do what he's done. I feel like that's definitely pretty good there. I do think that the faster, people were asking in chat, how did Fox get so ahead? The answer is he took his expansion early and he preempted the Quas attack. So that is really the answer there.
Yeah, because you got to think about it. Even it was only 8 naths, but if there's just nothing there defending those workers, you kind of even out that base advantage pretty quickly. So it's just a really heads-up play to have all those little packs spread around to kind of box those in.
Five maps are still available for AOT to pick from. He did not like Genesis Y, but I decided to let him know he could pick it anyway because he vetoed it to be picked against him. So that's the only thing there. Muspelheim, Spinal Tap, Check Stealer, and Rage Slave are the other 4. I don't know if AOT is actually much of a fan of Check Stealer. Like, I'm sure he's familiar with Kickback because it's active in the pool for StarCraft 1 and does play a decent amount of Brood War, but see what he wants to do with that.
I'd be surprised, honestly, to see Muspelheim. I think that map's really strong for like Zerg versus any other race, but ZVZ, it just seems like it'd be really tough to kind of get that back base defended against the nav stacks that come in pretty frequently. The distance between the natural and that back base is pretty far.
Yeah, I would say that's a pretty accurate assessment of things. I also think that if you go over and look at what we're seeing here as we wait for AOT to consider what his map pick is going to be, I think that the best bet for him would probably be Spinal Tap. He did name drop that map before. He says that he feels like you can do a lot more aggressive things. Remember, you don't have a ramp into your main or natural, so you don't have cliff advantage to worry about when you're being aggressive. So if I was going to give him advice, I'd pick that or Rage Slave, but as it is right now, it's anybody's guess.
Yeah, I'm still not sure how to really evaluate a Rage Slave after the ramp changes. It kind of flips a little bit on its head there. It's a lot easier to kind of hold that 3 base setup.
Yeah, it used to be much harder. Now it seems pretty good for running at anything else, but we will see. We'll see. I think he might have taken a moment to... Oh, there we go. He ends up picking Muspelheim.
The caster curse in full effect.
That's right, that's right. Just Just waiting on Fox to load into the lobby, and this could be our final game of Group B. Muspelheim. It is a map that is Z favored in non-Z mirrors, but it is also a map that I think the way that you end up working it, you got to watch out for that back base. You got to watch out for the air flanks. Ovoleths, I think, may be disproportionately powerful there. You can just elevator a worker over to expand and then go for a drop or something to likewise deny the enemy expansion if you're talking about Z-Mirror. So it doesn't feel as free as it might otherwise be if you're talking about a mirror matchup. So, well, here he is. We are ready to go. It is going to be, potentially, the final game. And I am looking forward to it, man. I really do think that AOT is a stronger Zerg player than maybe he's shown in this particular matchup. He is going to be the Japanese Violet Zerg in the top right. And then TheNightFox, the Coyote Brown Zerg in the bottom left. This is Muspelheim, a map by Veek7. And as I update the scoreboard to keep you guys apprised, remember, TheNightFox has taken the first game in their, essentially what is now a best of 3 after Shambler 4-0'd his way to the Throneroom stage. The winner of this series, which Fox is currently leading in, will be able to proceed into our playoffs bracket. Double elimination, best of 5 until the grand final, which is a best of 7. And you do end up as the second seed in a group, which means you play against another first seed, but you won't have an immediate rematch in the case of like here, if it's Fox or Art of Turtle, they can't be placed against the Shambler. They have to be placed against somebody else. So at that point, we'll see what ends up happening. Fox going for an earlier pool, but it looks like with the gas being mined, he will be going for the Larvosk afterwards.
Smarty in the chat here asking for the Iron Foundry to get infested.
It's true. You can do it at tier 2. You can get tier 3 at tier 2.
Unfortunately, we don't see a lot of these ZVZs get to the tier 2.
I know, yeah.
Seems to be very heavily tier 1 up to 14 plus minutes here.
Well, Fox was telling me that versus Kenoli, if you get into enough of like a Quaz war eventually, it does even out and you do have to tier up.
Yeah.
And then it starts to get real wacky because they haven't solved that meta yet, right? I don't know. It's interesting. Fox is going to get scouted here with his Larvosk not yet complete. AOT is probably going to be a little bit perplexed about that, but it just means that the pool is faster. So, remember, I don't know if you watched this, Jujic, but there's a game that I casted. It was actually AOT versus NightFox, and NightFox was rocking the Genesis Y strat where he held his Kagrant for a very long time. I think it was like 8 pool, and it was defense for a 6 pool. It was like anti-6 pool build. So, and look at this, AOT going for the Ovoleth. So maybe there is going to be an answer to my prayers.
You don't normally see the Ovoleth getting made in this matchup, but I think it's worth it.
Yeah, Jarrell showed us the way.
Get this base very quickly.
Meanwhile, the Zets are going to tear down the Iron Foundry here for the TheNightFox. They're doing it very slowly. It will take 150 hits. No, it'll take 1,500 hits for them to clear through the Iron Foundry, just so you guys know. They are dealing 1 damage per hit. So 750 hits from each Zeth.
Now, did the buildings not burn in red for Terran?
Oh, yeah, they do. So I guess that helps. They'll have to deal... Oh, never mind. The Quads are going to help, too. They're going to tickle with it. The tickle cannons.
The map's all off now.
Well, 6 Quads from AOT are going to go ahead and scout this out. He is paying pretty close attention to it. And he falls on back. NightFox did not clock that with his camera. If I'm AOT here, I would put 1 Quaz there just to block the Droleth, because you know it's coming. Instead, he guesses he has enough time to maybe maneuver around. Well, the Quaz are still over there. It feels like this could be anti-timing because there's so many Quaz over here. But remember, with the Ovoleth, you actually do have a good scout. Fox hasn't noticed. He hasn't panned down. He hasn't actually seen it. He's going to go ahead and get unloaded on, and the first worker should end up falling pretty soon. That's a second, third, maybe a 4th one in the cards there. Remember, you borrow, but you have vision, so you don't really need to worry too much about that. And now, just falling over here, I think AOT is trying to see if he can get away with leaving it there so that the quads can't actually reach him, but he's wrong. It's not like StarCraft 2 where you can kind of like hover air units in between like the main and the nat or whatever. That's not quite the case in this map.
Yeah, they're gonna cut it off. Unfortunately, he should drop them there.
Well, he agrees with you, but the obelisk should actually be fine. Well, back at home, after all that excitement, AOT did just barely avoid getting worker parity. He did deny mining for a bit of time, and there's also a lot of workers that aren't actually working right now. So, I don't know what to say about that one, Jujic. There's 5 workers just hanging out. Just,
Interesting he's going all the way back here. I think those 3 Quasilis could have harassed this back base a little bit more, but
yeah,
he might be expecting all those Quasi to push out here or something.
Well, Fox still has not corrected his situation just yet. He's going to go ahead and station his quas out in the back base. Both players taking that for their natural. Of course, AOT doing it without actually breaking down the Iron Foundry.
Yeah, we're going to have to see if that kind of bites him in the butt here a little bit later on.
All right, workers have been unburrowed and re-tasked, so we are going to see the TheNightFox actually use his workers. Yeah, I feel like if you don't actually break the Iron Foundry, you become very vulnerable to drops. Also, it looks like 2 of the 4 workers that have been tasked onto this geyser did not actually get tasked onto this geyser, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, they're just kind of sitting there.
Big worker transfer coming in from the TheNightFox to his natural, which is actually his back base. It's going to be 5 Larvosk production, 2 hatch, of course. Remember, this hatch over here is purely for workers and air units. You can't actually get through this. Fox going for the Hydrith. Avaleth confirming no natural.
Pretty even game. The earlier Hydrith is going to be something he's got to watch out for. Did he get a scout off on that with the Avaleth?
He might have seen the worker there, but he definitely did not see the Hydrith then, because he didn't go deep enough. His Avaleth was just hanging out in the natural there, confirming when that timing goes down. So going up to 3 bases is Fox. Qua's just kind of patrolling around in case of the Nathakor. Zets narrowly avoid seeing deep enough to see whether or not there was an expansion coming there, but he knows no Kagra, so no complete hatch there.
Bornatsky both popped at the same time here. A lot more tech coming out on the side of TheNightFox.
Yeah, he's really liking the extra tech. Like, that seems to be his name of the game, whereas AOT doesn't necessarily want to do that. Going for his own Hydrith then now. Got a lot of money in the bank, too. Is he just going to maybe go for tier 2 or something? Like, it doesn't seem like something that that Art of Turtle specifically would think of doing. No, 12 pairs of Naths. That's where all his money goes. 13. Keep it counting. I know Smarty's really hoping for this Iron Foundry to be taken, but tier 2 is not in the cards for AOT right now. And I don't know if AOT would even know about that mechanic to begin with. Maybe the TheNightFox will build a single Matrolith and take his enemy's Iron Foundry. And then it turns into a proxy Iron Foundry. Could be legit. Big Quaz ball moving across the map right now for AOT. And it does get scouted and found out. Pretty good concave here for Fox, but he doesn't have any Bactylisks actually out yet. He's making 5 of them right now.
I think he's looking to just kind of push in here and distract. There's a ton. We've got 26 now. Naths there's only like 12 quads here to defend this back base, so.
Yeah, that's definitely an outnumbering situation here, especially since they're kind of split. Yeah, Fox should not feel very, very defensive about this position here. AOT trying to attack at the same time. HitEmUp-esque with the way he's doing that. If his Avaleth was with these Nats, he could actually kill the workers. He's going to go ahead and dive onto those quads. We do see some quads being moved down there.
I think he's got time. He can probably take this hatch.
That's pretty good if it makes it happen. Yep, there we go. It is going to go ahead and die. So AOT does end up taking that victory. He's going to go straight into the ski back himself. So even tech for both players. What does AOT want to do with it? He did scout. I think he scouted deep enough to know that there's backs, but I'm not 100% sure.
Army's still heavily in favor of AOT here. I think if he just crushes here, he's probably in a really good spot. There's not a lot of Bactylisks yet.
Yeah, he saw the Kagra as well, so he knows that there's an expansion out here for Fox. Sniping that back base is really important because of that. 26 Naths once again. That seems to be the magic number for AOT this game. Replenishing his lost stocks. 5 Bactylisks being made. Oh, he just loaded up a Quaz into his Oveleth there by mistake. That happens sometimes. Needs to actually get into a fighting position here. Some of his units need to be split down to the bottom. He's going to go ahead and try to attack into the Bactylisks, and he does immediately snipe one of them. Remember, the Quaz are all busy on that. That's allowing AOT to get a lot closer. His Bactylisks are nearly complete. In the process, he kills only 2 backs of Foxes, it looks like, but he does get pretty close with the Quaz stack. Now, that Oveleth will end up dying. And this is not a good choke for AOT to fight in. This is a very bad situation for him if he wants to keep it going. But he does want to keep it going. He wants to see if he can muscle through. The Bactylisks aren't actually fighting right now. He needs to charge a little bit further forward. Got another back kind of hanging out in the back. I don't know.
I think the TheNightFox might have enough to stabilize here.
Yeah, the army counts are pretty even, but remember that Fox's army is mostly in his area. He does have a lot of Quaz hanging out in the third base. Not harvesting anything just yet. AOT is taking the natural right now. He even snipes that Bactylisk as it hatches, so that's pretty good for him. He's going to keep his Bactylisks mostly alive right now, which is definitely very good, but he's waiting for those reinforcement Quaz to come in. He doesn't actually have that many Hydras, and now Fox might be making a critical error, diving upon his opponent's forces as the Quaz reinforcements are coming in. The Shroud halfway complete for Fox. It feels like maybe it's a little bit too late. Bactylisk still within spitting distance of each other, but look at the count for AOT starting to stretch ahead. 12 pairs of Quaz being made by Fox. He's going to see if he can do anything else here to stay alive and stabilize. That worker count could be falling if AOT decides to go after the natural, but instead he's pushing up the ramp. Might be ill-advised. We saw HitEmUp struggle with this in Group A earlier. You can't push up the ramp that fast, that easy. Most of AOT's forces, reinforcements, not moving across the map. So he will end up being overwhelmed at last.
Yeah, that was looking sketchy there for a minute, but... If we look, I mean, the TheNightFox on his back base here, he still has no workers on this.
Oh, he's making some
So
Zorius instead. Yeah, adding another hatch as well. Yeah, macro hatches. Okay, so Fox is worried about a potential base trade, maybe. I'm not sure if that's really made it in as like a button to push. The Nathrakors have found the empty base. That's not really doing anything. So the worker count could end up being heckled a little bit. We see some units coming back. Yeah, that actually just cancels the attack entirely. The Larvosks, at least one of them should be sniped here by AOT's Nath. So good pick there. Immediately gets remorphed. Zorius spotted here for AOT. I don't think he actually clocked it with his positioning. He's going to go ahead and attack that hatch instead. Just put a little bit of damage on it. Force Fox to, once again, dedicate a few units in that direction. Actually, he's got it down to about half HP. Fox, you got to do something about that, or you're just going to allow the base to die. This feels like maybe a little bit of a misclick or missed opportunity. Yeah, Fox actually going to lose that hatch to just straight up 10 Naths.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. It's just so hard to path your army back and forth. This is a long way to go from the natural back to this base. And really good job by Art of Turtle to take advantage of that.
Well, the Zorius are engaging too fast for the rest of the army to actually join up. Fox just lost most of his front line. There's Hydras, there's Bactylisks, there's plenty of Quads coming in from a nice flanking position. Looks really, really good for AOT to get a nice flank. He's just distracted some of the Quads and split some of the forces. Fox not really being on the ball with his army movement, trying to take up that right-hand spoke. I don't know if it's going to be enough, Jujic. I feel like right now, AOT has significantly more military on this area of the map. His Nath's continuing to flank. Looking pretty good for him. He is setting up a fourth base.
Yeah, he was down a little bit in workers for a long time here, but just continuing to snipe this base back here kind of kept him on a pretty even economy. So, I mean, all things considered, he's definitely pulled pretty far ahead, it looks like.
It's hard to tell, right? Because right now, Fox doesn't have much way to affect change on the map on his opponent's side, and he's down by 2 bases now. I mean, this base not really mining just yet, but still. Production slightly favoring Fox. Okay, it looks like AOT going to go for tier 2. We finally got it, boys. Even though I think AOT could just win this game right now, he is going to go for the conservative approach. Fox is going to attempt to maybe shark on in. When he sees this many units kind of waiting in the back, AOT is going to be able to charge in.
Really hard angle to push as well.
Yeah.
Very choked off for him.
Yeah, there's so many. If he keeps these Nathrakors still alive, he can turn them into Calcs later on for some good base raids. I don't know. He's got some static defense starting over here, but AOT, he really should not be threatened whatsoever by this force. NightFox trying to once again push in, but there's just so much more on the side of AOT because Fox has kept many of his units back. The Nathracors definitely playing a factor here because AOT doesn't even have threat on the other side of the map, but Fox is still so concerned with it. He does splatter so many quads. It looks really good right now for Fox, but don't be fooled. The number of units on AOT's side will still be enough to win the day, especially as the front line dwindles.
I do think NightFox still has the advantage on back to Lisk, so that's not something to count out here. But this fourth base still doesn't really have any workers on it. So even though he does have more bases, the NightFox has kind of saturated a little bit better, I feel like.
Yeah, he's definitely more saturated when it comes to that, but
the big issue here is this tier 2 is about to kick in any minute now. We got the Calcare Lake coming down.
Nats flying over to scout once again that back base has been set up. Not really that many, no workers at all actually active right now for AOT and the third base. All right, Tier 2 has started for the NightFox. We'll see what he can manage to make happen. It's Lyrilisks for AOT. The one circuit over here could turn into a Scortrith and really ruin Fox's day, but I don't know. He's kind of spreading out a bunch of units over there. They both spent down their bank. 15 Zorius on the way. I still take 15 Lyrilisks over that, and that's exactly what AOT just queued up. He's actually got a lot more coming. Really spending down his money.
Yeah, he's still kind of electing not to really go too much into Drolus here and get this fourth base of his up and running, but I think he wants to try to make this tier 2 timing into a killer move here.
Well, this is definitely a better position here for the NightFox as his tier 2 units are starting to really whittle down. And remember, they do much better versus armor than what the NightFox has. A bunch of Hydras also laying it in thick. Zorius count starting to drop a little bit here. Very wide arc of fights. So many units hitting the deck. And you know what we're seeing right now, Jujic, is AOT getting a nice little death stack coming up over here. There's so much blood, but is it actually enough for the NightFox to try to overwhelm? Reinforcements coming in for both sides, but that right-hand flank is starting to crumble. The NightFox does not have enough on that side, and it looks like now it's down to just Bactilisk, Lyrilisк, a little bit of Quaz, some more units coming in for the right-hand side for AOT, and I think he may have just enough to push through this. GG called, and we go to a game 3.
Yeah, he had a really good concave that fight as well, but that little flank on the side there got into his Bactilisk, and once those go down, you lose a lot of that DPS.
It did feel like that fight could have happened a lot sooner. It was a lot closer than I thought it would be at the end of the day. AOT does delay until Tier 2, takes the conservative victory, manages to make it into a meal of a series here.
Also, it was really good by AOT there to find that opening to get that tier 2 out. You know, he got that back base sniped a couple times, and he realized, you know, he kind of had that advantage. He could lose a little bit of tempo to get those better units in there, and he ended up living just long enough as he needed there to kind of get that Lyrilisk stat count. And once that's out, I mean, it's just such a good unit. It trades so well against other Quasilisks. And then if it dies, you have another Quasilisk on your side, so...
It is pretty ridiculous how efficient those end up being at the end of the day. We've got one more match to settle the score here between the NightFox and Art of Turtle. Fox considering his map pick for what he needs to do. It's going to be either Spinal Tap, Check Stealer, or Rage Slave. Now, if I'm him, I'm thinking, oh, look at that. I was going to say, if I'm him, I'm thinking Spinal Tap, but we just heard AOT talk about how he likes that map. So we are going to see, looks like favorable ground at the end of it all. That Zerg mirror coming in. AOT not going to leave winless this time around. We are going to our decider. Spinal Tap will be our final map. Final map? Final tap? Spinal map? What matters is that you know where you are. The TheNightFox, bottom left of Spinal Tap. The Coyote Brown Zerg. Art of Turtle, the Japanese Violet Zerg in the top right of Spinal Tap. Jujic, predict it right now. Who wins?
I'm gonna say whoever 6 pulls.
No way! We get that real long game and goes to tier 2 and everything, and the final game of it all. AOT pulls out the 6 pool. Who would predict that? He even gets a scout timing that's fairly innocuous. All right, well, AOT apparently, the prediction to win is in.
I've seen a lot on this map. You get this really, really early pressure, and like you said, you don't have this ramp to defend with. They get in, and even if you just come in and snipe the Larvosks, you end up so far ahead.
He's sending in extra workers. Jujic, this is not just the normal 6 pool. This is a triple proxy circuit into fast Zeths. 100% calling it here. And the TheNightFox has no idea. Well, there come the 6 Zeths. They are on the way. Still has enough minerals behind this to go in for the circuits. Immediately doesn't even wait for the other workers. Like, doesn't even feign that he's scouting for that. Is he going to pull the workers to try to cancel this? Like, what is he going to do? He does go for the Larvosk instead. Fox, what do you do when you see the second one? He pulls every worker immediately. He knows, okay, I have got to put my own one down. Goes after the one that's starting to mutate. That's a good choice because it is going to take a little bit. The third one arrives. The Zeth's about halfway across the map right now. That other Droleth not actually going to be able to turn into a circuit just yet. He needs to keep enough money to turn the other one in.
Yeah,
there we go.
Not getting anywhere minerals.
Oh my God. He pulled so many. Now, does the TheNightFox have enough to deal with the Zeths? Because that circuit is going to finish. You can see that's where Fox is going to get targeted immediately. Okay, but one circuit is done, and the other circuit is dead. Oh, Fox, have you really lost it to the proxy circuit? 6 pool move. AOT finding his way into the Throneroom stage one more time. I can't believe it. Meh. That's kind of how I feel.
Yeah,
I mean, it's pretty exciting, but still. Oh my God! After a certain point, he doesn't even have kids yet.
There you go. It's up to Art of Turtle now. He's got to get the revenge.
That's right. Fox did ask him to clear the deck and defeat the Shambler going into our next match. Well, I am a little bit surprised that the TheNightFox concedes that best of 3. It is down to variance. You don't expect that kind of play. And even though Art of Turtle was kind of famous for being an aggressive player when it came to like ZVP, for example, in Z Mirror, he was not as aggro as some of the other players that we might see. And even when he was aggro, it was a little bit of a different story. So I do find that pretty interesting. I am just going to go ahead and throw that out there, that I look at that and I think to myself, well, Jujic, we have ourselves a very interesting setup here with the TheNightFox being eliminated in the Battlements stage. It is I think he was probably, if you want to just talk about strong fundamentals, he does have really good play in off races, as you mentioned in our intro section. And I am a little bit surprised. I really thought that game on Blackwater Bastion, he was really, really doing quite well. And I do think that that shows a level of performance that Art of Turtle is going to take a little bit of time to make it through. That being said, we're talking about a situation where, of course, the TheNightFox is eliminated. Art of Turtle making it through in the second slot. That means he could theoretically go up against HitEmUp. If we expect the other seeds to work out the same way, he could be going up against Neblime. He could be going up against Hamster or TopRamen, whoever tops Group D. So these are some of the possible options that we see in our future. And
no pressure or anything. No pressure.
Yeah. No pressure for TopRamen, who should absolutely top that group easily because he's got top in his name. Or Neblime, who it was really funny. He was telling me about like, hey, can we guarantee that we're going to be done before Christmas? Because I got plans. And I was like, well, our last day should be around this time. And he's like, I don't know. I'll try to make that work. And I was like, yeah, because you're predicting yourself to be in the finals, my man. So there's some confidence going on anyway. So we'll see. But yeah, I mean, all things considered, I am quite impressed with the games on offer today. Some of them were very interesting. Good interest to definitely in the context of, what we're seeing from Art of Turtle. For him to get up in the best of 3 at the end of the day to close things out, that does mean something. You are talking about a guy who wasn't necessarily the most favored going into this. And I'm grateful that he was able to show a little bit more, because I was worried that it was going to kind of end with a bit of a whimper after that first NightFox versus Art of Turtle game. He really turned it up on Muspelheim with the constant moves, and he also really turned it up when it came to that 6-pool on Spinal Tap. He had been game planning that strategy apparently for a while.
Yeah, I think it was it Shambler who mentioned this earlier today? I think I read somewhere someone said this exact build, so it's interesting that we see it get deployed right there at the end.
Yeah, I wonder why that happens, right? Like it is interesting to see because as far as I'm concerned, that's definitely one of those things where you look at it and you think to yourself, what are we exactly going to expect? Like how much action can we expect from some of these games if we're going to have a regular ZVZ strat be 6-pool double proxy circuit? It didn't feel like he had enough money to really make that all work, but it did end up working out. I think it came down to the NightFox, maybe not ever encountering that. And that's one of the rare times you might find something that the NightFox in Z-Mirror has not seen before. But I don't know. We may never know. GG's though. Art of Turtle proceeds. The NightFox will concede, and that does mean that we are done for the day. Our day is completed. Groups A and B are completed. We have JarrellStorm and the NightFox eliminated from those groups respectively. HitEmUp and the Shambler exiting in first place. Kenoli and Art of Turtle exiting in second. So pretty interesting stuff, Jujic. Any overall cool takeaways that you have? Any thoughts that you've got now that we've seen those first 2 groups play out?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm just as excited as you are to see where this kind of goes from here. I definitely favored the NightFox going into this, and I'm pretty surprised by how well the Shambler managed to pull through this game with that little early Ancil build he had going on. So we'll see if that continues to work for him. We'll see how many more Zergs kind of make it into that final top 8, and it's going to be good games all around.
Yeah, I feel like we are destined for some pretty cool games. I'm going to leave the exit screen on here for about a minute before we shut the stream down. You guys can check out how the results went as far as the details go. But thank you, Jujic, for joining me for the cast. Definitely made it a little bit easier on my voice. I've got to go run for some D&D stuff now, so I will be doing that. But ladies and gentlemen, we have the answers here in front of us. Art of Turtle has managed to scrape out, and we obviously have Kenoli continuing his upset merchant. In terms of there being a 4-0, both groups delivered, with there being many matches played between, like the best of 3 at the end to decide second place did go the distance. So I'm appreciative of that. I am happy to see that we have some more competition going on for those mid-table areas. I am very much looking forward to when we end up seeing just a little bit more from those other guys in groups C and D. Maybe Shopkeeper Dog and jakulangski can continue the trend and shock the world. That would be pretty interesting. That would be pretty funny. So, closing thoughts, Jujic. Any final message for the people out there?
Shambler looks like he's wanting to get on and do a little bit of post-interview showboating here. Are we still going to be doing those? Or?
Yeah, I'd love to, except we're 7 minutes late for D&D, and I still have to take my break. So, sorry, Shambler, but if you're on tomorrow at noon Eastern Time, then maybe we can do some little bit of analysis where you might even be able to help me cast. I don't know what your plans are then. But anyway, GG's, Shambleman, and GG's to everybody else who played. Thank you for participating, JarrellStorm and the NightFox, who we will no longer be requiring your services for the Throneroom stage. Glad that you guys were able to make it in and give us some good games in the qualifier and in this very day. Very memorable stuff for sure, especially that Blackwater Bastion match. I will remember that forever. GG boys, we're out of here.